Welcome to Sally Fox Audiobook Player's Journey in Anime World, FGO, 144 to 200. Books 57 chapters, Memo 127,286 words, Stopwatch 509-minute read. Chapter 144, FGO, 144. 2,211 words. Amatori Biba recently committed the heinous and unforgivable crime of patricide. This person is no longer fit to be human. As for the emperor, as the ruler of a nation, he should treat his subjects like his own kin, but who would have thought he would start a massacre? He is not fit to be emperor. I, as the messenger of my God, have come here on his mission to lead everyone forward with hope, hand in hand, through this thorny apocalypse. However, these two villains who have sold their souls to the devil, have committed such insane acts for their selfish desires. One is a beast who killed his father. The other who treats human life like grass. Loyal followers of my God, tell me, what should we do? Ryu's voice echoed over Yokosuka. At that moment, a soldier suddenly clenched his fist and raised his right arm. Holy war! Holy war! Like a highly contagious virus, the word spread quickly, and soon those around him began chanting the same. Before long, the entire Yokosuka was filled with a single sound. Holy war! Holy war! Holy war! 300,000 voices joined together, soaring into the sky and shaking the heavens. It's done. Ryu flashed a sinister smile, though, in the high sky above him, only the moon bore witness to this evil grin. Yokosuka, being a military port, had its complete operational system, so he didn't need to worry about running it. Moreover, after Jean and Ace took out the three fused colony, they quickly returned. With Jean in command, Ryu had even less to worry about regarding the day-to-day affairs. All he needed to do was apply various effects to himself, continuously boosting the soldiers' morale and ensuring these simple soldiers understood that they weren't going to invade territories but to engage in a just and holy crusade. Their killing of their fellow countrymen was framed as saving lost lambs, an act that could be forgiven by their lord. Thanks to Ryu's encouragement, the soldiers shouted excitedly, determined to drag the emperor's throne and twist Amatori Biba's neck. Post-disaster reconstruction was proceeding smoothly, and the preliminary preparations for the military advance were also underway. Now that he knew who his real enemies were, and since the formidable foe he once dreaded had completely abandoned Japan, he no longer intended to play games with Amatori Biba and the emperor. Just as he was about to depart, Jean called out to him. She led him to the training ground, where a figure he had almost forgotten appeared unexpectedly. It was Anastasia. Ryu looked at Jean in confusion, only to find her wearing a mysterious expression and hiding something. She said, Ryu, just watch her performance. It will surely surprise you. What's with the mystery? Ryu muttered softly, then turned his gaze toward the icy girl. To his surprise, when he looked over, Anastasia visibly tensed, her face flushed, her fingers twisting nervously as if she didn't dare meet his gaze. Ryu was speechless. Princess, what's with this typical love-struck girl vibe? Jean also noticed something was off and hurriedly encouraged her. Go for it. Anastasia, you can do it. She even raised her hand in a fighting gesture. Jean's encouragement seemed to work. Anastasia took a deep breath. Although her cheeks remained flushed, her expression gradually calmed down. Ryu suddenly sensed an unusual flow of magic, and the source was Anastasia standing before him. Anastasia extended her right hand, and cold mist visibly gathered in her palm. Swoosh! In less than a second, the cold condensed into an arrow shape, which she flung toward the target dummy. It turned out to be the most basic ice magic spell, Ice Arrow. Thud. The ice arrow struck the ironclad target, scattering ice shards everywhere. From the impact point, frost quickly spread over half of the target's body before slowing down. Not only that but with his sharp eyes, Ryu noticed a small round hole had been pierced through the iron surface of the target. The spell had both freezing and penetrating power, a textbook perfect ice arrow. But Ryu's surprise didn't end there. Anastasia continued casting various ice spells, such as Ice Storm, Frost Nova, Ice Armor, and Ice Barrier. Soon, he realized something extraordinary. Anastasia wasn't just using ice magic. She was manipulating the ice itself. This discovery was shocking. Using ice magic and controlling ice directly were two entirely different concepts. To draw an analogy, it was like the difference between a human torch and pyro. Seeing Ryo's stunned expression, Jean was visibly pleased. I only taught her basic healing magic. Everything else she figured out on her own. Ryo's mouth twitched. Now he truly believed in the notion of innate talent. Anastasia was a prime example. He could confidently bet that if Anastasia had been born in a world with abundant magical sources, she would surely become a powerful figure. Out of curiosity, he had the system check her potential. As expected, like Ace, she had the highest 5-star qualification. Keep in mind that Ace's parents were both exceptional individuals. Her father was a great hero in Damachi world, like a heroic spirit in the Type Moon universe. Her mother was a spirit with divine attributes, known as the incarnation of a god. With two such powerful bloodlines, Ace was practically half a cheat character. Now look at Anastasia. Although her parents were influential, they were essentially ordinary people. It seemed he had found a gem. That was Ryo's first thought. Keep practicing. You have great potential. He gave her a rare compliment or two. Yes. Ryo-sama. To his surprise, Anastasia seemed to be greatly encouraged. Her cheeks blushed as her sapphire eyes sparkled like jewels. Her gaze, full of admiration and reverence, was so intense that even he felt a bit overwhelmed. Ahem. Ryo-sama, don't you have work to do? Please go ahead. A certain holy maiden seemed a little jealous. I don't have any. Ryo, feeling puzzled, instinctively wanted to rebut, but when he saw Jean's slightly threatening look, he quickly changed his tune. Ah. I remember now, I do have some unfinished work. Well then, see you, Jean, Anastasia. After waving goodbye, Ryo turned and left. I think I have some government affairs to handle too. See you later, Anna. Not long after Ryo left, Jean also remembered that thanks to a certain unscrupulous master, she still had a pile of paperwork to deal with. She quickly said goodbye to Anastasia and hurried off. Wait. Anastasia reflexively called out, but both of them were already out of sight. A hint of sadness appeared on Anastasia's face. She subconsciously tightened her grip on the faceless doll in her hand. However, Anastasia did not notice that the doll's face was turning increasingly black, and at the same time, strands of dark shadows slowly emanated from the doll, wrapping around her like threads. 3 days. What should have taken at least a week of preparation was somehow completed in just 3 days. The morale in Yokosuka is at an all-time high. Every warrior is fueled by a burning desire to strike back and repay the suffering caused by Amatori Biba and the Emperor. Before the army set out, Ryo handed over command to Jean and went ahead on his own. He had no time for the slow steps of a conquest game, he was busy. Hundreds of miles away, in Kangokaku, the most fortified fortress in all of Japan, unrest and turmoil shrouded the streets. Just 1 day earlier, Amatori Biba, the son of Shogun, had returned with overwhelming force. Led by Makino Masamune, the elders of the shogun's household declared their allegiance to Biba, supporting his claim to the title of shogun. At the same time, news of the assassination of the former shogun spread rapidly throughout Kangokaku and reached the front lines. With the shogun dead, the army was leaderless, and several ambitious daimyos rose in opposition, using Biba's patricide as their pretext. Biba did not hesitate. He sent elite troops to annihilate the families of 3 opposing factions in a single night. His ruthless methods temporarily stabilized Kangokaku, but tensions simmered beneath the surface. To secure his claim, Biba decided to ascend to the position of shogun as soon as possible, turning his claim into an undeniable fact. It's worth noting that the shogun was not like Lord Kenshu, who had only one wife. The shogun had many wives and concubines, with several legitimate and secondary wives, and more than a dozen concubines. After severing ties with his son, the shogun focused on producing heirs to secure the next generation and stabilize his loyalists. As a result, Biba now had a 2-year-old brother, a 1-year-old sister, and several pregnant wives of the deceased shogun still expecting. These children, despite their age, all had legitimate claims to the shogun's title. Naturally, Biba sought to eliminate these threats, but many of them managed to escape amidst the unrest. Some were quickly taken in by ambitious daimyos and generals. Historically, figures like Toyotomi Hideyoshi had risen to power by supporting the young heir of the Oda clan, eventually becoming ruler of the land. The Amatorai family itself had once usurped control. These precedents fueled the ambitions of those who saw an opportunity to seize power for themselves. The idea of overthrowing one's superior is romanticized as a samurai virtue, while loyalty has become a rare trait. Amatorai Biba, aware of this, was eager to solidify his power before unforeseen complications arose. With legitimacy on his side, the support of elite forces, and influential elders like Makino, he was confident in his ability to crush anyone. Today was the day Biba would officially ascend to the position of shogun. Despite the unrest, Kongokaku was adorned with lanterns and banners in a facade of celebration. But upon closer inspection, the passers-by, though dressed in fine kimonos, bore deep anxiety in their eyes. This was the impact of Biba's patricide and the subsequent massacre. Not only were the residents of Kongokaku affected, but many of the lords guarding the outer stations found excuses to avoid attending Biba's ascension. Whether these lords were ambitious or simply terrified of Biba's methods, it was clear that this was the first time in the Amatorai family's history that so many had failed to attend a shogun's succession ceremony. Amatorai Biba, however, didn't care. The ceremony proceeded as planned. Dressed in the pure white ceremonial robes of the shogun, he stood atop the highest point in Kongokaku, gazing down at the bustling city below. Biba slowly extended his hand before him, as though the entire city lay in the palm of his hand. Finally, this city is mine. Soon, all of Japan will be mine as well. At this moment, Amatorai Biba was filled with pride and elation. The demons that had haunted him for years were gone, and even the frustration caused by Sahari's betrayal had faded. Father, can you see this? In the end, the seed is mine. Ha ha ha. Biba burst into wild laughter. The castle was a place only the shogun could ascend to, and no one dared to enter without permission. No one saw Biba's arrogant and unrestrained demeanor. Soon, the guests gathered, and the ceremony officially began. Biba stood on the high platform, looking down. Besides the guards, everyone present was a powerful figure whose slightest move could cause ripples of disturbance. And yet, today, they were all bowing before him. After so many trials, Biba now embodied both the youthful energy of a young man and the steady dignity of a shogun. The elders and retainers of the shogun's household gazed up at the fiery figure above. Some of the older retainers were moved to tears, seeing in him the young version of the former shogun. But just as Biba was about to receive the ceremonial sword, the symbol of the shogun's authority, a voice echoed through the hall. Well, this is quite the celebration. Mind if I join in? The crowd turned toward the source of the voice. Hovering in the air, wings of light radiating from his back, Raya gazed down at Biba with a cold smile. It's you. Kenshu Yamagawa. Biba's pupils shrank, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Though he was a Kabanari, stronger than most ordinary people, he had his limits. After encountering certain secrets, he developed an instinctive fear of extraordinary beings. Only the ignorant are fearless, after all. Guards. Assassin. Seize him. Some retainers cried out in panic, representing the ignorant. The guards hesitated, the scene before them beyond comprehension, but they began to advance. Ryu, however, merely smirked and lifted his hand, drawing a few strokes in the air. A rain of fire, as if sent from the heavens, descended upon them. Ah! Help! This was no ordinary fire, it was a magical flame, forged by ancient runes. A single spark was enough to set a person ablaze. In an instant, dozens of human torches lit up the ceremony hall. The most terrifying part? The guards didn't die immediately. They screamed in agony as the flames consumed them, their cries slowly fading into silence. The hall fell into utter silence. Chapter 145, FGO, 145. 2,226 words. What do you want to do, Kenshu Yamagawa? Amidst the terror in his heart, Amator Ibiba suppressed his emotions and shouted at Ryu, showing no signs of fear. Ryu didn't respond. Suddenly, everyone saw the flying figure blur before appearing directly before Amator Ibiba. Ryu grabbed his neck with one hand and lifted him into the air. Slash! Without wasting a word, he summoned a katana and stabbed Amator Ibiba in the heart. Blood splattered everywhere. Amator Ibiba's eyes widened in shock. His ambition to dominate all of Japan had only just begun, and now it was over? Disbelief, confusion, unwillingness, regret, resentment, and despair flashed in his eyes. But with his heart, the weak point of a cabaneri, pierced by the katana, all the vitality in his body, along with his ambition, drained away instantly. Kenshu Yamagawa. With a final shout, filled with endless hatred, Amator Ibiba, who had ascended to the position of shogun less than a minute ago, died on the spot. He might be the shortest reigning ruler in the history of Japan, no, perhaps even in world history. Below the high platform, the nobles and dignitaries trembled in fear. When they saw the golden glow, identical to a kabane's heart, revealed through the tear in Amator Ibiba's clothing, the crowd erupted in panic. A smile appeared on Ryu's lips. He recalled a classic scene from the original story, and his desire to perform flared up like gasoline ignited by a spark. I know the truth. He wasn't the only one, many more kabane are hidden among you. They are constantly watching, waiting for you to slip up so they can bite your throats and turn you into one of them. Open your eyes wide. From now on, everyone around you is a potential threat. Don't let anyone out of your sight because they might be sneaking up behind you. To intensify the effect, Ryu quietly added primordial runes to himself, making his voice echo throughout the hall, and creating an eerie atmosphere. After all, except for the few who were in the know, most of the nobles and officials couldn't distinguish between kabane and cabaneri. When people think they are in a place of absolute safety, but suddenly realize danger is lurking right beside them, how will they react? Kabane. It's a kabane. Why are there kabane inside Kongokaku? Guards. Guards. Panic spreads like a virus. Everyone in the hall began to eye each other warily. Many had already begun to quietly unsheath their swords. Fear of Ryu had already put them in a state of extreme tension, and now, with the revelation of a kabane disguised as a human, they were like a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest spark. In this tense atmosphere, an accident was bound to happen. A noble in a brown samurai outfit accidentally bumped his sword scabbard against another noble dressed in purple. The noble in purple immediately began cursing. Bastard! What do you think you're doing? What did you say, you bastard? If they had been calm, the brown-clad noble would have quickly bowed and apologized. But in such a tense and oppressive atmosphere, tempers flared, and irritability transformed into outright aggression. You must be a kabane. You're trying to ambush me. You've finally shown your true colors, bastard. I think you're the disgusting corpse. Show your true form already. Almost simultaneously, both men drew their katanas and faced off. Clang. At that moment, something unknown dropped to the ground with a crisp sound. As if triggered by the sound, the two men slashed at each other furiously. Their wide-eyed glares and clenched teeth made it seem like they had some irreconcilable blood feud. Both men aimed their swords mercilessly at each other's vital points. People nearby immediately scattered, and the chaos began to spread. When someone was accidentally injured and couldn't dodge in time, they drew their sword and joined the fight. Blood splashed through the air. The sight of blood acted as a powerful catalyst, igniting the beastly instincts deep within their hearts. The battle continued to spread, eventually enveloping the entire hall. 5 minutes later. Ryu hovered in the air, watching the frenzied crowd below with a leisurely smile on his face. Amator Ibiba was dead, and the nobles and officials were slaughtering each other, forging blood feuds. It seemed there would be no unified force rising in southern Japan anytime soon. Ryu's gaze swept across the hall. He was looking for someone. His father-in-law, Makino Masamune, the one who had helped Sakura set him up. Of course, he escaped, that old fox. As he had expected, his father-in-law had likely slipped away the moment he appeared. Glancing down at the chaos below, he saw that not only had the fighting continued, but it had become even more brutal. The people in the hall were fighting with bloodshot eyes, attacking anyone in their line of sight. There was no need to look further, these people were finished. The upper echelons of power in Kongokaku were finished, and the entirety of Kongokaku was finished. Having resolved his lingering grudge and thoroughly disrupted the enemy's political landscape, he spread his wings of light and shot off like an arrow. In the northwest corner of Kongokaku, at the Makino residence, Makino Masamune sat in the most formal posture, eyes closed, facing the courtyard as if in deep thought. In front of him lay two swords, one long, one short. Plop! Water filled a bamboo tube, causing it to tip over with a crisp sound. At that moment, a figure silently appeared in the courtyard. You've come. Makino Masamune slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the visitor with a complicated expression. Years ago, this man had been his son-in-law. But now, Makino could no longer see through him at all. Because he couldn't understand him, he had made a fatal miscalculation. I'm curious, father-in-law, why didn't you run away? Ryu looked at Makino Masamune inquisitively, sizing him up. Against someone like you, would running away make any difference? The answer was obvious. Since I'm here, you must have already made up your mind, father-in-law. I suppose it's time for you to go. As he spoke, Ryu drew his katana. Aren't you curious why I betrayed you? Makino Masamune's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He realized he could no longer understand his son-in-law at all. But Ryu scoffed. Does it matter? Whatever the reason, all I know is that you betrayed me. Everyone has choices, but they must also bear the consequences of those choices. That's all there is to it. Makino Masamune let out a long sigh. The dusk-like weariness on his face deepened, making it impossible to tell that he was once the most powerful elder, second only to one man, ruling over tens of thousands. Now, he was merely an old man nearing the end of his life. You're right. I admit, I underestimated you. The time has come for me to pay the price. Ryu's expression remained unmoved. When he eventually unified the entire world of Kabaneri, the Makino family had a chance to become a world-class superfamily due to their relationship with him. Unfortunately, Makino Masamune chose the path of betrayal, siding against him. He chose his path, and now he had to pay the price for his mistake. A simple and brutal truth. Ryu had no sympathy for him. We've delayed long enough, Ryu said as he walked toward Makino Masamune. Wait. To his surprise, Makino Masamune raised a hand to stop him. He glanced at the two swords in front of Makino Masamune and seemed to understand. He stopped in his tracks. I am, after all, still a samurai. There's no need for you to lift a hand. Let me do it myself. Makino Masamune picked up the short blade in front of him and slowly unsheathed it. Then, he tore open the front of his samurai robe. Ryu couldn't understand this so-called samurai romance, but he didn't mind letting his father-in-law die with some dignity. I'll serve as your kaishakunin. He stepped behind Makino Masamune, standing still with his katana raised, aimed at Masamune's neck. Please. And one more thing, I leave I am in your care. Before he finished speaking, Makino Masamune stabbed the short blade into his abdomen, dragging it to form a cross-shaped wound. She is my daughter, and she will become the most noble princess in this world. Hearing Ryu's promise, Makino Masamune forced a grim smile through the excruciating pain. Slash. Without hesitation, Ryu swung his katana. The blade flashed, and Makino Masamune's head fell to the ground, blood spurting like a fountain from his neck, painting a crimson flower on the pristine tatami mat. I respect you as a true man of honor. Ryu's face was solemn as he traced his fingers through the air. Magic surged, and flames appeared out of thin air, swiftly engulfing the entire room. He turned and walked away, his back to the burning mansion, and then shot up into the sky. 3 days later, in Sapporo, Hokkaido. In the imperial palace, the current emperor was enjoying himself with his wives and concubines when Ryu appeared and snapped his neck in front of everyone. Thus, the two great powers of Japan fell into chaos, bereft of leadership. In response, Ryu immediately ordered a massive fleet to be recalled from Southeast Asia and appointed Shinjiro Kanochi as commander-in-chief. The forces split into two, one heading south and the other north. In most cases, splitting forces is unwise. It weakens your strength and allows the enemy to defeat you piecemeal. Additionally, attacking on two fronts increases the strain on logistics. But Ryu had a secret weapon, steam tanks. The invention of the McRucky engine had caused productivity to far exceed that of the original Earth during the same period. As a result, the world war that might have been triggered by economic collapse never occurred. Someone once said, "War is the ladder of human progress." Ryu completely agree with this statement. Humans always seem to possess a strange creativity and imagination when it comes to killing their fellow man. Though world wars bring untold suffering, the rapid advancement of technology is undeniable. In the world of Cabannery, which hadn't experienced such wars, military technology lagged behind Earth's, despite the existence of the McRucky engine as a form of advanced technology. Thus, many classic weapons had yet to be invented, such as tanks and airplanes. The McRucky engine had been around for a while, and its miniaturization was fully achievable. So, Ryu boldly ordered his research department to develop vehicles powered by the miniaturized McRucky engine. The result was the steam tank. Thanks to the McRucky engine, the steam tank far surpassed the original tank models invented during World War I in terms of endurance, horsepower, speed, armor, and firepower. Its only shortcoming was in artillery capabilities. But it was more than sufficient to crush the native forces, who had never seen anything like it. Moreover, with the tanks providing cover, the threat posed by Cabane hordes was greatly reduced. Even the smallest artillery blast was far more powerful than a steam rifle. The shockwaves alone could shatter the Cabane's steel-plated hearts. Immortal monsters held no meaning in the face of great technological power. As for Ryu himself, he naturally boarded the Yamato and set sail for the British Isles. If it weren't for the great enemy, Princess Sakura, Ryu would have fully enjoyed a real-time strategy game come to life. Unfortunately, with such a formidable enemy looming, he couldn't afford to be distracted. After delivering a rousing speech on the front lines to boost the morale of his troops, he immediately delegated power to Shinjiro and summoned Jin and Ace. By then, Yamato, who had been called back by Ryu's telepathic message, had already returned to her home port aboard her ship. "Let's go." Ryu led the way toward the dock. To avoid drawing attention, he chose to depart at midnight. Jin, Ace, and Yamato followed closely behind. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from upstairs. Anastasia, dressed only in a white silk nightgown, ran out of the bedroom. "Wait, please wait," she called out as she ran. Ryu sighed and stopped in his tracks. Clutching her ever-present faceless doll, Anastasia ran up to him. Before she could speak, she began coughing from the sudden exertion. Unable to stand by and watch, Jean quickly stepped forward and gently patted her back to help her breathe more easily. After a while, Anastasia finally caught her breath. "Thank you, Lady Jean." She first thanked Jean, then looked at Ryu with the expression of a puppy abandoned by its owner. "Ryu-sama, please take me with you this time. I'm no longer the useless burden I used to be." "Anna." Jean was just about to persuade her when Ryu raised his hand to stop her. He slowly walked up to Anastasia, placing his hands on her shoulders. "I appreciate your intentions. But I'm sorry, Anna, we can't take you with us this time." "Why?" Anastasia's expression immediately turned frantic. "Because this battle is extremely dangerous. Even we aren't certain we'll make it back safely. And you. Anna, forgive me for being blunt, but even though you've learned to control ice now, you still lack real combat experience." Chapter 146, FGO, 146. 2089 words. "So, you're saying I'm still just a burden?" Anastasia's face turned deathly pale. "That's not it, Anna, please listen to me." Jean couldn't bear to see Anastasia looking so pitiful. However, before she could finish, Ryu interrupted her firmly. "If you want the truth, yes. Right now, not only can you not help us, but we would also need to divert our attention to protect you. You would hold us back." His words pierced Anastasia's heart like an arrow. I am sorry for wasting your time. I truly apologize. Anastasia covered her mouth with her hand and ran off without looking back. As she turned, everyone saw countless crystal tears streaming down her face. Ryu. That was too much. Jean, unable to hold back any longer, angrily confronted him, her silver blue eyes glaring at him. Even if your intentions were good, those words were far too hurtful. Ryu sighed. Better to hurt her now than let her hold on to unrealistic fantasies. You understand, don't you? The enemy we're facing this time is not like the ones before. Any mistake could cost us the battle. Losing means death. I won't take that risk, nor will I let you or Ace step into such danger. He looked Jean straight in the eye with unwavering sincerity. Jean had no choice but to back down. Without alerting anyone, the four of them soon boarded the Yamato, which slowly sailed toward the distant British Isles on the far side of the planet. What he didn't realize was that, despite his good intentions, his words had deeply wounded Anastasia's heart, leading to irreversible consequences. In the bedroom of the Admiral's quarters, Anastasia lay on her bed, hugging her faceless doll and crying silently. For a long time, she murmured between sobs. Vi, am I really that useless? In the empty room, Anastasia spoke to her most cherished doll. It seemed like a perfectly normal scene. However, something strange happened. The faceless doll in Anastasia's arms seemed to come to life. Its pitch-black face rippled like water, and then a sharp, sinister child's voice emanated from the doll. How could that be, my dear master? You are the most adorable, beautiful, and talented girl in the entire world. If someone doesn't like you, they must either be brainless or, well, something else must be wrong with them. Anastasia hadn't turned on the lights. The room was completely dark, with only a faint sliver of moonlight drifting in from outside. In the dim light, the room, previously warm and cozy, suddenly felt eerie, especially with the talking doll. Yet, Anastasia didn't seem surprised at all, as if this was something she was used to. But, I showed Ryo-sama the ice control techniques you taught me, and he still didn't acknowledge me. Anastasia's expression turned dejected. That's because he's foolish and has no taste. He can't see how amazing you are, my dear master. The doll, named Vei by Anastasia, responded without hesitation. Anastasia puffed up her cheeks and tapped the doll in her arms with her fingers, expressing her displeasure. Don't speak ill of Ryo-sama. He's my savior and the one I've sworn to follow for life. V immediately realized that trying to sow discord was pointless. But with such an innocent and naive princess, it had 1,000 ways to manipulate her into doing what it wanted. It quickly shifted tactics. Master, what do you think of the two females around Ryo-sama? Females? Oh, you mean Lady Jean and Ace? Anastasia looked confused. Master, how do you think you compare to them? Anastasia immediately looked troubled. No matter how critically she tried to view them, she had to admit that, even in terms of appearance alone, each had its unique charm. And when it came to talent, they were superior to her. That's the problem, my dear master. It's not that you aren't good enough, it's just that you need to be even better. Even animals know to choose the most beautiful and capable mate, so they can produce the best offspring. However, Vai's words seemed a bit too much for a girl who had never even been in a relationship before. A mate. Offspring. What are you talking about, you shameless thing? Though Anastasia's words were scolding, a faint blush appeared on her face, and her gaze became unfocused, showing she wasn't entirely against the idea. Vai felt several dark lines appear on its metaphorical forehead. Is this really what she focuses on, despite everything I've said? My foolish master. V knew that if it didn't steer the conversation back on track, this simple-minded princess would lead them off to who knows where. Master, if you want to achieve your goals, you must become much stronger. That way, not only will you more easily attract the attention of the males you desire, but when your power surpasses theirs, you can even use less, gentle means to ensure their eyes are only on you. So, my sweet master, grow stronger. Vai's devilish whisper echoed in Anastasia's ears. She couldn't help but imagine the sweet scene where her beloved only had eyes for her. Maybe that wouldn't be so bad. Unknowingly, a dark seed of love had been planted in Anastasia's heart. But that doesn't seem right. Anastasia hesitated, her expression uncertain. Vi, being the devil that understood human hearts so well, knew that its foolish master was already swayed. All that hard work, using pure abyssal magic to subtly corrupt and twist her heart little by little, is finally paying off. Vi thought gleefully to itself. But outwardly, it continued to tempt her. Love is inherently selfish. Or are you saying you're willing to give up? Of course not. Anastasia blinked, her expression innocent and cute. But what should I do? She's hooked. With a sly smile spreading across its completely black face, Vi finally revealed its true intentions. In this world, where the source of magic is inert, you have almost no chance of becoming stronger here. So, you must go to other worlds. With that, Vi had finally revealed its true purpose. But upon hearing that she would have to leave, Anastasia hesitated, a trace of reluctance appearing on her face. A temporary farewell is for a better reunion in the future. Or is this the extent of your resolve, master? Seeing that Anastasia was visibly wavering, Vi quickly added more fuel to the fire. Or perhaps, are you content to watch from afar as the one you love flirts with another woman? No. Anastasia suddenly screamed. With her piercing cry, a torrent of magic surged from her body, instantly freezing the entire room in ice. Overwhelmed by her emotions, Anastasia's magic spiraled out of control. Sitting amidst the frost-covered bedroom, Anastasia looked like a pure white spirit born of ice and snow, beautiful, yet cold. Vi, like a devil whispering in her ear, painted a picture in Anastasia's mind that filled her with intense fury. Under the influence of abyssal magic, a particular negative emotion within her heart was magnified infinitely. That emotion was jealousy. Just as ambition can corrupt a man, a woman's jealousy can be an equally terrifying force, capable of turning an angel into a demon. What should I do? Anastasia asked. Vi was overjoyed. The fish was finally, completely hooked. It had been worth sealing its powers and pretending to be a motionless, mute doll. In its excitement, Vi failed to notice that Anastasia's voice had suddenly deepened, and her once innocent demeanor was shifting towards something much colder. You don't need to do anything, my dear master. Leave everything to your loyal servant, Vi. As Vi spoke these deceitful words, it gathered the last remnants of its abyssal magic. Without any visible movement, a black vortex slowly formed in the air, expanding until it was large enough for a person to step through. From the outside, the vortex appeared completely dark, as if it were connected to a black hole, devouring even the light. But soon, the vortex began to destabilize. Vi hurriedly shouted, "Master, please hurry. I can't maintain this portal for long." Anastasia nodded, picked up Vi's physical form, the faceless doll, and quickly approached the vortex. She looked back at everything in her bedroom one last time, then, urged by Vi, stepped into the vortex. The vortex rapidly shrank and eventually vanished into thin air. At that very moment, over the Pacific Ocean, a massive warship was cutting through the sea at a speed of 60 knots. Standing at the bow of the Yamato, Reyes suddenly felt something at the exact moment Anastasia disappeared from this world, as if something connected to him had just left. The feeling wasn't strong, so he dismissed it as a mere illusion and didn't give it further thought. Little did he know that by the time he and Anastasia reunited, everything would have changed. Sailing across the vast ocean, with nothing but the unchanging sea in sight, the journey felt somewhat monotonous. Luckily, with the cheerful Shimakaze around, the trip wasn't entirely devoid of fun. Moreover, Rye didn't hide anything and confessed the full story of his relationship with Yamato to Jean. At first, Jean almost lost her temper and even came close to turning into an Avenger-class servant. However, perhaps due to the precedent set by Freya and Seer, and the fact that he had been open about it this time, Jean reluctantly accepted the situation. He later learned that Jean had been troubled by this and had confided Scathach about it. To her surprise, Scathach had been completely unfazed, instead offering a more compelling theory. As long as you're strong enough, having multiple partners is only natural. It's the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Scathach even went on to give examples of how, in Lion Pride, a single male often dominates several females, and how medieval nobles had many mistresses in addition to their wives. Hearing Jean recount this, Ryu could only break out in a cold sweat. Yep, that's Scathach for you. Thanks to Scathach's solid reasoning, and the fact that Jean wasn't willing to give up on her relationship with him, she slowly came to terms with it. However, accepting it didn't mean he could do as he pleased. And so, Ryu spent his time either teasing Shimakaze or secretly engaging in some harmonious activities with Yamato or Jean. One noteworthy moment occurred when he pulled Jean aside for their second secret tryst and revealed a little secret to her. That secret was, sneaking off to do this is pointless. The entire ship is Yamato's body. She's aware of everything that happens on board. So what we're doing isn't secret, it's like broadcasting an adult film to Yamato in real time. This revelation shocked Jean, but to his surprise, it also made her more sensitive, easily reaching her peak. Whether it was because they did the deed a lot of times, Jean completely abandoned any restraint, her wild behavior catching him off guard. However, when Ryu tried to drag the peeping Yamato into the mix to unlock his 3P achievement, Jean was so startled that she grabbed her clothes and ran away. He could only smile wryly. Yamato secretly watching had excited Jean, but when Yamato showed herself, Jean became shy. Left in an awkward situation by Jean, Ryu had no choice but to ask Yamato to use Paizuri to help relieve his desires. With all these antics happening on the Yamato, the sea voyage wasn't as dull as it first seemed. Time flew by, and after a week of sailing, the Yamato passed through the Strait of Malacca, crossed the Indian Ocean, and arrived at the entrance of the Suez Canal. Initially, Ryu had planned to take the long route around the Cape of Good Hope, which would have added 4 more days to their journey. But Yamato volunteered to take them through the Suez Canal, across the Mediterranean Sea, and through the Strait of Gibraltar, directly penetrating the enemy's heartland. Ryu had heard reports before his journey that the aircraft carriers had successfully passed through the Suez Canal. Given that modern aircraft carriers were much wider than the Yamato, and the canal's depth was sufficient, plus Yamato's superhuman precision in controlling the ship, traversing the canal, though risky, wasn't a major problem. In the worst-case scenario, if anything went wrong with the canal, Yamato could always switch to her ship-girl form. Ryu immediately decided they would take the canal. 3 days later, the British Isles came into view. Chapter 147, FGO, 147. 2,240 words. Jean gazed silently at the continent to the right of the ship. Do you want to go back and take a look? At that moment, Ryu's voice came from behind. Jean didn't turn around. Her expression was complex, filled with longing and desire, but also tinged with hesitation. That land was once her homeland, the place she had fought for, but also the land that ultimately betrayed her. Jean had no regrets about her life, but in her heart, France still held a special place. Ryu walked up beside her and placed his hand on her shoulder. Jean couldn't help but offer a bitter smile. I'm sorry, Ryu. With a great battle ahead, I'm getting distracted by these trivial matters. Unexpectedly, he raised his hand and gave her a light flick on the forehead. Ryu. Jean immediately covered her head, looking at him in surprise. Fool. What's the big deal? You're too serious. You need to remember that although you're a heroic spirit, you're still human. It's only natural to have feelings for this land. How could I possibly blame you for that? Ryu's tone carried a hint of affection. He then turned his gaze toward France. After we defeat that woman, let's go visit France. I'm quite interested in the land that raised Jeanne d'Arc. All right. Jean opened her mouth, but in the end, only a single word came out. Crunch. Standing nearby, Ace bit into a freshly baked cookie, breaking it apart. Too sweet. She muttered softly, though it was unclear whether she was talking about the cookie or something else. The Yamato passed through the English Channel and then sailed up the Thames toward the heart of London. As Ryu observed the scenery along the Thames, his eyes narrowed slightly. The McRucky engine was invented in the United Kingdom. As a result, England's industrialization progressed at an unprecedented pace. In his view, the banks of the Thames were lined with various factories. Tall smokestacks pierced the sky like swords, and the factory buildings stretched endlessly along the river. However, he had already seen the high-tech wonders of modern industrial empires, so the scene along the Thames seemed almost trivial. What truly shocked him was the complete absence of people. Not a single living soul, not even a cabane, could be seen. There were only lifelike statues made of iron, silently standing in every corner. Something was very wrong. Ryu's eyes remained fixed on the iron statues. They were far too realistic. Not only were there men, women, the elderly, and children, but their clothes indicated their professions: workers, mailmen, clerks, and even prostitutes. The folds in their clothing and the expressions on their faces were all vividly detailed. The statues were so lifelike that they seemed like living people who had been instantly turned to iron by some kind of magic. Ryu was startled by the bizarre thought that suddenly popped into his mind. The idea took root and began to grow. If that were truly the case, then the culprit behind all this was terrifying indeed. Judging by the expressions on the statues' faces, it was clear they had been turned to iron so quickly that they didn't even have time to react. Moreover, from the river's mouth to here, covering a large part of London, the scene was the same. For something to affect such a wide area, at least an A-rank noble phantasm would be required. A heavy shadow fell over his heart. If the enemy possessed such power, their mission might be doomed to failure. As the Yamato continued upstream, the river began to narrow. When they reached the area near Greenwich Park, the ship came to a stop. "Admiral, if we proceed any further, my main body might run aground. Should I switch to shipgirl mode?" Yamato immediately asked him for instructions. Ryu didn't answer right away. Instead, he swiped his fingers across the electronic map. After undergoing modernization, the Yamato was equipped with a more precise positioning system. With the global map loaded into the system and Yamato's exceptional calculation abilities, they could pinpoint their exact location with precision. This was one of the advantages of having a ship girl. The onboard equipment could perform at 200% efficiency, and with further upgrades, the difference in technology became even more apparent, elevating the ship's overall capabilities. Complete control, combined with calculation power comparable to a quantum computer, was the true strength of a shipgirl. Not to mention, shipgirls could switch between their full ship form and the smaller, more agile shipgirl mode. Suddenly, Ryu's fingers stopped, pointing to a specific area on the map. "Is this location within the range of your main cannon?" Yamato narrowed her eyes slightly. He could see a stream of data flash through her pupils. Soon, Yamato reported a series of precise figures. 12.358 kilometers. Southeast wind speed 3 knots. The water is calm. I can keep the error margin of the bombardment within 1 decimeter. Excellent. Flatten that area. Ryu gave the next command with a cold smile. This battle plan had been inspired by Ace's previous attack on the White House. Throughout history, fighting on an enemy's home turf has always been a major disadvantage. Especially in small-scale skirmishes, where the enemy could set numerous traps and exploit the terrain. Since fighting on their home ground was so disadvantageous, why not destroy it and level the playing field? Then, they could finish her off. Wait. What about Ayam-chan? Jean quickly spoke up to stop him. But Ryu's expression didn't change. Right now, you two are the most important to me. He then decisively ordered Yamato. Yamato. Bombard Buckingham Palace. But, Admiral. Yamato hesitated, glancing at Jean, whose face was filled with concern. Follow my orders. Ryu's tone grew more serious. Yamato understands. Yamato bit her lip, and her main cannon immediately swiveled into position. This was the nature of shipgirls. To them, the Admiral was everything, and they would fight anyone for him. Boom. 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 A series of thunderous explosions rang out as 9 520mm high explosive shells, glowing orange, shot forth into the distance. Only then did he turn around, his expression softening. Seeing Jean standing with her hands clasped together, head bowed in silent prayer, he spoke to comfort her. Jean, you don't need to feel guilty. I'm the one who gave the order. And that woman went to great lengths to take Ayam away. She'll hide her somewhere unexpected, using her as a trump card. Ryu tried to comfort Jean, though even he didn't find his words very convincing. After all, his actions had already shown that he didn't care much about Ayam's fate. In the enemy's eyes, Ayam's value as a hostage would have greatly diminished. If the captor had a bad temper, they might kill her on the spot. However, Jean shook her head. To stand by and allow an innocent life to be lost because of us without trying to stop it, that is a sin. I sincerely hope Ayam is safe. If she were to die, I would still pray for her and share the burden of that sin with you, Ryu. After all, my hands are already stained with blood, whether it's the blood of enemies or allies. Ryu suddenly realized that he had completely underestimated this French saint. Of course, this was the saint who, when France was on the brink of destruction, led the Gallic soldiers to save the nation and drive out the English invaders. Compared to her gentle appearance, her inner strength was far greater than he had imagined. She was like a diamond, formed over countless years by the craftsmanship of nature itself, beautiful and unbreakable. As they spoke, Yamato's main cannon showed no sign of stopping. The automatic loader quickly loaded shell after shell, each taller than a grown man, into the cannon barrel, followed by the hammer striking the shell's base. In an instant, sparks flew, followed by a deafening roar as the shell was launched. Before 10 seconds had passed, another high-explosive shell was fired. The modernization process, combined with the power of faith from countless parallel worlds, had brought Yamato's 520mm main cannon to a firing rate comparable to that of an automatic gun. Barely after the first round of shells struck the target, the second volley was already on its way. As the first high-explosive shell hit the target, a series of deafening explosions echoed through the sky. Fierce flames shot upwards, and thick smoke mixed with fire surged into the air, forming a massive mushroom cloud, 9 mushroom clouds in a row. The pristine palace crumbled like a child's toy block tower in an instant. Next, a ring-shaped shockwave spread from Buckingham Palace, rippling outward. In just a few seconds, all glass objects within a 10-kilometer radius, including windows, mirrors, and tableware, were shattered. Buildings within 1 kilometer of Buckingham Palace were directly blown apart by the shockwave. Even those that withstood the first wave of shelling were covered in cracks and soon collapsed under the second and third volleys. As for Buckingham Palace, this treasure of architecture with over 200 years of history had been reduced to rubble in the very first wave of cannon fire. All that remained were gaping craters in the ground. Ding! At that moment, the system sent a notification. Ryo opened it, and a series of messages flooded the screen. Your contracted heroic spirit has killed a demonic elite. The final hidden core mission completion rate has increased by 5%. Current mission completion rate, 60%. You have gained XXX energy points. Your contracted heroic spirit has killed a demonic elite. A stream of kill messages flooded him, leaving him quite stunned. Without even seeing the enemy, they had already killed 3 demonic elites with the bombardment, raising the mission completion rate to 70%, and earning over 1 million energy points. It was clear that the enemy had died in a particularly frustrating manner. However, the fact that the mission completion only reached 70% meant that the final boss, Princess Sakura, had not perished in the bombardment. Of course, that sly fox wouldn't die so easily. As for the 1 million energy points, Ryo only glanced briefly at them. In his view, energy points were just the system's basic currency, useful for daily needs and early-stage equipment. By the mid-game, or even late game, their value would diminish significantly. With the system continuously unlocking new features, he realized that what truly allowed him to grow stronger quickly were abyssal crystals. Seeing that the clearing operation had been successful, he ordered Yamato to cease fire. Then, the 3 of them flew toward the ruins of Buckingham Palace. As for Yamato and Shimakaze, they naturally transformed into shipgirl form and followed on the Thames River, approaching Buckingham Palace. The nearest point of Buckingham Palace to the Thames was just over 1 kilometer away, well within the precision range of these shipgirls, like elite snipers. Sakura wasn't the strongest enemy Ryu had ever faced, but she was certainly the most troublesome. So he hadn't hesitated to concentrate his strongest forces in this world for the battle. What do you do when the enemy is smarter than you? You gather all your strength and hit them head on. Now, all he could do was give it his all and leave the rest to fate. That was all there was to it. When Ryu and the others arrived at the ruins of Buckingham Palace, the flames from the explosions had yet to die down. Amid the rubble, there was a dazzling light flickering. It was the abyssal crystal dropped by the demonic elite they had just killed. Unfortunately, there was only one. It seemed that even Yamato's luck wasn't particularly great. Speaking of luck, out of all his contracted heroic spirits, other than Ace, Medea Lily had the best luck, rated at A level. It was a shame. Why couldn't he let his contracted heroic spirits pull the 10-roll gotcha for him? Just then, Ryu's eyes narrowed. A powerful presence was approaching. The enemy was here. Boom. The ruins of Buckingham Palace were suddenly lifted into the air. A massive amount of debris shot out like a shower of petals, raining down everywhere. And then, an overwhelmingly powerful figure appeared at the center of the ruins. Her heart radiated a noble, resplendent purple light. She wore a gold and white evening gown that blossomed like flower petals, and a silver queen's crown adorned her head. However, even the crown encrusted with countless jewels couldn't outshine the woman herself. Though she stood amidst the ruins, it was as if she were in a grand and majestic palace. The world seemed to revolve around her. Ryu's expression became serious. Sakura's aura was terrifyingly strong. In just these few short days, her power had exploded in growth. Damn it, how did she manage that? A huge question mark popped into his mind. Sakura's growth speed completely defied the laws of logic. Ryu quickly cast aside these distracting thoughts. There was only one thing on his mind now, and it was the only thing he could think about: how to kill her. What rude guests. You didn't even say a word before tearing down my palace. Don't you know anything about etiquette? Brushing her hair lightly behind her ear, Sakura spoke with an expression of displeasure. Ryu scoffed. Do you invite your enemies for afternoon tea before attacking them? To his surprise, Sakura responded. Chapter 148, FGO, 148. 2035 words. Ah, that's exactly what I was thinking. The pair of pitch-black phoenix eyes suddenly sharpened, looking down at them condescendingly. After all, anyone who opposes me, without exception, ends up dead in the end, so consider this my last act of mercy toward the losers. You sure talk a lot, but is your strength as sharp as your tongue? Without any reminder from him, Ace, Jean, Yamato, and Shimakaze launched a coordinated attack. Ace cast wind magic, and with a swish, flew into the sky, diving upside down with a sword aimed at Sakura's head. Jean, waving her flag, charged straight at Sakura. Before they could close in, Yamato and Shimakaze unleashed a barrage of weapons from their ship girl form, bombarding Sakura with relentless firepower. From the massive 520mm cannon to the smallest caliber machine guns, Sakura was instantly engulfed by a storm of shells. What a bunch of ill-mannered savages. Before being engulfed by the hundreds of projectiles, Sakura leisurely tidied the hair by her temples, treating the incoming shells as if they were nothing. Even though the power of the cannons was weakened by about a third in ship girl form, Yamato's main cannon shells still carried the destructive force of a C-rank anti-army noble phantasm. Seeing how effortlessly Sakura handled the situation, Ryu couldn't help but feel a sinking sensation in his heart. The next second, she was swallowed by a sea of explosions. Boom. 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 Explosions erupted rapidly around her, with flames and thick smoke engulfing her figure. Ryu stood still, his fingers moving rapidly, casting runes that increased Jean and Ace strength, speed, and stamina recovery. As the mysterious, intricately shaped runes appeared, Jean and Ae's attributes soared by 30%. As they neared the explosion's epicenter, Yamato and Shimakaze's bombardment ceased in perfect synchronization. Breaking through the thick smoke, the scene inside was revealed. As expected, despite the rain of shells, Sakura was nearly unharmed. Before Yamato and Shimakaze stood a large, smooth, circular mirror, reflecting a silvery white sheen in the sunlight, as if it were made of solid mercury, shielding Sakura entirely. This mysterious mercury mirror rendered their bombardment completely ineffective. By now, Jean and Ace attacks had arrived. With the wind element boosting her speed, Ace descended from the sky at supersonic velocity, her sword, Despair, aimed squarely at Sakura's head. Clang! This time, Ryu saw it clearly. A silver-white liquid metal surged up to Sakura's head, swiftly forming a shield. Ace's sword struck fiercely, sparks flying like fireworks, a high-pitched buzzing filling the air, like a drill against steel. That's exactly what was happening. The wind element at the tip of the sword spun furiously, while the shield above Sakura's head continuously replenished itself. Whoosh! At that moment, a gust of wind swirled as Jean's flag swept heavily toward Sakura's abdomen. Clang! The flag, too, was blocked by Sakura's mercury shield. Jean, Ace, fall back. Yamato, Shimakaze, use armor-piercing shells. Ryu ordered. Yes. Understood. Without hesitation, the heroic spirits followed his orders. Jean and Ace swiftly retreated, but from beneath Sakura's feet, the mercury transformed into sharp arrows, shooting toward them. As they fell back, they deflected the piercing arrows one by one, their weapons moving fluidly. The mercury that hit the ground quickly crawled back to Sakura's feet as if alive. Seeing this familiar scene, Ryu's expression grew colder. This was a knockoff version of the Volumen Hydrargyrum, marrow of the moon spirit used by a certain green-hatted director. No, in terms of strength and flexibility, Sakura's manipulation of mercury far surpassed that of Amagus. At the very least, the original Volumen Hydrargyrum, marrow of the moon spirit couldn't possibly withstand the saturation bombardment of a 520mm ship cannon. Was this yet another case of the knockoff outclassing the original? At that moment, on the distant Thames River, a faint mechanical hum echoed as the shipgirls, under command, swiftly loaded armor-piercing shells into the barrels. Boom! 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 With a series of deep thuds, the armor-piercing shells, glowing with white light, shot out, aimed straight at Sakura. This time, Sakura couldn't care less. Her expression turned serious as she raised both hands. A thick, circular shield of mercury formed instantly before her. The armor-piercing shells, packed with terrifying kinetic energy, slammed into the shield, drilling into it like power tools. Some shells lost momentum and fell to the ground, but more continued to pierce the shield. Soon, the mercury shield was littered with shells, the piercing, hair-raising sound of them drilling into the metal filling the air. As the barrage intensified, Sakura visibly struggled. Ryu noticed keenly that the mercury at her feet had nearly depleted, consumed by the shield. Seizing the moment, he grinned and struck while the iron was hot. His fingers moved rapidly in the air, drawing rune after rune. Fireballs, wind blades, and earth spikes surged toward Sakura. As if that wasn't enough, he ruthlessly redeemed a large batch of explosive potions from the system store and had Jean and Ace hurl them at her. Under the sympathetic gazes of Jean and Ace, Sakura was once again engulfed by a series of explosions. When the smoke cleared, Sakura's former elegance and grace were nowhere to be seen. Her once lavish evening gown was now tattered, exposing large swaths of snow-white skin stained with black smudges, as though she had just crawled out of a garbage heap. As for Sakura herself, a tuft of her hair had been scorched, her silver crown was missing, and one of her shoulders was bare, with blood gushing from a severed arm, as if from a running faucet. It was clear her arm had been severed, again. The last time, Ryu had cut off her arm, and after much effort to restore it, it had now been blown off once more. Yet, despite her pitiful state, the arrogance and confidence on her face hadn't diminished in the slightest. "I must admit, you've done well. You've succeeded in making me angry," Sakura said, her eyes narrowing slightly. Ryu suddenly felt a chill down his spine as if he had just been targeted by a top-tier predator. "I admit, I did underestimate you. It seems it's impossible to take you down without paying a price." As Sakura spoke, she elegantly raised both hands behind her head. Ryu's heart sank. "Stop her!" Before he could shout, Jean and Ace charged forward, and Yamato and Shimakaze quickly unleashed a barrage of shells toward her. Ryu also moved swiftly, his fingers tracing primordial runes in the air, summoning a barrage of elemental attacks aimed at Sakura. However, with her mercury barrier in place, their attacks couldn't break through immediately. They could only watch helplessly as she gracefully and seductively lifted a silver-white necklace from around her neck. With a slow, deliberate motion, a large pendant rose from between her snow-white breasts. Ryu stared at the pendant, not even having time to appreciate the view beside it. The pendant was entirely silver-white, engraved with intricate patterns, but it lacked any gemstones. For the adornment of a queen, it was rather plain. Ryu couldn't sense any magic from the pendant. No, it was as if there was nothing to sense at all. Wait, could the pendant's true purpose be to conceal or seal something hidden within? As if confirming his suspicion, Sakura removed the pendant and, with a snap, opened it, revealing its contents. Inside was a gem radiating golden light. The moment the pendant opened, a dazzling brilliance burst forth, so intense that Ryu couldn't make out the shape of the gem no matter how hard he tried. What puzzled him even more was that Sakura herself seemed on high alert, carefully extracting the gemstone as if afraid to disturb it. When she held the gem in her hand, it wasn't just a gemstone to his senses, it was as if she were holding the sun. Tremendous energy surged from the gem, first hitting Sakura's arm. Starting from her palm, golden glowing patterns began to spread upward along her arm, as if it were cracking like a statue. As the energy continued to pour out, the shield that had been weakened by their attacks suddenly began to glow with golden patterns, and the dents in the shield rapidly repaired themselves, visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Sakura's severed arm began to regenerate, bit by bit, under the influence of the immense energy. Meanwhile, Sakura's aura continued to rise steadily. Ryu had the vague sense that her strength had already surpassed the limits of the world of Kabaneri. Damn it. Why does something like this have to happen now? Isn't Berserker mode supposed to be an exclusive privilege for protagonists? But reality doesn't bend to his will. The energy stabilized, and Sakura slowly opened her tightly shut eyes. Her once jet black hair had turned radiant gold, and her eyes glowed with the same regal golden hue. Thank you for waiting. Now, let's begin the second round, she said with a faint smile, her confidence unmistakable, as if everything was under her control. Ryu immediately issued a telepathic command. Yamato and Shimikase opened fire again. But this time, the usually unstoppable armor-piercing shells were completely ineffective against Sakura's newly reinforced shield. The shells, after expending all their kinetic energy, clinked harmlessly to the ground. Ryu's expression turned cold, and he sent a telepathic message to Yamato. Yamato, if necessary, I authorize you to use the nuclear shells. He uttered a shocking word in his message, nuclear. Yes, the nuclear shells were Yamato's real secret weapon. These tactical nukes, developed by the US military in the 1950s and 60s, had much smaller yields than strategic nuclear bombs. The nuclear warhead equipped on the Yamato-class battleship had a yield equivalent to around 5,000 tons of TNT, enough to wipe out half of London. Admiral, how could you even suggest that? Yamato immediately protested. It would be a strategy of mutual destruction. Don't worry, this is just a precaution, Ryu reassured her. Understood, Admiral. Yamato gritted her teeth. Yes, it was just a precaution. But if it came to that, Ryu would not hesitate to order Yamato to fire the nuclear shells. To win, one must be ruthless with oneself. Of course, before that, he would personally hold off Sakura to give Jean and Ace a chance to escape. Suicidal tactics were the responsibility of men. The battle hadn't even started, yet he was already preparing for mutual destruction, showing just how much pressure Sakura was putting on him. He used primordial runes to apply various enhancements to himself. During this time, Sakura made no aggressive moves. She calmly watched as Ryu continued to buff himself. How annoyingly composed, Ryu muttered, but his hands didn't stop moving. Since she was being so considerate, he wasn't going to waste the opportunity. After buffing himself, Jean, and Ace with all the enhancement runes he knew, Ryu shamelessly redeemed a large batch of attribute-boosting potions from the system store. This time, he was going to take a page out of a certain overlord and have a fair PK. You know, men who keep women waiting aren't very popular. Sakura teased, clearly tired of watching him pile on buffs. Ryu ignored her, only responding once he had fully stacked the buffs on all three of them. Sorry, but I already have wives. And not just one. Oh. Then they must have poor taste. Well, it's still better than being a single dog no one wants. Before the battle had even resumed, the two were already at each other's throats, the air thick with hostility. Let's put aside the meaningless bickering. In the end, we'll settle this with strength. Ryu planted his foot firmly and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Without needing orders, Ace and Jean moved to flank Sakura from both sides. In an instant, the three of them formed a coordinated pincer attack. So, you're finally getting serious? I was starting to grow impatient. Shingu Sakura's phoenix eyes narrowed. In the next second, without any visible movement from her, countless slender golden-tinted mercury spikes materialized in front of her and shot toward him like a rainstorm. Chapter 149, FGO, 149. 2065 words. Dense spikes shot out in all directions, surrounding Ryu. The spikes struck the ruins at his feet, stirring up a large cloud of dust that enveloped his entire figure. But in the next moment, a blade's flash, like moonlight, split through the smoke. The dust cloud was cleaved in two, and the severed spikes clattered to the ground. Emerging from the smoke, Ryu, now dressed in a purple samurai's outfit after a quick change, rushed forward. Sakura raised an eyebrow. She lifted her right hand, the one not holding the gemstone, with her palm facing upward, slowly raising it. Golden patterns on her right arm flickered irregularly as energy flowed through it, gathering in her palm. The light turned to darkness, forming a pure black energy sphere. Ryu was instantly shocked at the sight. Light energy can transform into dark energy. What kind of ability is this? That gemstone holds a significant secret. His mind raced as he quickly devised a plan. Attack the gemstone in her hand. Ryu commanded through mental communication. Sakura clutched the gemstone tightly. From her earlier actions, it was clear the power of the gemstone was too much for her to fully control. This was her weakness, one of her own making. Swish. Ace quickly circled behind Sakura, thrusting her sword toward her heart. Mercury instantly formed a round shield behind Sakura, following her like a shadow. Unexpectedly, Ace's sword flickered, and the tip suddenly changed direction, darting toward Sakura's left hand. Ha! At the same time, Jean's flag whipped up a violent gust of wind, crashing down toward Sakura's head. Mercury quickly formed a new shield in the direction of their attacks. In the next moment, Ace's sword struck the Mercury shield with force. Wind elements, like a drill, relentlessly bored into the shield, sending sparks flying and emitting a piercing noise that made one's scalp tingle. Immediately after, Jean's flag slammed onto the shield above Sakura's head with a deafening boom. A white shockwave spread from the point of impact, sweeping away debris, dust, and rubble in all directions. Seeing that Ryu was closing in, Sakura furrowed her brow slightly and was forced to prematurely release the energy of the black sphere in her hand. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from her palm, rapidly expanding outward. From above, it looked like a bowl-shaped black energy dome, growing larger as it spread. Ace quickly retreated with the aid of the wind element, narrowly avoiding the blast. Jean, moving slightly slower, was directly hit by the energy and blown away. Abandoning his offensive, Ryu hurried to catch Jean and retreated. The black energy dome continued to expand, covering nearly a kilometer before gradually dissipating. Everything within the dome, branches, leaves, rubble, even the lawn in front of Buckingham Palace, was completely erased. From above, a perfect circle, about a kilometer in diameter, had been carved into the ground. Ryu, having retreated to a safe distance, quickly checked Jean's injuries. His expression darkened. Jean, once so valiant, was now covered in smoke. Her silver-white armor was riddled with corrosive pits, and her clothing was full of holes, exposing patches of skin that had turned an unnatural purple-black. Her eyes were closed, her brow furrowed, and from time to time, unconscious moans escaped her lips. One hit had left Jean severely injured and unconscious. That black energy was truly terrifying. Ryu immediately exchanged energy for a bottle of the highest grade healing potion. Just as he was about to administer it, he realized Jean had fallen into a deep coma. With no other option, he took a large gulp of the potion himself and used a mouth-to-mouth method to feed it to her. Jean's lips were soft, with a faint scent of flowers, but he had no thoughts of nefarious in his heart. As expected, the potion produced by the system was powerful. After Jean consumed it, the spread of the purple-black hue on her skin slowed. He then spent 100,000 energy points in exchange for a bottle of ultra-concentrated holy water. According to the system, this holy water was a true artifact blessed by Jehovah, with effects comparable to a noble phantasm. Unfortunately, it was a one-time use item. Ryu poured the holy water over Jean as if he were dumping out a cheap bottle of water. The effect was extraordinary. Black smoke billowed from Jean's body, and the purple-black hue on her skin began to fade at a visible rate. However, the holy water seemed to be a bit too potent, as Jean let out a soft, unconscious moan. While he focused on treating Jean, Ace faced Sakura alone. Fortunately, Ace was experienced in battle. She avoided direct combat, instead using smoke bombs from Yamato and Shimike's, relying on her wind-enhanced agility to launch guerrilla attacks. Petty tricks. Sakura scoffed, visibly irritated. She raised her right hand and made a series of strange, mysterious gestures. Suddenly, the shadow beneath her feet came to life, transforming into countless snake-like heads that swayed back and forth. It was a chaotic dance of shadows. Ace, caught off guard, nearly fell into the trap. But her quick reflexes saved her. Before the shadow snakes could close in, she unleashed the wind coiled around her body in a powerful burst, sending wind blades flying in all directions, slicing the shadow snakes to pieces. Ace quickly escaped the encirclement. After a brief observation, she realized that while the shadow snakes were agile, they were much less durable than Mercury. Together, though, the two defenses complemented each other perfectly, one flexible, the other sturdy. Seeing her trick exposed, Sakura changed her approach. She absorbed energy from the gemstone in her left hand. After her transformation, another black energy sphere formed in her right hand. Ace tensed, her eyes locked on Sakura's every move. Sakura smiled sweetly and, with a flick of her fingers, split the black energy sphere. 1 became 2, 2 became 4. Until over 1,000 tiny black raindrops floated above her palm. Careful now, don't die too easily, Sakura teased with a faint smile, flicking her hand to send the black raindrops raining down toward Ace. Despite Ace's best efforts to dodge, several of the black raindrops still struck her. The wind element surrounding her was quickly pierced, leaving multiple small holes. Her light magical armor provided only slight resistance, and large portions of it melted away instantly. The black raindrops then hit her arm, thigh, and waist without further hindrance. Ace let out a muffled groan, her steps faltering as she nearly stumbled to the ground. The areas of her skin that had been hit turned a purple-black color as if they had necrotized instantly. Ryu, having just finished tending to Jean, who had already opened her eyes, saw that Ace was now seriously injured as well. If things continued like this, total annihilation was inevitable. He made a swift decision. He issued a command through their mental link. This tactic. How could it work? It's far too risky. Jean, standing beside him, looked at him in shock. But when she saw his cold, terrifying expression, she knew there was no dissuading him either as a servant or as his lover. Without a word, Ryu placed several bottles of healing potions and holy water beside Jean. Then, he slowly started walking toward Sakura, picking up speed until he was sprinting. Oh. After watching for so long, you finally decided to come over and die? Sakura chuckled. Ryu remained silent, his expression cold, and instead shouted at Ace. Kohai, fall back. A rare look of frustration crossed Ace's usually expressionless face. But after years of adventuring in dungeons with her familia, Ace had developed the good habit of always obeying the leader's commands. She tossed a few wind blades at Sakura before retreating to Jean's side. As soon as the wind element around her dissipated, Ace staggered and dropped to one knee. Jean immediately supported her. Suddenly, Jean felt Ace's body trembling violently under her palm. Having personally experienced the agony of dark magic's corrosion, Jean quickly realized that Ace had been enduring severe pain while continuing to fight. "You foolish girl!" Jean cried, both angry and heartbroken. This innocent girl had no one to look after her and was so reckless with her well-being. She quickly applied holy water to Ace's wounds and helped her drink the healing potion. After a round of treatment, Ace moved her limbs and found that most of her combat strength had returned. She then looked at Jean. Jean knew that Ace was waiting for her decision. But when Jean thought of Ryu's plan, she couldn't help but worry. Their enemy was as cunning as a demon. Would things go as Ryu had predicted? Despite her concerns, Jean decided to trust her master and lover's judgment. "We're retreating immediately." Jean gritted her teeth and said. Ace silently nodded, her expression a mix of reluctance and sadness. Jean placed a hand on Ace's head and gently comforted her. "If we stay, we'll only be a burden. As contracted servants, we need to trust our master. If you're dissatisfied, work hard to get stronger." Ace nodded fiercely, her eyes burning with determination. If the Tower of Aincrad were in front of her, Ace would probably clear it from the first floor to the 100th in one go. While Ace retreated to Jean's side, Ryu had already engaged Sakura in battle. With the power of the descent card boosting him, Ryu danced on the edge of death, weaving through danger like a dancer on a knife's edge. The katana in his hand traced strange trajectories, attacking Sakura from impossible angles. If not for the immense power granted to her by the mysterious gemstone, the Mercury defense would have already failed, and Ryu's katana would have bypassed it to take her head. Even with the greatly enhanced Mercury, it was struggling to keep up with his mesmerizing sword dance. Desperate, Sakura brought most of her shadow snakes into the defense. A strange glint flashed in Sakura's eyes, and a smile appeared on her face. "It looks like your companions have abandoned you." By now, Jean and Ace had fully recovered and retreated, following Ryu's plan. The two ship girls had also withdrawn toward the Thames River. Suddenly, the battlefield was empty, leaving Ryu alone. It was as if the others had secretly agreed to abandon him. Faced with Sakura's taunt, Ryu's expression remained unchanged. This was all part of his plan. Swish, swish, swish. Seizing her momentary distraction, he unleashed 3 consecutive strikes, targeting her neck, heart, and knee. If not for the quick release of a black energy shield, she would have been decapitated. After careful observation, Ryu had identified a minor weakness in the Mercury defense. The speed of the Mercury's response was tied to Sakura's own reaction time. If she failed to react quickly, the Mercury wouldn't be fast enough to block his attacks. And Sasaki Kojiro's Yagyu Shinkage-ryu swordsmanship was all about speed and unpredictability. As Kojiro once said, his swordsmanship was an evil path, designed to take someone's head before they even realized it. "Such a beautiful yet deadly sword technique," Sakura commented, even as she narrowly escaped death. At that moment, Ryu threw a barrage of flashbangs and smoke bombs before quickly retreating toward the Thames. Sakura instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. As the effects of the flashbangs wore off, her expression darkened with fury. "Don't think you can escape." Her face contorted with anger, and the gemstone in her left hand flared, pouring massive amounts of energy into her body. Whoosh! A pair of massive black wings formed behind her. With a powerful flap, the wings generated tremendous thrust, propelling Sakura toward Ryu at lightning speed. In an instant, she appeared in front of him, blocking his path. "You planned to use a high-powered weapon to blast this place, so you had them retreat ahead of time, didn't you? Too bad. Your intentions are far too obvious. All I need to do is stay close to you. If you want to use a high-powered weapon to kill me, you'll have to die alongside me. Sorry, but I never planned to die with someone like you." To her surprise, Ryu's face showed no disappointment at her seeing through his plan. Instead, it was filled with triumph, as though his scheme had succeeded. Chapter 150, FGO 150. 2,293 words. At this moment, Sakura deliberately closed the distance between them to less than 1.5 meters. Without hesitation, Ryu unleashed the ultimate move he had been preparing for. Mystic Code, a Berserk God's Wine. Drunken Berserk. Ryu's skin quickly turned a deep red, and his body exuded a strong smell of alcohol. Yet, despite this, his eyes remained clear, more focused than ever before. In that instant, time seemed to slow down 1,000-fold. Sakura's mind was racing. She could see his movements and the katana he was slowly raising. But she could do nothing but watch helplessly. An indescribable sense of danger erupted from the depths of her soul. For the first time in her 16 years of life, she faced an unprecedented life-or-death crisis. Indeed, the system had detected that Sakura was a demonized fusion entity, but it did not know that the demonic lord attempting to fuse with her had been devoured by Sakura herself. An ancient demonic lord, who had existed for countless years, had attempted to possess her body through mental energy due to the world's energy suppression. Yet, this 16-year-old girl had turned the tables, defeating and consuming the demon. Not even that mental battle had brought Sakura such a strong sense of impending doom. Lord Kenshu. As expected, you truly are special. But, in the end, I will still be the victor. Because everything is within my calculations. Ryu's hand didn't hesitate. The katana in his hand seemed to multiply, creating afterimages. 3 beautiful, silver-white slashes flashed toward her in an instant. Secret sword, swallow reversal. The sword light appeared from 3 directions simultaneously, as if defying the barriers of time and space, directly reaching its target. Clang. The flowing mercury, combined with the shadow snakes, barely managed to block one slash. Crack. A black energy shield appeared, only to be pierced by the blade, shattering like glass into countless pieces. The final slash was unavoidable, directly severing Sakura's left hand, which held the gemstone. Blood splattered. A slender, jade-like hand flew into the sky. Along with it, the gemstone that radiated the brilliance of the sun also soared upward. It wasn't that Ryu didn't want to decapitate Sakura outright. But facing such an opponent, he couldn't be sure if she had any last-minute tricks. On the other hand, her left hand, which held the gemstone, was a weak point. Due to the unstable energy of the gemstone, no energy shields could be deployed close to it. This was the conclusion he had reached after careful observation. Her left hand, which held the gemstone, was a vulnerable weak point. But before that, he had to break through the mercury and the energy shield defenses. That's why he had ordered everyone to retreat, leaving him to bait her into closing the distance. Then, with swallow reversal, he severed her hand. Ryu had chosen the safest strategy, weaken the enemy first, then finish her off. As he watched the gemstone fly through the air, he ignored Sakura, pushing off the ground and lunging toward the gemstone. The gemstone's light dimmed instantly. Because it was now in his grasp. Suddenly, Ryu felt an overwhelming surge of energy erupt from the gemstone, racing through his palm and into his body. Golden patterns spread rapidly across his body, starting from his hand, visible to the naked eye. A strong sense of unease washed over him. The energy was being released too quickly, without any sign of stopping. He tried to suppress the energy with his magic, but the energy seemed far superior to his magic. The moment the two forces met, his magic was instantly overwhelmed and absorbed, joining the growing flood of power. Sakura could no longer contain her smug smile. Didn't you know? You shouldn't take things that don't belong to you, especially from your enemy. Ryu, busy resisting the energy's invasion, had no time to respond. Soon, countless tiny cracks appeared all over his body, and blood began pouring out, turning him into a bloodied figure. But what was even more terrifying were the golden lights shining from the cracks in his skin. Clearly, in less than a minute, the energy from the gemstone had already invaded every corner of his body, down to every cell. Sakura walked gracefully over to him, her remaining right hand gently caressing his face, as if he were her most intimate lover. What a pity all your schemes were within my calculations, including the fact that you've been aiming for the energy gemstone in my hand from the start. But alas, the power contained within the energy is far too immense. Even if it's only a fraction, your body is incapable of withstanding it. It won't be long before you burst like an overfilled balloon, bang. Into tiny fragments. Ah. Such a shame, such a shame. I rarely find such an interesting opponent. I wanted to play with you for a little longer. At this point, Ryu could no longer hear what Shingo Sakura was saying. He felt as if he had been thrown into the heart of the sun. Every inch of his skin, every bone, every blood vessel, and even every cell was on fire. But right then, deep within his soul, a 7-colored gemstone, which had been suppressed by some unknown force, began to glow. Suddenly, this multicolored gemstone acted like a black hole, wildly absorbing all the energy that had invaded his body. On the system interface, Ryu's EX rank Noble Phantasm, War God Reversal, began flashing rapidly. Ryu suddenly felt the energy that had been invading his body reach a miraculous balance. His consciousness gradually returned, and he desperately needed to release the excess energy surging within him. What he didn't know was that, due to the influence of the mysterious energy gemstone, his Noble Phantasm, War God Reversal, had directly broken through the world's limitations. Behind his tightly closed eyelids, his pupils had turned completely gold, and his jet-black hair now shone with the brilliance of the sun. In the next second, Ryu's eyes snapped open. The astonished face of Sakura came into view. Without a word, he reached out and grabbed the back of Sakura's neck. "What are you?" Her words were cut off as his brutal grip silenced her. Ryu showed no mercy. Clenching his fist around the gemstone, he combined the gemstone's energy with the power feedback from War God Reversal. Boom! His shining, 7-colored fist struck directly at Sakura's abdomen. Crack! Crack! A series of shattering sounds echoed in quick succession. The 5 or 6 barriers that Sakura had hastily erected in front of her stomach were completely useless, instantly pierced by his iron fist. In the next 0.01 seconds, the unstoppable, 7-colored fist slammed directly into Sakura's soft abdomen. The 7-colored radiance didn't stop, piercing straight through Sakura's abdomen and shooting into the sky behind her. A mouthful of blood, mixed with pieces of her internal organs, spewed from Sakura's mouth. A gaping hole, the size of a bowl, appeared in her abdomen, revealing the scene behind her. The edges of the wound showed that most of her internal organs had already been burned to charcoal. The only reason she was still alive was due to her body's extraordinary resilience, capable of withstanding the power of the energy gemstone. But that was the end of it. This life-and-death battle ultimately concluded with her unexpected and miserable defeat. You are truly a cold-hearted man. Do you not know how to be gentle with a lady? Cough, cough. Sakura stammered before erupting into a violent fit of coughing, dark red blood continuously flowing from her mouth. Her beautiful face, combined with her frail, dying appearance, made it almost impossible for anyone to deliver a final blow. If it had been the pre-transmigrated Ryu, he would likely have succumbed to her charm, softened, and spared her life. But now, to him, she was nothing more than an enemy. Beauty or ugliness didn't matter to him, only a dead enemy was a good enemy. Ryu never cared about the appearance of his enemies, only whether they lived or died. If he hadn't had one last question to ask her, he would have snapped her neck already. Where is Ayame? Unexpectedly, Sakura burst into laughter, completely ignoring the severity of her injuries. Ha ha ha. Don't you think it's a bit late to ask that now? You and I both know we're smart. Why would I keep a useless burden around? Crack. Before she could finish her sentence, Ryu, already knowing the answer, tightened his grip. With the crisp sound of bones breaking, Sakura's head lolled to the side, and she lost all signs of life. As soon as he killed Shingo Sakura, a series of system notifications rang out. Without even sparing a glance, he tossed her corpse into the still-burning rubble nearby, then sat silently on the ground. After a long while, footsteps could be heard in the distance. Ryu's head snapped up. In the distance, Jean was looking at him with a face full of joy. Ace's expression hadn't changed much, but he could see a hint of concern in her eyes. Yamato, despite her usual dignified demeanor, had 2 tear streaks running down her cheeks. Shimakaze was gleefully waving her hand at him, looking thrilled. Ryu's resolve grew even stronger. For these precious family members, there was no room for hesitation. He stood up, dusted himself off, and walked toward them. As Ryu and the others left, the only sounds that remained were the occasional crackles from the burning ruins. Other than that, there was an eerie silence. Just then, from Sakura's charred, blackened corpse, a dark, glossy sphere emerged. The black sphere cautiously poked out, scanning its surroundings. After confirming there were no living beings nearby, it quickly flew toward the center of Buckingham Palace's ruins and disappeared into the rubble in the blink of an eye. It turned out that beneath Buckingham Palace, there was an extremely well-hidden secret passage. The passage was entirely constructed from marble, over a meter thick. Even the bombardment from Yamato's 520mm cannon hadn't collapsed it. The black sphere continued down the passage, descending deeper and deeper underground until it had traveled over 100 meters below the surface. Suddenly, the view opened up. This was a massive underground plaza, 10 meters high and spanning an area the size of several football fields combined. Hidden beneath the British Royal Palace was a vast underground space of this magnitude. The area of this underground space far exceeded that of Buckingham Palace itself. Indeed, the British royal family of this world was hiding a massive secret. The architectural style of the underground structures was unmistakably ancient Celtic. Large, rectangular stone blocks were meticulously stacked to form stone houses, all similar in shape. Various statues stood between these structures, depicting everything from primitive barbarians clad in furs to fully armored knights on horseback. The very center of the underground space housed a larger, more majestic stone building, built in the same style. The walls of this central stone building were adorned with intricate carvings. From right to left, the first relief depicted a meteor falling from the sky and landing on an island. The second showed a group of people, resembling barbarians dressed in animal furs, who discovered the meteor. They smashed it open and found a shining gemstone inside. The third depicted a crowned man drawing a sword from a stone, with a gemstone embedded in the hilt. The fourth relief showed the king who had drawn the sword, invincible on the battlefield, eventually unifying the island. No matter how the reliefs changed after that, one thing remained constant, the gemstone found within the meteor. The gemstone was either embedded in the hilt of the sword or placed at the center of a crown. In every relief, the message was clear, possessing the gemstone granted near invincible power. The black sphere darted between the buildings, making its way to the central stone structure. It didn't stop and went directly inside. In the center of the stone building, huge circular stone discs were stacked on top of each other, forming a spiral of steps leading upward. At the topmost stone disc rested a rectangular stone platform. Underneath the platform was a mysterious magic circle-like pattern, and the platform lay right in its center. On top of the platform lay a small figure. It was none other than the supposedly deceased Ayame that Sakura had mentioned. The black sphere hovered over the stone platform, circling above Ayame's head as if observing her. Then, the black sphere suddenly emitted a dark radiance, and the figure of the deceased Sakura appeared next to the stone platform. However, compared to a living person, Sakura's form was slightly transparent, resembling that of a ghost. Looking at Ayame on the platform, a smile appeared on Sakura's ethereal face. "How long do you plan on pretending to be asleep?" Ayame's eyelids twitched but didn't open. "If you're still hoping that your dear father will come to save you, I suggest you give up now." Ayame finally opened her eyes, glaring stubbornly at Sakura. "I've already lost, yet your father still hasn't come to rescue you. You should understand by now." Ayame's expression remained defiant, but tears slowly began to flow from the corners of her eyes. "Father won't abandon me." How pitiful he didn't hesitate at all to launch that bombardment earlier, without the slightest consideration for your life. And even now, there's no sign that he's trying to find you. A malevolent smile spread across Sakura's face. "Stop deluding yourself. To your father, you were never the most important. He has completely abandoned you. What a poor, pitiful child." Chapter 151, FGO, 151. 2,303 words. Who is Sakura, that even Ryu was toyed with by her wisdom? Had it not been for his noble phantasm, reversal war god, surpassing her calculations, this life and death battle would have been entirely under her control. With her intelligence, deceiving a young girl who had lost all support was far too easy. Under her brainwashing, Ayame's eyes soon became dull and lifeless, as she began muttering about seeking revenge on the father who abandoned her. Despite losing her body, Sakura successfully forged a soul contract with Ayam, establishing a unique symbiotic relationship. A space-time gate, identical to the one that had taken Anastasia away with Vai, slowly opened in the mysterious underground chamber. Like a puppet on strings, Ayam walked step by step toward the gate. Sakura approached the gate, but before entering, she turned around with a face full of battle spirit. "You've surpassed my calculations. What an interesting man. I'm looking forward to crossing paths with you again at the crossroads of fate. I'll be eagerly awaiting that day." Leaving these words, Sakura floated into the space-time gate. Of course, Ryu had no idea that he was already being targeted, not just by one person. Even more, he wouldn't know that in the near future, in that chaotic spacetime, at the intersection of cause and effect. At present, Ryu was aboard the Yamato, sorting through the spoils of this battle. The moment he snapped Sakura's neck, the system sent him a message. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Hidden Core main storyline mission. Mission completion rate, 100%. Since the completion rate reached 100%, the host may choose one of the following rewards. A random B-level noble phantasm. Increase any base attribute by 1 level. Increase any skill by 1 level, skill level can surpass EX rank. At first glance, the second and third options might seem far less valuable than the B-level noble phantasm. However, that's not the case. Since unlocking the work hop, he already had a method to reliably exchange for noble phantasms. Moreover, the first option is random, meaning the noble phantasm could be something entirely useless. And a B-level noble phantasm, while decent, is still a fairly mediocre rank, not especially useful. Now, considering the second and third options. The second option increases a base attribute by 1 level. Ryu can already enhance himself through the permanent state of Reversal War God, so this option seems the least valuable. But don't forget, luck is also considered a base attribute, meaning the most strategic use of this reward would be to increase his luck. As for the third option, its greatest value lies in the potential to upgrade a skill to EX rank. Not only that, but he also deduced a hidden meaning from it. Skill levels can surpass EX rank. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately decided that increasing luck would only improve the probability of good fortune, an uncontrollable effect he didn't particularly like. So, Ryu chose the third option. At the same time, he requested that the system reserve the use of this reward. The best use of this reward would naturally be when he could break a skill through to EX rank. The system agreed to his request but symbolically charged him a storage fee of 1 million energy points. I am not angry. I don't feel like flipping over the table. Ryu's forehead veins bulged as he repeated this to himself, trying to calm down. He then continued organizing the spoils from killing Sakura. Besides the massive energy points he'd collected, he finally managed to secure a B-level abyss crystal. But the greatest prize was the gem in his hand, resembling a miniature sun. Ding! Root gem discovered. Would you like to appraise it? Appraisal cost, 1 A-level abyss crystal and 100 million energy points. WTF. The appraisal cost alone was astronomical. What on earth was this thing? But just from the name, it was clear this gem was absurdly powerful, potentially overpowered. In the Type Moon universe, anything related to the root is always absurdly strong, and this gem even bore the prefix, root. It had to be something immensely powerful and flashy. Ryu could already feel its energy pulsing through his body. If not for the Reversal War God stabilizing him with its high energy output, he would have burst like a balloon. This so-called root gem was extremely powerful but came with severe side effects. Until he could fully identify its properties, he wouldn't consider it a regular tool in his arsenal. At the moment, it was a trump card, a high-risk, last-ditch option for emergencies. Ryu realized, with some sorrow, that he was gradually adopting the playstyle of Shadow Atomic. First, there was the nuclear cannon from the Yamato sister, and now, he had this highly unstable, root gem. Having defeated the ultimate boss of this world, the journey back was uneventful. Ryu and his team returned smoothly to Yokosuka. Due to the full mobilization this time, even though it had been less than 20 days, unrest had begun to stir among his forces. This is the downside of a non-parliamentary system. If the leader encounters any accident, it will cause significant turmoil. However, to achieve his two major goals, eliminating 95% of the Kebane and raising faith in the Catholic Church to over 50%, absolute and strong dictatorial rule was necessary to unify the world. This unrest also presented an opportunity, as it prompted certain hidden, ambitious individuals to reveal themselves. In a dictatorship, ambition could not be tolerated, no matter how devout the person was to the church. So, Ryu did not hesitate to raise the butcher's knife. For a time, heads rolled and rivers of blood flowed, both in Yokosuka and in the Asia. Ryu had no habit of giving people a chance of retaliation. The main culprits were sentenced to death by public burning, and their families, women included, were also hanged, without exception, regardless of age. Before, as an invader, he had occupied territories, sparing most people except the ringleaders and the men. But now, these individuals have committed treason. Naturally, he showed no mercy. Every dictator is essentially a tyrant. This is entirely a matter of policy, not personal will. Because dictatorship means no democracy, no compromise. If you don't kill ruthlessly, more rebels will rise, which undermines governance. Thus, a dictator can only kill. 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 Ryu's methods were somewhat restrained. His fake identity placed him above mortals, allowing him to combine brainwashing with executions. In the end, hundreds perished in the purge, including a newly promoted bishop of the highest standing. After the bloody purge, his territory returned to stability. With Sakura, the mastermind behind the scenes, gone, he could finally focus on conquering the world without hesitation. After the final boss was defeated, Ryu fully embarked on his path to world domination. He first occupied the whole of Asia and Australia, securing crucial resources like oil, rubber, and iron ore. In this world, there was no Americans to oppose Japan. Ryu spent 5 years rapidly advancing technology, fully implementing a modernized elite soldier strategy. He built a powerful naval fleet and a fully mechanized army. What followed was a series of conquests. Even when the occasional amalgamated legion appeared, it was easily dealt with by the three supreme beings, Gwyn Ryu, Jeanne d'Arc, and Ace. In 10 years, the entirety of Asia had been fully incorporated into the territory of the Catholic Church. At this point, Ryu slowed his pace, focusing on resource management and further advancing technology while steadily attacking the continents of Africa and Europe. Large quantities of aluminum were mined, and airplanes, those epic-making machines, evolved from propeller-driven to jet-powered within just 10 years. Missiles were also invented. The internal combustion engine was replaced by the more compact McRucky engine. As the saying goes, with advanced technology, especially in the fields of power and energy, you can do anything. The next 30 years were spent realizing his grand ambition of unifying the world. For some reason, possibly due to differences in the world's laws, nuclear reactions couldn't be completed in this world. Left with no choice, he ordered his scientific teams to focus on the McRucky engine as their primary research project. As a result, this world's technological development veered towards a steampunk aesthetic. The Kebane, tragically, became a rare species. Research revealed that after special processing, the Kebane's heart could be used as the power core for the McRucky engine. This heart, which emitted a blue glow similar to that of the fused colony, needed only small amounts of human blood to generate immense energy. It was practically a different kind of nuclear reactor. This discovery was akin to humanity's first successful nuclear reaction, propelling the industrial progress of the world to new heights. A new form of capital punishment was also introduced. Convicts were infected by the Kebane, turning them into the cores of the new McRucky engine, thus contributing to human development. This execution method was only applied to non-believers of the church. Because of this decision, Ryu's reputation as a tyrant reached new heights. When this law was first implemented, a large number of heretics rebelled. But it was futile. In a world without nuclear weapons, except for the Yamato's nuclear cannon, no force could resist his power. Various rebel forces were easily crushed, and the Kebane breeding farms suddenly gained a large number. The shortage of raw materials for the new McRucky engine was completely resolved. Whether out of coercion or fear, a wave of conversions to the church swept the globe, and the proportion of followers reached an astonishing 85% or more. Due to this major event, later known as the Month of Purification, Raya became the archenemy of various religious factions in the eyes of heretics. To Buddhists, he was the great demon lord; to Hindu, the reincarnation of the demon lord Rahu; and to Zoroastrians, Angramanyu. But in the eyes of church believers, he was the archangel, the seraph Michael. By unifying the world, turning humanity's enemy, the Cabane, into livestock and breeding farms, and spreading God's glory across the globe, his prestige reached its peak. However, he knew very well that in the peaceful world to come, there would be no place for a tyrant like him. He decisively changed the power structure of the Catholic Church. In name, the Pope would lead the world, alongside a council of up to 200 cardinals, forming a church-specific parliamentary system to govern the entire world together. As for himself, along with Jin, Ace, Yamato, and Shimakaze, they openly returned to Chaldea under the watchful eyes of the public. They had even arranged for a globally synchronized live broadcast of their return. In the eyes of the people, this was God recalling the angels who had descended to earth, giving the church another massive boost in faith. As for Ryo himself, he was completely lost in the euphoria of executing such a grand exit. As soon as they returned to Chaldea, the system's notification sounds went crazy, ringing non-stop. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing this instance world. Based on the host's performance, the evaluation is EX rank. Reward, 23 gacha draws. Ding! Host's battle rewards are being compiled. Host has gained an additional 8 gacha draws. In total, the host has received 245 million energy points. The skill leadership has been upgraded to a +++ level and cannot be further upgraded. Ding! Host has reached over 30 gacha draws. Would you like to combine them into a super gacha? The conversion rate is 3:1. Note, the Super Gacha has a chance to draw rare servants, EX rank noble phantasms, skills, special items, and a very low probability of drawing divine artifacts. Why even hesitate when you can trade normal gacha draws for a shot at the jackpot? Rye decisively chose to convert his normal gacha draws into Super Gacha draws. He didn't immediately start the draw because the system notifications were still coming. Ding! The Catholic Church's faith level in this instance world has reached 86.3%. Congratulations to the host for exceeding the mission's requirements. The mission reward has been increased by 300%. Please choose one of the following rewards. Randomly increase one base attribute by 1 level. 1 growth type noble phantasm associated with the Catholic Church. Ryo was still considering his choice when the system delivered the next piece of information. It was this notification that made him decide. Congratulations to the host for achieving the hidden achievement in this instance world, the glory of the church. The host now has the following options. Become the guardian deity, faith god, of this world. Obtain the source of this world, recommended by the system. There were such benefits. Ryu immediately began investigating the differences between the two options. It seemed that this choice would have a significant impact, so the system provided relatively detailed information. To put it simply, the first option was to become a faith god, similar to those in a Dungeons and Dragons world. However, because he had an entire world as his backing, he wouldn't be entirely dependent on faith. The amount of faith would simply influence how much his power would increase. The more people in this world who believed in him, the stronger the boost to his strength, similar to how the Yamato's faith operated. For the second option, the system didn't provide much information, only stating that the more source power collected, the stronger the boost to his strength. However, the initial boost would be far less than that of the first option. The choice was clear. One option would make him powerful immediately but with limited growth potential. The other option would allow for gradual, sustained growth, with nearly unlimited potential as long as he gathered source power. Ryo made his decision almost without hesitation. Chapter 152, FGO, 152. 2072 words. Ryo undoubtedly chose the second option. Anyone with a bit of ambition would do the same. The gap between the two choices was obvious. The first option might offer immense power instantly, but it would imprison him in the world of cabanery, limiting his growth. To advance further in the future, he didn't hesitate to choose the path full of thorns. After all, one must look beyond the immediate. Ding. The host has obtained the source of world number 10086. Immediately, he felt a mysterious power slowly pouring into his body, beginning to transform him completely. In an instant, it was as though he had returned to a fetal state. A warm sensation enveloped every corner of his being, making him involuntarily want to fall asleep. As he gradually lost consciousness, his body began to emit a dazzling golden radiance. Mysterious energy gently infused every cell, slowly transforming him from the inside out into a higher life form beyond humanity. Who knows how much time had passed, but he suddenly opened his eyes. He was awake. Power surged through his body, overwhelming in its intensity. Without even looking at the attribute panel, he knew that his strength had skyrocketed. After being transformed by the mysterious power, his current self could easily defeat 100 of his old selves. He opened the system panel, and sure enough. First, all his basic attributes, including luck, had risen by 1 level. Next, he had gained several powerful skills. Flight, harsh environment adaptability, language comprehension, and true God's body. Flight was self-explanatory, a higher-level version of the rune-based flight he had previously used. With his mastery of runes, his previous flight speed was comparable to a World War I propeller plane. Now, with the new flight skill, he could break the sound barrier. Harsh environment adaptability allowed him to survive in extreme conditions, space, lava, or even the freezing poles without any protection. Language comprehension was simple but useful. No more worries about failing foreign language exams. However, the skill he valued the most was true God's body. According to the description, Ryu had transcended the need for eating, drinking, and excretion. Additionally, he could significantly reduce damage taken. Some low-level noble phantasms could no longer harm him. The only weapons capable of fully damaging him were divine artifacts surpassing EX-level noble phantasms. Combined with his noble phantasm, Reversal War God, his survivability was greatly enhanced. It seemed he was sinking deeper into the role of a tank. But unlike a typical tank, his offensive power was equally formidable. Anyone mistaking him for an invincible meat shield would regret it. What satisfied him most was that despite its grand name, True God's Body wasn't a useless skill like Divinity, which could act as a debuff. Unless he was struck by a divine artifact, anti-god weapons wouldn't deal additional damage to him. Ryan noticed several question marks at the bottom of the system panel. When he asked about them, the system casually replied, "More abilities require absorbing more world sources to unlock." Fine. The second option was indeed powerful, but it required many resources to build up. He had already spent nearly 40 years in the cabanery world, exhausting himself to finally secure the source. Looking at the difficulty of this instance, it was clear that obtaining a source in future worlds would be no easy task. The challenges were unprecedented, and additional restriction conditions only made it harder. But since he had chosen this thorny path, he would have no regrets. He was committed to seeing it through. As for the previous reward, he had already made his decision. Compared to random system rewards, he preferred control over his fate. The second option was much better. You see, he was currently wielding a purple gauntlet, but it was no longer enough. He needed a new noble phantasm, preferably one in gauntlet form. Ding. The host has chosen a growth-type noble phantasm related to the Catholic Church. Reward is being drawn. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Apocalypse. Suddenly, a sacred sound rang out above his head, and a portal emitting golden light slowly opened. Countless angels blew their horns, and pure white petals gently floated down. Ryu's lips twitched as he watched the scene unfold. After pretending to be a divine figure for so long, having someone pull the same act on him felt ironic. Despite his thoughts, the heavenly display continued. A ball of golden light fell from the portal, and he instinctively reached out to catch it. A flood of information surged into his mind. He stared at the golden orb, deep in thought as he processed the data. Gradually, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Who would have thought there'd be such a noble phantasm? I've hit the jackpot. This noble phantasm, Apocalypse, had only one function: it could change its form at will based on its owner's intent. Whether swords, spears, halberds, firearms, rocket launchers, or even future energy weapons, Apocalypse could transform into them. However, its power was linked to the amount of magical energy he infused. The more magic, the stronger the weapon. It seemed flashy, but essentially it was a versatile tool for both melee and ranged combat. Being a growth-type noble phantasm, though, Apocalypse wouldn't stay at its current level. By feeding it rare materials or even other noble phantasms. A true pay-to-win artifact. It validated the saying, top-ups make you stronger. Given to someone like Gilgamesh, the world's richest ancient king, Apocalypse could potentially evolve into a divine artifact surpassing EA. Perhaps robbing Gilgamesh would be a shortcut to strengthening this noble phantasm quickly. Ryu glanced at the D-rank, Apocalypse, and fell into thought. For now, he set aside thoughts about the Apocalypse. A more exciting moment was approaching. It was time for a 10 pull. Thunder and lightning flashed as 10 radiant orbs circled a golden magic array, spinning continuously. As expected from a Super Gacha 10 pull. The special effects alone far surpassed a regular 10 pull by an unimaginable margin. Rip. A blinding bolt of lightning streaked across, and Ryu instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a golden gem appeared before him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a noble phantasm ascension gem. Ryu's eyes widened. As expected from a Super Gacha draw, even this kind of item appeared. He quickly examined it. Special item, Noble Phantasm Ascension Gem. Grade A. Description: can designate a noble phantasm to raise its rank by 1 level, cannot exceed the gem's grade. Ryu immediately thought of his noble phantasm, Brahmastra. This B-rank ranged noble phantasm had been useful in previous instances, but as the difficulty of the instances rose, Brahmastra had become increasingly weak, now reduced to little more than a tool for harassment or showing off. With the Noble Phantasm Ascension Gem, he could elevate Brahmastra to the level of the original. Not bad. An auspicious start. A rare smile appeared on his face. However, as the Super Gacha 10 pull continued, that smile slowly faded. It seemed that after obtaining the Noble Phantasm Ascension Gem, his luck had drained. From the 2nd to the 8th item, all he received were energy points, potions, or other worthless items. The only somewhat valuable item was a bottle of golden glowing potion. Special item, Light of Heaven. Grade B. Description: as long as the user still has a breath left, this item can instantly restore all health and magical power, as well as remove all negative statuses. When used against dark attribute creatures, it deals damage equivalent to a noble phantasm of the same rank with a special attack bonus, i.e., double damage from a B-rank noble phantasm. Ryu hadn't forgotten that his greatest enemies were not the native inhabitants of the various instance worlds but mysterious demonic creatures. Whether used as a life-saving tool or as a trump card against demonic creatures, this bottle of Light of Heaven was excellent. But this wasn't all he wanted. After spending 30 gacha opportunities for a 10 pull, what he wanted were heroic spirits, noble phantasms, or divine artifacts that surpassed noble phantasms. It seemed that some being in the void had heard his plea. The 9th gacha magic circle began to glow, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Something was coming. Ryu forcefully suppressed the surge of excitement in his heart, locking his eyes on the center of the magic circle. And then 3 golden apples, gnawed down to their cores, fell out of the circle. He suddenly felt utterly disheartened. With a face full of despair, he cursed inwardly, who's so uncivilized as to throw trash everywhere, as he casually picked up an apple core. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a noble phantasm fragment, Fruit of Eden. Currently holding Fruit of Eden fragments, 2/12. Ryu quickly scooped up the apple cores from the ground at lightning speed. His Fruit of Eden fragments increased to April 12. He had been wondering how to collect this special noble phantasm, and now one super draw had given him a quarter of the fragments. He thought the surprises were over. But unexpectedly, the goddess of fate smiled directly at him. The final prize radiated an unprecedented brilliance. When he regained consciousness, he found a blank card shimmering with rainbow light in his hand. Apart from its rainbow hue, the card's design was identical to servant cards from a certain pay-to-win mobile game, with the same patterns and layout. Ding! Host has obtained a designated summon card. Special item, designated summon card. Grade EX. Description, allows the host to designate and summon a specific heroic spirit. The heroic spirit can be from history, mythology, or even fictional settings. What's more enviable than being luckier than a whale? Being a devs, of course. No matter how lucky a whale is, they're still bound by the game's framework. This, designated summon card, breaks through those limitations. Without hesitation, he waved his hand. Summon Solomon. And then the system deity gave him a resounding slap. Ding. No such entity found. Please designate again. Ryu refused to give up. Summon Goetia. Ding. No such entity found. Please designate again. Summon Tiamat. Ding. Host's designated summon card's grade is insufficient to summon the fully realized Tiamat. Ryu suddenly felt the overwhelming urge to flip a table. After a series of experiments, he discovered some limitations to this seemingly omnipotent summon card. The most important limitation was its grade. True deities from mythology could not be summoned in their full forms. At best, he could summon gods manifesting in human vessels, like Ishtar Rin. As for servants like a certain doctor who had self-destructed and no longer existed in the throne of heroes, they also could not be summoned. All in all, the card had significant power but also considerable restrictions. Ryu decided to set it aside for now and use it after careful consideration. With the spoils in hand and the gacha draws complete, he was ready to perform some upgrades. After careful thought, he finally decided to enhance his only A++ rank skill to EX rank. At the moment, his only A++ rank skill was Leadership. This skill was a versatile supportive ability. After reaching A++ rank, it was no longer limited to obvious effects like boosting morale. After conducting tests with the help of Ace and Jean, Ryu's Leadership could slightly enhance his allies' basic attributes, except for luck, increase their attack power, and even reduce their sense of pain. At A++ rank, Leadership was practically a god-tier skill on the battlefield. Other skills were still far from reaching this level, and he didn't think this would be his only chance to upgrade. So, he chose to use the opportunity immediately. On the system panel, the Leadership icon suddenly shone with a rainbow light, and a new name appeared on the system panel. At the same time, Ryu felt the aura he had cultivated over 30 years of ruling in the world of Cabaneri, where he was worshipped as a god, suddenly come alive, almost becoming tangible. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the EX rank skill, World Ruler. Description: this is a leadership skill granted only to those who have completed world conquest. As long as you stand on the front lines, your entire army will receive a fearsome boost, making them unstoppable. And regardless of their status, any mortal will inevitably bow to your overwhelming presence. Chapter 153, FGO, 153. 2,266 words. This time, the system provided the relevant information directly. World Ruler is the ultimate form of leadership, sublimated based on personal achievements. It is divided into 3 effects. Enhancing allies greatly increases allied forces' attack power, boosts morale, and strengthens their resolve, making them immune to certain levels of mental attacks and significantly reducing their sense of pain. Weakening enemies: when enemies face him, they will be greatly affected by his terrifying, tyrant-like aura. If their willpower isn't strong enough, they will experience negative effects, such as weakened limbs and shortness of breath. This is reflected as a reduction in all basic attributes, except luck, by a certain percentage. The exact reduction is influenced by both parties' willpower. Anti-human special attack: any opponent with human blood will receive at least 2x and up to 10x damage. This damage is inversely proportional to the opponent's fame. The more famous they are, the less damage they receive. After a brief thought, Ryu understood. If this skill were used in battle, it would undoubtedly be a divine ability. Unfortunately, his opponents are rarely minions. For example, take heroic spirits. Aside from a few rare exceptions, which heroic spirits isn't as resolute as iron? As for the demonic aberrations from the void, he hadn't seen any indication that these beings even experience fear. Thus, the second effect is mostly useful for clearing minions, greatly reducing its value. However, the first and third effects are extremely practical. The first effect makes him akin to a holy knight with an innate aura, significantly enhancing the contracted heroic spirits under his command. The third effect leans him toward becoming a primate murder. As for the concept of fame in the third effect, he interpreted it as notoriety. If the opponent is a famous heroic spirit from history or mythology, the anti-human special attack effect will likely only manifest at its lowest level. On the other hand, if the enemy is an unknown figure, the effect would be terrifying. And if he stacked it with the Berserk Revenge state of Reversal War God, he figured he could teach his enemies a lesson instantly. The only flaw in this EX rank skill, sublimated from the leadership ability, is the massive consumption of magical energy. With his current B+ magical energy, he could only maintain the skill for 10 seconds. There is always a trade-off. For him to wield such a powerful skill with his current base attributes, it naturally wouldn't come easily. For example, with Reversal War God, to unleash its full potential, he has to put himself in absolute peril. Then, Ryu opened the workshop, and gazed at the dazzling array of noble phantasms and skills, lost in thought. In the end, he gritted his teeth and combined 3D level Abyss crystals into one C-level Abyss crystal, paying a price of 5 million energy points. As expected, energy points were now plummeting in value. Then, Ryu used one C-level Abyss crystal and one B-level Abyss crystal to upgrade Mana Burst to B-level. Although he was eager to appraise that root gem, the high appraisal cost combined with increasingly powerful enemies and harder instances forced him to strengthen himself as quickly as possible, making the most of every second to grow stronger. Afterward, he held the Apocalypse in his hand, repeatedly observing and testing its capabilities. Indeed, practice leads to truth. There's no doubt that Apocalypse has immense growth potential, but as a D-level noble phantasm in its initial state, its power is still uncertain. During experimentation, he discovered a hidden major issue. It takes a full 3 seconds to transform. This could be fatal in battle. What, was he supposed to ask the enemy to wait for 3 seconds while he leisurely changed weapon forms? With Ryu's current strength, 3 seconds was enough for him to kill his opponent 10 times over. If he didn't increase the transformation speed of Apocalypse, its morphing ability would be a major drawback in combat. Thankfully, this noble phantasm is a growth-type item. Ryu made up his mind and fed all his current purple equipment and some rare materials to Apocalypse. However, he soon discovered that the golden orb in his hand was like a black hole. After throwing in 3 pieces of purple equipment, the golden orb representing Apocalypse only brightened slightly, and its spin speed increased just a bit. When he checked the progress bar, it had risen to 7%. Refusing to give up, he threw all the rare materials he had collected into it. The progress bar climbed to 16%, but the next level up was still far away. At that moment, he realized that perhaps he didn't have as many energy points as he had imagined. 10 minutes later, after converting over 100 million energy points into gear and feeding it all to the golden orb, the evolution progress bar finally filled up. The golden orb spun rapidly, like a nebula in the cosmos, emitting a dazzling brilliance. A blinding flash of golden light passed, and Ryu faintly heard the distant sound of angelic horns and divine hymns. As the light gradually receded, he brought the orb closer to examine it. The golden glow remained, but it now carried a hint of sanctity and agility. Ryu opened the system panel. As expected, Apocalypse had upgraded to C rank and gained several new effects. Reduced transformation time by 1 second. Power increased by 10%. Damage to dark attribute creatures increased by 50%. Ryu's eyes lit up. As its level increased, Apocalypse had indeed become significantly stronger. Though the transformation time was still a major drawback, it gave him hope for improvement. However, when he tried to feed Apocalypse again, it spat out the gear he had offered. Ryu vaguely saw Apocalypse reveal a look of disdain. Ding. Feeding ordinary equipment will no longer allow Apocalypse to evolve. Please feed the host noble phantasms or materials equivalent to noble phantasms. You're not really Apocalypse, you're probably some heroic spirit's king's stomach, aren't you? Ryu had a vague premonition that, to satisfy this noble phantasm's hunger, he was headed for a life of endless overtime and toil. Barely managing to shake off this nightmarish thought, he opened his status panel to admire his progress. Aside from him, Jin, Ace, Yamato, and Shimakaze also received significant upgrades after completing the instance. Yamato and Shimakaze, having participated in over a dozen large-scale naval battles, gained enough combat experience to reach 5-star technological levels. The only thing left to upgrade Yamato and Shimakaze was a massive amount of energy points, so he immediately went ahead and upgraded both shipgirls. After their second modification, their bodies did not change much, but their ship equipment and main systems underwent significant upgrades. For Yamato, aside from her main guns, all her secondary weapons, including 155mm, 127mm, 25mm, and 13.2mm machine guns, were replaced with the latest modern weapons. Yamato was now equipped with two 16x16 vertical launch systems, capable of firing up to 512 cruise missiles, each able to carry nuclear warheads. As a result, she gained an S-rank skill called Axe Earth Cleansing. Her anti-air systems were replaced with the latest close-in weapon systems and ship-to-air missile defense systems, leading to her 3-stage anti-aircraft skill being replaced by an A-rank skill called Sky Curtain Defense. The old catapult-launched propeller planes were replaced with the latest anti-submarine helicopters. Her radar, sonar, and fire control systems were all updated to the equivalent of 2020 levels. The biggest change was to Yamato's main guns. The round barrels had disappeared, replaced by rectangular ones. These were none other than electromagnetic railguns, which Ryu had read about before his transmigration. At that time, they were still in the experimental stage and had not been widely implemented. Yamato's railguns had an astonishing range of 300 kilometers and a terrifying firing rate of 1 shot per second. Moreover, since the electromagnetic railguns imparted over 10 times the propulsive force of gunpowder, Yamato's shells now carried a much greater charge and weight, exponentially increasing their destructive power. If Yamato's previous main guns were equivalent to anti-army class noble phantasms, they had now been sublimated to anti-fortress class noble phantasms. The newly modified Yamato fully embodied the term nation-destroying weapon. As for Shimakaze, she also underwent significant changes. Her weapon systems were updated to the latest models. However, the biggest change for Shimakaze was her propulsion system and her ultimate weapon, torpedoes. Shimakaze's propulsion system was replaced with the latest magneto-hydrodynamic propulsion system. Combined with her inherent super speed skill, she could now race across the sea at a speed of 300 knots. At that speed, it was almost as if she were flying across the surface of the water. She could even catch up with the fastest propeller planes and had no fear of the fastest supercavitating torpedoes. Another major upgrade was Shimakaze's torpedoes, which were all replaced with supercavitating nuclear torpedoes. These terrifying torpedoes could travel underwater at the same speed as the overpowered Shimakaze, 300 knots. And with the destructive power of nuclear weapons, just one torpedo would be enough to send a carrier weighing tens of thousands of tons to the depths of the sea. With the speed of these torpedoes, as long as the target was within range, no warship could escape, except Shimakaze herself, who could dodge them with her extraordinary speed. Even at just 5-star technological levels, the modifications were already terrifying. What would happen if they reached 8 or 9 stars? Would they become star-destroying ships capable of space travel? The growth of these two shipgirls was extraordinary, but the growth of Jin and Ace could only be described as terrifying. It wasn't much, really, just that, due to their contributions in helping Ryu unify the world, each of them gained an EX rank noble phantasm. Ace obtained the noble phantasm, incarnation of wind, which needs no detailed explanation. Simply put, it's akin to the ability of a certain famous pirate in another world who gained powers from eating a Logio-type devil fruit, only this power had no weaknesses such as seawater or sea stone. Elementalization, summoning storms, anything that could be done with wind, Ace could do. Jean similarly obtained an EX rank noble phantasm called Holy Maiden of Salvation. This noble phantasm has two states. In its passive state, it is always active. It allows Jean to ignore all noble phantasms below a rank and significantly reduces all damage. Dark attribute attacks have their damage reduced by 90%, and attacks with holy or Christian attributes are reflected at the attacker with triple the power. The active effect, Salvation's Prayer, allows her to resurrect the deceased and fully restore their injuries. The amount of magical energy consumed increases based on the strength of the one being resurrected. The effects of this noble phantasm can only be described as frightening. With its various built-in defenses, Jean had instantly become the most resilient member of the group, without question. Ryu even suspected that Jean might now be able to achieve the feat of tanking an Enuma Elish attack with her face. Lady Jean, are you trying to solidify your reputation as Jean the Iron Fist like Martha? Moreover, she even came with a group resurrection ability. Ryu was utterly speechless. He was the one who unified the world, wasn't he? Oh well, since Jean herself belonged to him anyway, there was no point in overthinking it. Still, the contrast between Jean and Jean Alter was amusing. One focused on stacking defense, while the other focused on maximizing attack power. No wonder they were sisters in name only. If he were to summon Jean Alter, what kind of EX rank noble phantasm would she get? Whatever it was, Ryu was 1000% sure it would be some kind of fire-based, divine skill related to the Hellfire. After finishing the upgrades, he began walking toward his room. As his footsteps echoed, the automatic lights turned on one by one, illuminating the futuristic building. The silver-white metal walls emitted a cold aura, and the long corridor was empty except for the sound of his footsteps, which reverberated through the quiet, desolate Chaldea. At this time, Jean and the others were exhausted and had already been sent to rest by him. When Ryu reached the dining hall, he noticed a familiar figure sitting there. The figure was holding a glass of crimson wine, slowly savoring it. She was dressed in a purple evening gown, her high collar adorned with black feathers, and her deep purple hair was crowned with a beautifully crafted silver tiara. Mysterious, intellectual, noble, and elegant, like a night lotus blooming under the starry sky. Who else could this figure be but Scathach? This was a side of her that he had never seen before. If, in the past, she resembled a strong Valkyrie, a warrior of iron and blood, then now she was the ruler presiding over the entire realm of shadows. Sure so, you're back. Ryu suppressed the amazement in his heart and casually waved in greeting. Scathach turned to look at him, her pale cheeks tinged with a slight blush, and her wine-red eyes shimmered with a captivating allure. Isn't this my good-for-nothing disciple? Scathach's voice initially carried a hint of lazy drunkenness, but when she carefully sensed the aura around him, her wine-red eyes narrowed slightly. Wait, you seem stronger now? Ryu froze. He immediately recalled the fear of being relentlessly trained, being mercilessly beaten and disciplined under the guise of training by Scathach. Sure show, you just got back. Wouldn't you like to rest for a while? Ryu desperately tried to salvage the situation. Chapter 154, FGO, 154. 2,278 words. The corners of Scathach's lips subtly lifted, revealing a half-smile, half-smirk expression. Ryu's heart instantly sank. It seemed this battle was inevitable. If it's inevitable, then so be it. I've grown stronger too. If I give it my all, there's still a slim chance of victory. Since there was no avoiding it, Ryu steeled himself, even though he knew very well that this slim chance of victory was probably buried somewhere beyond several decimal points. Nevertheless, with his recent surge in power and the experience of battling Sasaki Kojiro over 1,000,000 times, he felt confident. Passing through the long corridor, the two arrived at the training ground. At first glance, this special training ground seemed to have no particular advantages besides its large, open space. But in truth, it was filled with advanced technology. As they stepped into the training ground, a virtual screen immediately popped up in front of them. This screen was used to set the training environment. Once configured, the training ground could simulate various harsh conditions and even adjust gravity. Ryu noticed some special options, such as spending energy points to summon enemies he had encountered before and re-challenge them. Moreover, the training ground was like an extremely realistic virtual reality game. No matter how serious the injuries, even death, one would instantly recover. It was truly cutting-edge technology. He glanced at Scathach, and seeing that she had no intention of setting up the battlefield, it was clear that everything was left up to him. Well then, I won't be impolite, Shursho. Ryu chuckled to himself and quickly configured the battlefield. As soon as he pressed the confirmation button, the entire training ground was instantly covered in countless grids. Then, an incredibly realistic grassland scene began to replace the previously empty training ground. At that moment, both of them felt a sudden weight pressing down on their bodies, almost causing them to collapse to the ground. Ryu hadn't done much, he had simply increased the gravity in the training ground by 100 times to limit Scathach's speed and agility. Perhaps due to the alcohol, Scathach had been in a lazy, half-asleep state, with half-open eyes since they entered the training ground. However, when gravity pressed down on them like a mountain, her eyes suddenly snapped open, her gaze sharp as a blade directed at him. Ryu calmly withstood her piercing gaze. Not bad. To become an excellent warrior, it's not just about the weapon in your hand, you must also learn to fully utilize the environment. Surprisingly, Scathach smiled approvingly and offered him a few words of praise. However, immediately afterward, he felt Scathach's battle intent rising rapidly. So, I'll take this a little more seriously as a reward for you. Red lightning flashed in Scathach's hands, and two cursed, crimson magic spears appeared in her grip. Wearing an elegant queen's gown, with wine-red hair fluttering in the wind, her presence was utterly regal and imposing, the iron-blooded queen. Ryu suddenly felt he had made a foolish mistake. Could he return this reward? Scathach answered him with her actions, no, he could not. A red, ominous light instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. 3 minutes later, Ryu lay unconscious on the ground, his face bruised and swollen. It turned out that his belief in a possible comeback was entirely an illusion. Battling Sasaki Kojiro over 1,000,000 times didn't matter at all. If Sasaki Kojiro had reached the limit of human potential, Scathach had already surpassed human limits, and even the limits of gods, reaching another dimension entirely. As his consciousness faded into darkness, he distinctly saw Scathach unconsciously licking her tempting red lips, looking completely satisfied, as if she had just enjoyed a hearty meal. He didn't know how long had passed, but as his senses gradually returned, he vaguely felt that his head was resting on something incredibly soft, with a faint fragrance lingering in his nose. This feeling was so comfortable that he didn't want to get up at all. Wait, could it be? Ryu suddenly thought of a scenario that only protagonists in harem anime could enjoy, the legendary lap pillow. With this thought, he was even more reluctant to wake up. So, he continued to pretend to be unconscious. You're awake. At that moment, Scathach's cool voice came from above his head. Sadly, his little trick was immediately seen through by her. Reluctantly, Ryu opened his eyes, and sure enough, the first thing he saw were two high, purple-clad peaks. He barely resisted the urge to touch them, stopping himself from doing something suicidal. Scathach, however, didn't urge him to get up. Or rather, seeing her expressionless face, he realized that she didn't care about these things at all, treating it as nothing more than a necessary process. Freya said this would help you relax and recover faster. It seems she was right. Scathach's response confirmed his guess. Even though the two of them were in such an intimate position, as time passed, Ryu gradually felt the atmosphere becoming awkward. Left with no choice, he decided to shift his focus. Fortunately, he had some questions he needed his master to answer, so he brought them up. You want to learn the reduced earth? Scathach's face showed a hint of surprise after hearing his request. Is that not possible? Ryu's heart skipped a beat. You don't have the aptitude to learn the reduced earth. Scathach didn't mince words. Ryu's heart sank. With her personality, once she acknowledged him as her disciple, there was no way she would hold anything back. Scathach was eager for her disciple to learn all her skills. If he could surpass or even kill her, all the better. So, if she said he wasn't suited for it, then he wasn't. It was impossible to learn it through conventional means, his only hope was the system. But Ryu was still unwilling to give up. Even if he couldn't learn the reduced earth, learning another short-range, high-speed movement technique would be good enough. As his enemies grew stronger, Ryu gradually realized his shortcomings. He lapped away to quickly close the distance to his enemies. If this continued, if he encountered an enemy who could restrict his movement speed while using long-range attacks, wouldn't he be kite to death? That's why he had his eyes on the reduced earth. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him. Ryu's most famous skill wasn't the reduced earth, it was the wisdom of Duan Scaith. Aside from her innate hero abilities, she could use almost any skill at B to A level proficiency. Moreover, for those she recognized as heroes, she could even pass on those skills. It was practically the ultimate teaching ability. If he explained the principle of the skill to her, could she learn it and then teach it to him? With this in mind, Ryu shared with Scathach the concept of a technique he had seen in a certain anime. After hearing his description, Scathach furrowed her brow and began to ponder. After a long while, a faint expression of interest appeared on her face. What you said is indeed worth trying. Tomorrow morning, come find me at the training ground. Ryu couldn't help but shiver, the wounds on his body that had been pierced by the cursed spears seemed to ache faintly again. But the temptation to grow stronger was even greater. He swallowed nervously and climbed up from the lap pillow. See you tomorrow morning, then. After saying goodbye, Ryu limped toward the door of the training ground. Watching his retreating figure, a meaningful glint appeared in Scathach's eyes. It was the look of an artist watching their carefully sculpted masterpiece slowly take form, feeling an urgent excitement that was hard to suppress. After the battle with Scathach, Ryu was extremely mentally exhausted. When he returned to his room, he didn't even bother washing up. He just threw himself onto the soft bed, and soon the room was filled with the sound of his steady snoring. The next morning, outside the windows of Chaldea, the system simulated the rising sun, gradually bathing the entire place in warm light. Waking from a deep sleep, Ryu felt completely refreshed, as if he could fight Scathach for another 300 rounds. In a fight, guys. Of course, he was well aware that this was just another illusion. After breakfast, he hurried to the training ground. Unexpectedly, besides Scathach, Ace was also there. Judging by the scene, she had already been there for quite some time, currently receiving instruction from Scathach. Geniuses aren't scary. What's scary is when they work harder than ordinary people. Watching the sweat-drenched Ace, Ryu was filled with admiration. With talent and relentless effort, who could keep up with Ace growth speed? In the original story, aside from that overpowered rabbit, no one could. Ace deserved all her achievements. Ryu was genuinely happy that he had freed Ace from the narrow confines of the Damachi world, giving her a broader stage to spread her wings. Whether out of admiration or a man's small selfish desire, he had always believed that bringing Ace to Chaldea was one of the best decisions he had ever made. At that moment, Scathach noticed his arrival. You're here. Scathach glanced at him briefly and greeted him, then continued instructing Ace. You're skilled with the rapier, so there's no need to learn those fancy moves. Focus on developing your thrust to its utmost limit, pierce through everything. Pierce through space and time. Pierce through concepts. Although Ace's tone and expression were still calm, he could see the burning fighting spirit in her eyes. After a while, Scathach had to forcibly order Ace to rest. Otherwise, this straightforward girl would have trained herself to exhaustion. Ace, come over and listen as well. Scathach called Ace over, then turned to look at Ryu, inspecting him from head to toe. What is it? Is something wrong, Shursho? Ryu began to sweat under her scrutinizing gaze. No, nothing. I'm just wondering, with your talent and comprehension, how did you come up with such a sophisticated technique? Scathach's blunt words pierced his heart like an arrow. And it wasn't even his original idea, so he couldn't refute her. No matter where you got the concept for this technique, I have to say, the person who invented it is quite the genius. Scat Hack didn't hold back her praise. So, does that mean? Ryu's eyes suddenly lit up. After your explanation yesterday, I spent the entire night working it out. Scat Hack nodded affirmatively. Ryu was speechless. The person who invented this technique was a genius? Then what does that make you, who figured it out overnight from just a few vague principles? Soon, Ryu would realize that his imagination was severely limited, and Scat Hack was far more terrifying than he'd ever imagined. Scat Hack didn't pay attention to his dazed expression and began to demonstrate. By stomping on the ground more than 10 times in an instant, you can generate a burst of explosive power. Whoosh! Ryu only saw a blur of Scat Hack's legs, and in the blink of an eye, she had already appeared 50 meters away. It was only then that the sound of the wind rushing followed. Then, Scat Hack teleported back using the same technique. This technique is called shave, right? It's indeed impressive. Scat Hack nodded in satisfaction. Ace's eyes were practically glowing, her expression clearly saying, "Teach me. I want to learn. I want to learn." Ryu was dumbfounded. Shave was just something he'd cobbled together based on descriptions from the anime One Piece and some information from the internet. The so-called principles were just a few vague sentences. Something about stomping more than 10 times instantly and using the rebound force, none of it was scientific. And yet, Scat Hack had succeeded based on those few sentences? But the most shocking part was yet to come. By adjusting the speed, frequency, and number of stomps, the speed, distance, and flexibility of each shave will vary. As Scat Hack explained, she continued using shave to flash around the training ground, demonstrating. The entire training ground was soon filled with afterimages left by Scat Hack. Suddenly, Scat Hack stopped and reappeared in front of them. Aside from the feet, any part of the body can be used to generate similar effects through instantaneous vibration. While saying this, she flicked her fingers lightly in Ryu's direction. Pop! A soft sound echoed through the air, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest as if he'd been struck by a bullet, his body flying backward. This was the finger bullets. Thankfully, Scat Hack had held back, and he was merely knocked away. Just as he was starting to feel numb, Scat Hack dropped another bombshell. I got curious and wanted to test my limits. As it turns out, when the body vibrates beyond a certain frequency, it can. Ryu saw Scat Hack's body blur, a faint sound like shattering glass echoed in the air, and then she appeared 100 meters away. This time, Ryu could tell this wasn't just shave. Shave was ultimately just a technique for high-speed movement, but what she had just done was clearly tear through space. Scat Hack's indifferent voice echoed in his ears, but his heart was pounding wildly. Teleportation. With just a few vague principles, Scat Hack had developed shave into something far beyond the original technique in just one night. Ryu suddenly had the urge to kneel and offer Scat Hack a cup of tea. Sure show. I want to learn. Ryu didn't care about pride anymore, staring at Scat Hack with a face full of eagerness. Beside him, Ace nodded vigorously in agreement. Chapter 155, FGO, 155. 2,355 words. Ryu's desire to become stronger was admirable, but he had forgotten one important thing. Scat Hack's teaching style was pure Spartan-style education. Want to learn, shave? No problem. I'll teach you, and you'll master it, guaranteed, 15-day crash course. And then, without any chance to resist, he was thrown into a world of torment. Your stomping speed is too slow. Are you just marching in place? With a sharp reprimand, a scarlet bolt of lightning shot toward him. He instantly felt a tremendous sense of danger. If he failed to execute shave, he would die. Driven by survival instinct, his feet moved so fast they became a blur, stomping on the ground repeatedly at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Whoosh! Just as the red bolt of lightning closed in, Ryu's entire body turned into a blur, appearing 10 meters ahead. Scat Hack's method of teaching was simple. After explaining the basics, she would immediately attack him, aiming for vital points with no mercy. If you can't learn, you die. If you can't do it, you die. Scathachka's actions made it very clear. Each cold glint of the spear left his hair standing on end as if death was waiting for him at any moment. There is great fear in the face of death, but at the same time, the body's potential is forced out under the pressure of survival. Under Scathachka's teaching method, in just 3 days, he was almost mastering shave. When he finally succeeded in using shave, even with his strong recovery abilities, he couldn't take it and collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath. Not bad. A seductive figure appeared in his field of vision. He gave a bitter smile. But I don't think you'll be satisfied with just this, right? Scathach smirked, pointing at Ace, who was practicing nearby. Your Kohai mastered the basics of shave in just 1 day. As her senpai, you can't fall too far behind, can you? Scathach spoke casually, raising her crimson magic spear slowly. Ryu bet that if he stayed lying down, she would stab the spear into his head in less than 0.1 seconds. Dragging his sore body, Ryu forced himself to stand up. You've only learned how to execute shave, Scathach began. Now you need to master how to control your speed and distance by adjusting your stomping frequency, force, and number of steps. If you can't control these precisely, you'll just end up as a fool running into someone else's weapon in battle. After listening to her explanation, Ryu nodded. Just a moment ago, when he successfully used shave, for the first time, the system notification had rung in his head. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've mastered shave, E rank, current proficiency 1%. But as Scathach said, being able to use shave didn't mean he could use it well. How to move precisely in front of the opponent, without falling short or crashing into them, and how to turn or chain shave movements together, those were the real challenges. As Scathach pointed out, simple fast movement over a short distance was far from enough for real combat. Not to mention, reaching her level, where she had innovated and turned a physical skill into something that resembled a magical ability, Ryu still had a long way to go. Alright, you've rested long enough. Let's continue. Scathach smiled faintly, her expression cold and proud. Ryu, however, felt like he was being stared down by a demon god, his whole body shivering. Whoosh! Without wasting any time, Scathach thrust her spear at him. The magic spear tore through the air, leaving a crimson trail that seemed to slice the very atmosphere, its deadly point aimed directly at his throat. His hair stood on end, and his pupils contracted to the extreme. His brain barely had time to react, but his body, driven by survival instinct, moved on its own. His feet blurred, and in an instant, he vanished from where he had been standing. 15 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under Scathachka's Spartan training, Ryu was in constant torment. He had been pierced through the heart, brain, and other vital areas a total of 1,087 times, struck in the head by the spear shaft 421 times and kicked in the waist and kidneys 216 times. Even though he knew he couldn't die in the training ground, Scathachka's killing intent was so terrifying that he couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. Every day, he had to endure the pain of dying 100 times over. But under such brutal training, his progress was astonishing. Shave had reached D rank at an incredible speed, putting him on par with Ace. Upon seeing his rapid improvement, his straightforward Kohai even requested that Scathach train her the same way. Finally, Scathach gave him a small break. In her words, "You can barely use it in battle now. At least you won't be stupid enough to crash into someone's weapon." As for the finer techniques, Scathach, being a combat pragmatist, preferred that he learn them through real combat with enemies. Freed from the hellish training, he collapsed into bed, sleeping for an entire day before he could get up. Though Chaldea didn't restrict how long he could stay, he had an unsettling feeling that the longer he delayed, the more trouble would come. Not to mention, it seemed he had finally passed the beginner stage. The nebula of the corrupted dimensional world had at last revealed its true form. The corruption of the dimensional world had exceeded 60%, and it was still increasing at a terrifying rate of 0.1% per day. Ryu could only reduce the corruption rate by 2 to 3% each time he saved a dimension. He couldn't handle it alone. he would have to send his contracted heroic spirits in groups to different worlds. After consulting the system, the next missions were the Fourth Holy Grail War in the Type Moon world, the open world of One Piece, and a certain magical index. Naturally, the A Certain Magical Index world was the most dangerous, with its various unscientific and irrational elements, and the so-called hidden magic gods lurking in the background. For safety's sake, after discussing with Scat-Hack, they decided to send her and Jean to that world. Scat-Hack could fight magic gods head-on, and Jean, with the dual support of idol worship theory and Christianity in the A Certain Magical Index world, would become one of the top powers, second only to the magic gods themselves. The One Piece world and the Holy Grail War were equally dangerous. In reality, the Fate world was far more dangerous than the One Piece world, but since only the Holy Grail War was involved this time and not the full Fate universe, Ryu estimated that its difficulty would be on par with the open world of One Piece. As for the One Piece world, he had found the perfect allies in the Cabaneri world. In a world dominated by the sea and flourishing maritime activities, who could be better suited for the task than two shipgirls? To be safe, he decided to send Ace along with them to the One Piece world as well. As for himself, he would naturally head to the Holy Grail War mission. However, it seemed that going alone might not be safe enough. After some thought, Ryu sent a message to summon Medea Lily back from the Damachi world. But before entering the Instance world, Ryu had something very important to do. He had to first challenge the Transcendence Trial Instance. The Transcendence Trial Instance, just from the name, you could tell it was similar to the Noble Phantasm strengthening quests in Fate/Grand Order. Once completed, a Noble Phantasm would be greatly enhanced. This time, the summon card was Sasaki Kojiro, and naturally, the Noble Phantasm to be enhanced was Tsubame Geishi. Facing increasingly powerful enemies, he wouldn't miss any opportunity to grow stronger. Would you like to enter the Descent card Sasaki Kojiro and begin the Transcendence Trial Instance? Confirm. The moment he confirmed, the Yi Descent card automatically popped out of his inventory. Then a massive black vortex formed from the card. Caught off guard, he was sucked into the vortex. Swoosh. When Ryu regained consciousness, he heard the sound of waves crashing not far away. The occasional cry of seagulls echoed in the air. Bright sunlight poured down from above, causing him to squint. After letting his eyes adjust to the sudden brightness, he quickly began to survey this unfamiliar environment, heightening his vigilance. An endless ocean stretched out before him, with a fine sandy beach at his feet. A crab scuttled out of the water, but upon noticing him, it hurriedly scurried back into the sea in a panic. The surrounding scenery made one thing clear: he was on an island. In one direction, he could see the coastline. This was an island not far from land. Just then, the system's notification belatedly arrived. Ding! Host has entered the trial story The Duel at Gonryu Island. Mission objective: defeat Miyamoto Musashi. Note, all of the host's attributes, skills, and noble phantasms have been replaced by the Sasaki Kojiro template. Success reward: the noble phantasm Tsubame Geishi will be enhanced according to the host's combat style and habits. So, this was a noble phantasm strengthening quest, and a custom one at that. The Duel at Gonryu Island, one of the most famous duels in Japanese history. The two participants were none other than Sasaki Kojiro and Miyamoto Musashi. Since no one but the participants witnessed the duel firsthand, many versions of the story have been passed down through the ages. However, one thing all versions agree upon: Miyamoto Musashi was a master of dirty tricks. Whether it was deliberately arriving late to upset his opponent's mental state, switching weapons mid-fight, trash-talking, or using the sun's position to blind his foe, these are all part of Musashi's glorious dark history. Tricksters often fall victim to tricks themselves. Since I'm up against a master of dirty tricks, don't blame me for using some underhanded tactics myself to ensure victory. If he were using his attribute template, he would have liked to face off against this legendary trickster head-on. But now that he was using Sasaki Kojiro's template, he definitely couldn't wield it as skillfully as Kojiro himself. In a sword duel, where victory or defeat is decided in an instant, that slight delay could be fatal. What's more, even without his dirty tricks, Musashi was still a top-tier swordsman. Even Sasaki Kojiro himself wasn't guaranteed to win, which meant Ryu's odds were even lower. He checked the position of the sun and estimated the time. It was already past 9 a.m. If he remembered correctly, the duel was scheduled for 8 a.m. The trickster had already started playing his games. So, you're trying to mess with my mental state by being late? Don't regret it later. Ryu's face twisted into a sinister grin. Without another word, he began digging shallow pits into the sand, sharpening tree branches, and burying them in the holes, marking them with barely noticeable signs. Since he had the body of a heroic spirit, this work was quick and easy, taking less than 10 minutes. Of course, these traps wouldn't hurt Miyamoto Musashi, who was also in the body of a heroic spirit. But in a sword duel, a single misstep, even a twisted ankle, could spell death. Next, Ryu crafted a fishing rod, dug up some worms from the ground to use as bait, and leisurely began fishing by the seaside. Fishing is an activity that requires immense patience. But for him, patience was no issue at all. Time flew by, and soon it was around 9:30 a.m. At that moment, a small boat appeared on the distant horizon, slowly approaching the island. A figure could be faintly seen on board. They're here. Ryu thought to himself, though his hands and facial expression showed no change. The boat soon reached the shore, and a figure jumped down from it. Yo! You must be Sasaki Kojiro? A loud, carefree voice called out. Ryu was shocked. Where was the scheming trickster? Where was the scruffy, bearded brute? Why was it a woman? And a very beautiful woman at that. She wore a red and blue samurai outfit that clung tightly to her curvaceous figure. Her exquisite face exuded a heroic spirit that rivaled any man's, and her cherry-colored hair was tied up with a strange hair ornament resembling a fan blade. This was unmistakably the Miyamoto Musashi from Fate/Grand Order. But Ryu didn't dare underestimate her for a second. He could sense the terrifying strength hidden within her seemingly slender and delicate body, like a she-leopard, beautiful yet deadly. Especially the 4 swords she wore at her waist. Ryu did not doubt that those swords were not just for show. Seeing that he wasn't responding, Miyamoto Musashi chuckled. Sorry about that. I drank a bit too much last night and overslept this morning. I swear I didn't mean to be late. If she hadn't said anything, it would have been fine. But hearing her excuse almost made him throw his fishing rod into the sea. Not only had the notorious trickster turned into a bold and slightly ditzy young woman, but it seemed he had been playing mind games with the air this whole time. Ryu felt that if he wanted to, not only could he win this duel, but he might even be able to trick her into coming back with him and becoming his contracted spirit. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that Ryu remained silent, Miyamoto Musashi pouted and crossed her arms behind her back, looking a bit miffed. Shut up. Can't you see I'm fishing? Oh. After he snapped at her, Miyamoto Musashi looked a bit dejected but obediently stood off to the side, quietly watching him fish. Soon, Ryu began to reel in his catch, a codfish, a salmon, 1 ISE lobster, 3 crabs, and several oysters, sea cucumbers, and shrimp. Before long, the makeshift fish pond he had built from sand and rocks was full. Chapter 156, FGO 156. 2,116 words. Ryu contentedly put away his fishing rod. Ano, can we have our duel now? Miyamoto Musashi, who had been waiting by his side for 2 hours, hadn't even had breakfast in her hurry to get here. Even with her excellent physical condition, the prolonged wait was taking its toll, and she couldn't help but feel a bit dizzy from hunger. What's the rush? Are you in a hurry? Ryu glanced at her. Musashi could only laugh bitterly. Big brother, you're here for a duel, not to fish. You're putting me in an awkward position, you know? It's about time to eat. Let's fight after I finish my meal. Without glancing at Musashi, whose eyes were practically shooting fire, Ryu began preparing the seafood he had caught. Musashi took a deep breath, her expression growing serious. If you're trying to disrupt my mental state like this, I advise you to stop. I've already mastered the one. Your tactics will only humiliate you. Let's have a proper duel, like real warriors. Her voice was firm. Ryu paused for a moment, but his hands kept working. Mentally, though, he was racing. From the first moment he saw Musashi, he knew his previous plans were irrelevant. The historical Musashi, known for his schemes, and this straightforward young woman were fundamentally different. The schemer Musashi lacked confidence in his swordsmanship, so he relied on underhanded tactics. That Musashi was more of a strategist than a swordsman. A duel with that Musashi would have been a battle of wits and tactics. But this Musashi was different. She was straightforward and pure, her heart solely focused on the sword, reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the One Realm. Mental tricks or traps were utterly meaningless to her. From the moment she stepped off the boat to the moment she stood beside him, she had perfectly avoided 23 traps. This duel, it seemed, would be a confrontation with a terrifyingly skilled swordswoman. But Ryu wasn't the least bit anxious. It appeared that Musashi had put all her talent into swordsmanship. Outside of a duel, where she was calm and sharp, she was rather naive, cheerful and easy to trust others. To put it bluntly, Musashi was a bit of an adorable airhead in her daily life, with intelligence not exactly being her strong suit. It made sense. How could someone with a complex mind reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the one, at such a young age? With this realization, he immediately had an idea. Seeing that Ryu was ignoring her, Musashi started rambling. "Hey, did you hear me? This isn't going to work. Let's just fight honestly. Don't worry, as a big sister, I'll go easy on a pretty boy like you." Ryu silently retracted his earlier thoughts. As long as she didn't draw her sword, this woman was just a carefree, clumsy airhead. Dealing with someone this adorably naive, he felt confident he could even trick her into switching to firearms. He wouldn't even need to draw his sword to win. By this point, thanks to his enhanced heroic spirit body, he had already finished preparing a large amount of seafood and was ready to start cooking. First up was the salmon, perfect for sashimi, known for its firm and tender flesh with almost no bones. He didn't use a knife at first. He simply ran his hand along the front and back of the fish, and all the scales fell into his palm. Then, a small silver knife appeared in his hand. In an instant, the plump salmon was enveloped in dozens of flashes of light. Whoosh! The next second, countless knife cuts appeared on the salmon. The head and tail were cleanly severed, the cuts smooth as mirrors, and the thickest part of the fish was covered in delicate lines. Musashi's eyes immediately narrowed. From the dazzling display of knife skills alone, she could tell that Ryu's swordsmanship was on par with hers. What she didn't know was that his impressive performance was a combination of his swordsmanship and his masterful cooking techniques. In pure swordsmanship, he couldn't compare to Musashi, whose heart was entirely devoted to the blade. Ryu set aside the fish's head and body for later use. With a swift motion, he sliced the pink salmon fillets, each one tracing a beautiful arc through the air before landing on a tray he had prepared. Musashi instinctively moved to a better angle, observing the fillets as they caught the sunlight. Each slice of fish was not only identical in size and thickness but so thin that sunlight passed through them. This level of precision left Musashi wide-eyed. Even for her, achieving this level of skill would require entering the One State during a sword duel. Ryu, however, casually remarked that combining Sasaki Kojiro's swordsmanship with his culinary skills made this a basic technique. He ignored the stunned Musashi and retrieved a large assortment of seasonings and tools from his storage space. Although he couldn't use the store to exchange supplies, as a seasoned foodie and master chef, keeping cooking tools and ingredients in his storage space was second nature. Ryu's movements didn't stop for a moment, as the dish wasn't finished yet. He sprinkled colorful spices over one side and drizzled a deep black sauce on the other. With a click, he lit a torch, and a blue flame emerged from its tip. Holding the torch in his right hand, he swiftly passed it over the spiced fish. Wherever the flame touched, the paper-thin pink fish quickly turned white. Under the heat, the spices released a mouth-watering aroma. Meanwhile, the fish slices drizzled with the black sauce remained untouched by the flame, showing no signs of cooking. Every small detail revealed one undeniable fact: Ryu's control over heat was as masterful as his knife skills. 2 clusters of fish, arranged like rose petals and prepared in the same way, were placed in the center of the fish slices. Slurp. Just as Ryu came out of his cooking trance, he heard the sound of someone swallowing nearby. He instinctively looked over and found Musashi turning her head away in embarrassment, her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Do you want some? Musashi instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head. I don't. Before she could finish saying I'm not hungry, her stomach growled loudly, betraying her to the fragrant temptation. Musashi was already feeling embarrassed, but what made it worse was his next comment. You say no, but your body is being quite honest. The smile on Ryu's face was, in Musashi's eyes, the ultimate teasing. Furious and humiliated, Musashi snatched the tray from his hands without a word. She picked up a piece of the grilled white salmon and a piece of raw fish drenched in black sauce, popping them both into her mouth. The moment the fish touched her tongue, an explosion of flavors erupted. The smoothness and tenderness of the sashimi, enhanced by the specially prepared wasabi sauce, reached their peak. Meanwhile, the flame-seared salmon locked in the fish's freshness, dancing with the mixed spices in the heat. The various flavors burst forth, yet miraculously blended in perfect harmony, without the slightest sense of conflict. Each flavor elevated the other. This was the pinnacle of balance. At that moment, Musashi seemed to envision two salmon, one enshrouded in flames, the other covered in frost, swirling together. Unbelievable. How can there be such delicious fish in this world? This is just too good. Musashi eagerly stuffed more fish slices into her mouth. She didn't notice the sly, wicked glint in Ryu's eyes, clearly expressing one thing: the plan worked. In less than 3 minutes, the large plate of fish slices had disappeared into Musashi's stomach. Yet, instead of feeling full, she felt even hungrier. All right. It's decided. If I win this duel, you have to be my chef for life. With one hand on her hip, Musashi boldly declared, pointing at him. Ryu paused, raising an eyebrow. What gives you the confidence to think you've got me beat? Of course, it's you. You let me taste such amazing food. You're the first person to fill me with so much fighting spirit before I've even drawn my sword. No matter what, I won't lose today. You better be prepared. Her voice was full of bravado, but to him, it seemed this woman had been completely influenced by his drug-laced cuisine. Ignoring her, Ryu continued cooking. He retrieved a coconut about the size of a basketball from his storage space, cracked open the top, and poured out some of the coconut water. Then he stuffed the leftover salmon head and tail, along with sea cucumber, prawns, clams, and other seafood into the coconut, sprinkling it with sea salt and various seasonings. Finally, he replaced the coconut lid, built a woodpile, and placed the coconut in the center, making sure it was fully surrounded by firewood. Then, he used a torch to ignite the firewood. With that done, he moved on to other dishes. Grilled ISE lobster, stone-grilled cod fillets, charcoal-grilled Pacific sari, garlic butter crab. And finally, the piece de resistance, coconut seafood soup, cooked for a full hour using the entire coconut as the pot, with coconut water replacing regular water. As soon as he removed the coconut lid, a rich coconut aroma mixed with the scent of seafood filled the air. Just the scent alone made Musashi's legs weak, her mouth water, and her cheeks flush. After serving the dishes, Ryu took out a few bottles of divine sake from his storage space, exchanged them from the system and saved them for special occasions. Musashi, a lover of alcohol, lit up with excitement but tried her best to restrain herself. Almost fell for it. You're trying to get me drunk so you can win without a fight, aren't you? How sneaky. Then you can choose not to drink. Pop. The ceramic bottle was opened, and the magical aroma of fruit-infused sake filled the air, blending beautifully with the food's fragrance. Ryu deliberately sipped the sake and savored a bite of seafood right in front of Musashi. The look of pure enjoyment on his face wasn't faked at all. Watching this, the wine lover inside Musashi stirred restlessly. By the time Ryu poured his third cup, Musashi couldn't hold back any longer. All he saw was a blur, and the cup that had been filled with golden sake had vanished. Gulp. He instinctively looked up to see Musashi tilting her head back, the cup's rim at her lips, a stream of golden liquid flowing into her mouth. A fantastic sake. Musashi sighed in satisfaction, but when she noticed him looking at her with an odd expression, she glared at him. What are you staring at? If you drink, I drink. That way, you can't use being drunk as an excuse later and say the duel doesn't count. Ryu was speechless. The way you're acting, it'd be easy for someone to take advantage of you, you know. Suddenly, he felt no sense of achievement in outsmarting this carefree and clueless Musashi. The thought left him feeling somewhat empty. Musashi, however, didn't care about his inner thoughts. She downed cup after cup of fine sake while devouring the various dishes on the table. Half an hour later, more than 80% of the food had vanished into Musashi's smooth belly. Bloated from overeating, Musashi held her cup, humming an unknown tune, completely resembling a stuffed fish that couldn't move. And at that moment, well, you've eaten and drunk to your heart's content. Now we can start the duel. Ryu's face lit up with a kind smile as he poured the golden liquid from his cup onto the ground. It wasn't sake at all, but fruit juice that looked almost identical to what Musashi had drunk. The bottle Musashi had snatched was the real sake, while Ryu had been using juice. Musashi's cheerful expression instantly froze. She turned her head with difficulty. Can we postpone the duel? Ryu smiled. Nope. He mercilessly refused. You tricked me. Even someone as dense as Musashi realized at that moment that she had been played from the start. Swordsmanship is also a form of strategy. Besides, there's no one else around to witness. In the end, people will only know one thing, that you lost. Ryu unceremoniously released his fighting intent, making it clear to Musashi that he was serious. Despicable. Musashi gritted her teeth, spitting out the word. Sorry, I learned it from you. Ryu shrugged. When have I ever used such tactics? Musashi was on the verge of tears from frustration. The parallel world version of you. Musashi almost coughed up blood. Chapter 157, FGO, 157. 2,381 words. The outcome was as expected. Musashi was utterly defeated by Ryu's cunning plot. It made sense, after all. Musashi's current state was like someone who had been stuffed to the point of bursting and then force-fed a barrel of potent alcohol. Despite being at such an overwhelming disadvantage, Musashi neither ran away nor begged for mercy. Knowing full well that she was bound to lose, she still raised her sword. Come on. Her resolute, fearless warrior spirit, accepting death without fear, left him deeply moved. So, without hesitation, Ryu delivered the highest honor he could offer a swordsman. Swallow reversal. 3 eerie, sharp flashes of sword light appeared simultaneously, cutting toward the nearby Musashi. Musashi barely managed to block 2 of the strikes with her dual swords, but in her drunken, overstuffed state, her body was too sluggish to react in time. Ryu's 3rd strike pierced her heart. Blood splattered, and Musashi collapsed weakly into his arms, her body beginning to dissolve into stardust. To wield such a beautiful sword technique, why would you resort to such underhanded methods? Ryu gave her a helpless look. Sorry, I'm not a pure swordsman. I didn't have absolute confidence in defeating you. Suddenly, Musashi laughed, though blood gushed from the corner of her mouth as her body faded into a fragile, haunting illusion. With a sudden burst of strength, as if in a final moment of clarity, she grabbed his collar tightly. Damn it. Remember this, you'd better not run next time we meet, because I'll defeat you face to face. Don't think you can escape. I'm very persistent. These final words seemed to drain the last of her strength. With a rush of blue light, her entire form dissolved into a cloud of stardust, slowly dissipating into the air. Even though he had won the duel, Ryu showed no signs of joy. This duel was nothing more than a tactical victory, and nothing else. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Transcendence Trial dungeon. Based on the host's typical combat style and experience, your noble phantasm is being upgraded. Time remaining, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Would you like to return? Return. Ryu's figure instantly faded into a shadow, disappearing from the island of Gonryu. Upon returning to Chaldea, Ryu found Medea Lily already waiting for him, and the others were all geared up and ready to go. Since he had taken control of the entire dungeon from the Damachi world, he had the brilliant idea to make use of it. He had Scathach engrave a modified version of the blessing on the backs of each of his servants. Then, he allowed the heroic spirits stationed in the Damachi world to take turns clearing dungeon levels when they had nothing better to do. To his surprise, aside from Scathach and Ishtar Rin, every one of them experienced significant growth. Although none had grown as impressively as himself, all of their fundamental stats had improved at least a little. Take Medea Lily, for instance. Her original attributes were Strength, E. Endurance, E. Agility, D. Magic, A. Now, they had improved to Strength, D. Endurance, D. Agility, C. Magic, A+. Ryu was immensely grateful that they had fought the gods of the Damachi world and seized control of the dungeon. Not only had he provided a valuable growth opportunity for his servants, but after obtaining the source from the world of Cabannery of the Iron Fortress, he had a hunch that the immense secret hidden within the dungeon was likely the source of the Damachi world as well. Now that the dungeon was in his hands, it was a golden opportunity. He immediately decided that after finishing the current world, he would gather his forces and head to the Damachi world to extract and absorb the source. Once he had absorbed the Damachi world's source, the only remaining valuable things would be the gods themselves, who were nothing more than walking treasure chests to him. At that point, there would be no need to keep anyone stationed there. Once Ryu's power had grown enough, he could always return and sweep through for one final harvest. He couldn't help but wonder what expressions the so-called superior gods would make when they realized he had been treating them like mobile treasure chests or livestock ready for slaughter. That would be quite a sight. After a night's rest, Ryu had completely recovered his energy. With steady steps, he walked into the teleportation chamber. Everyone was already prepared, waiting for his command. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, several teleportation circles lit up simultaneously. In the next second, their figures disappeared into the teleportation arrays. Open world, One Piece. The ocean. It's the ocean. Looking out at the vast, endless sea, Shimakaze immediately cheered with excitement. Without hesitation, she summoned her rigging and dashed into the ocean. Shimakaze, don't go too far. Yamato gently reminded her. Understood. Shimakaze waved back as she sped across the water, laughing wildly. Traveling with the Admiral was great, but as a shipgirl, she simply couldn't stay away from the sea. Miss Ace, do you have any suggestions about where we should head next? Yamato turned toward Ace. Since the system wouldn't assign them any quests, they had to figure out how to cleanse the world of its corruption on their own. Training? Ace tilted her head, her face a picture of innocent confusion. And after that? Yamato's smile faltered, tinged with frustration and helplessness. Getting stronger? Yamato looked at Ace's clueless expression, then glanced at Shimakaze racing across the sea, and let out a long sigh. With these two problem children in tow, Yamato had a feeling this dungeon run wasn't going to be easy. In any case, let me plan the next steps. First, we need to find a nearby town, gather information about this world, and confirm the current time and place. Yamato quickly made her decision. The three of them immediately set off toward the nearest town. Meanwhile, in the world of a certain magical index, Scathach and Jean had just completed their teleportation when Scatach, without saying a word, she summoned a crimson spear in a flash of red lightning. Grabbing the spear, she barely moved, but the spear left several red streaks in the air, stabbing in different directions. A few faint sounds, like glass shattering, echoed in the distance. Lady Scathach? Jean looked over in confusion. Someone's been watching us. Scathach's expression was icy cold. No one would be in a good mood after being spied on immediately upon arrival. Moreover, Scathach believed in the simple, brutal law of iron and blood, and she deeply despised such cowardly tactics. Found you. Scathach suddenly smiled. I'll be right back. With those words, she transformed into a flash of purple-black lightning, leaping out of the window and speeding toward her target. Her destination? A strange building without doors or windows. On the other side, Ryu and Medea Lily ran into big trouble during their teleportation. Every time he teleported, it felt like sliding down a smooth tube, and when he opened his eyes again, he would already be in the new world. But this time, just as he and Medea Lily entered the tube, a violent impact suddenly struck them. The tube began to shake violently, accompanied by fierce jolts. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Even with his current strength, he couldn't break through spatial barriers like Scat Hat could. If something went wrong with the teleportation, all he could do was close his eyes and wait for death. Cold sweat soaked his back. At that moment, a small body suddenly leaned against him, trembling. It was Medea Lily. This unexpected situation terrified the 14-year-old Medea Lily. Ryu suddenly calmed down. After all, he was still a man, how could he show fear in front of a young girl? Feeling the trembling body of Medea against him, he reached out and gently patted her back in a comforting manner. Unexpectedly, this action caused an even stronger reaction from Medea. She clung to him even tighter as if she had suddenly found someone to rely on. Feeling the soft, delicate body in his arms and catching the faint fragrance drifting into his nose, he realized he was starting to have certain feelings and couldn't help but find the situation somewhat ridiculous. I'm no gentleman, nor do I want to start with a 3-year sentence, let alone the death penalty. Wait, 14 years old isn't illegal, right? Lowly lovers aren't criminals, but perverts? Liking Lolis doesn't count as being a pervert. While Ryu was busy with his chaotic thoughts, the system, as always, came to the rescue, quickly activating its reaction mechanism. The shaking of the tube gradually stabilized. Warning. Warning. Due to an unknown force, teleportation has encountered an anomaly. Teleportation anomaly. Repairing in progress. Current repair progress, 50%. 60%. 80%. An irreparable error has occurred, which may result in unpredictable consequences. Temporal and spatial coordinates have deviated. Host, proceed with caution. In the endless void, a grand and mysterious existence deep within the abyss let out a soft chuckle. My dear daughter, this is all your mother can do for you. In the next second, both Ryu and Medea Lily were spat out of the teleportation stream. It was literally like being spat out, as they were ejected headfirst from the teleportation array. Ah! Medea Lily instinctively cried out in surprise. Thankfully, Ryu wasn't too slow to react. He twisted his waist mid-air, righting himself and landing lightly on the ground with her in his arms. It was nighttime. In the distance, the city's lively district was already lit up with twinkling lights. However, the area where Ryu and Medea Lily had landed seemed a bit desolate. Apart from a few blinking streetlights, the wide road was completely deserted. Only the chilly autumn wind swept up fallen leaves, whistling as it passed. Looking around at the eerily quiet street, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Where is this? Can someone at least show up so I can ask for directions? Ding. Teleportation complete. Location, Japan, Fuyuki City. Due to a temporal axis anomaly, the host has arrived 10 years and 14 days late. Host, please explore on your own. After dropping this irresponsible message, the system went completely silent, no matter how much he called out to it. Ryu sighed and began to think. Since it was 10 years after the Fourth Holy Grail War, this must be the Fifth Holy Grail War. Observing the surroundings, with the late autumn scenery edging into early winter, he became even more certain of his judgment. For now, heading to the city center, which should be the new district of Fuyuki City, seemed like the best course of action. Once there, he could get a map and perhaps... Master. Someone's coming. And there's a servant's presence. Just as Ryu was lost in thought, Medea Lily's voice snapped him back to attention. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Thanks to her warning, he immediately sensed two sources of magical power approaching them from the distance. One of them had such immense, mountain-like magical energy that he felt utterly powerless in comparison. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. System, you've screwed me over this time. Ryu mentally cursed. With his current strength, combined with Medea Lily's support, taking on a bunch of normal servants would be a high-stakes but manageable fight, with a 70 to 80% chance of victory. But now? He was being thrown straight into a fight against a fully powered servant. This was practically a death sentence. Medea, if things go south, immediately enhance my body with full reinforcement magic and then use flight to get us away from the battlefield. Ryu's expression was deadly serious, even referring to her formally. Medea Lily bit her lip, her face showing some hesitation, but knowing she only had auxiliary abilities and no combat power, she could only nod reluctantly. Understood, Master. Just as the two of them braced themselves for battle, the unknown targets in the distance suddenly sped up, clearly having sensed him and Medea Lily as well. From the bottom of the slope appeared an unusual duo. A small, silver-haired girl in a purple winter coat sat atop the shoulder of a towering, 3-meter-tall giant, whose muscles, exposed to the air, looked like black-gray stone. A name immediately popped into Ryu's mind, Iliasviel von Einsburn. Don't be fooled by her cute, loli-like appearance. Ilia was 18 years old, a fully legal loli. But if you underestimated her, you'd be putting your life at risk. As a homunculus specially crafted by the Einsburn family for the Fifth Holy Grail War, Ilia had been treated like a lab rat since the age of 8, subjected to all kinds of torment. Adding to that, her parents were dead, and she had grown up without proper care or affection, which had left her psychologically twisted and bloodthirsty. Aside from showing mercy to her adopted brother, Shiro Amiya, she had only one approach to dealing with enemies: kill. The Holy Grail War, in simple terms, was a contest where the Magi of the Nasiverse cooked up a massive magical artifact called the Holy Grail, to try and reach the root of all magic. But the Grail was an empty vessel without magical energy to fill it. So these Magi hyped it up as a wish-granting machine that could fulfill any desire, luring a bunch of Magi to summon servants and fight to fill the Grail. The problem? There's only one Grail, but 7 pairs of masters and servants. How do you decide who gets it? By hosting a battle royale, of course. The last team standing wins the chicken dinner, or in this case, the Grail. So, naturally, in the Holy Grail War, compromise wasn't an option. Ryu glanced at the command seals glowing red on his hand. There was no doubt that the system had designated him and Medea Lily as participants in this Holy Grail War. And just his luck, he had encountered the bloodthirsty lowly Ilia right off the bat. Ryu seriously began to question whether the luck stat he had just leveled up was a debuff. Chapter 158, FGO 158. 2,247 words. Additionally, there was something strange about this Holy Grail War. Normally, only servant avatars, partial manifestations of heroic spirits, could be summoned. But for some reason, the actual heroic spirits themselves had appeared. Ryu's head was full of questions. At that moment, Ilia and the giant she was using as a mount arrived in front of him and Medea. This giant was none other than the renowned demigod hero from Greek mythology, who eventually ascended to godhood, Hercules. Hercules gently placed the small lowly on his shoulder down to the ground, then stood beside her like a motionless stone statue. Good evening, big brother and sister over there. My name is Iliasviel von Einsburn, Ilia said politely, giving a graceful curtsy. Ryu, he replied plainly, stating his name. Knowing the plot, he certainly wouldn't be deceived by this legal lowly into thinking she was some harmless little girl. But to his surprise, the moment Ilia heard the name Ryu, her expression changed dramatically. She lowered her head and began muttering to herself. Ryu. So you're Ryu. I've been wanting to meet you for so long. Finally, I've found you. A question mark popped up in Ryu's mind. He was 100% certain this was his first time in Fuyuki City and this parallel world, so why did Ilia act like she already knew him? It didn't make sense. Before he could figure it out, Ilia suddenly lifted her head, her eyes filled with hatred. The revenge for Kiritsugu and my mother. Berserker, attack. Tear off his arms and legs, and crush him to death. Ilia screamed with all her might. WTF. Ryu was utterly bewildered. When did I kill Kiritsugu and his wife? Making an enemy right from the start? This is absurd. But the enemy didn't care about his confusion. Hercules, who had been standing still like a statue, suddenly had his eyes glow blood red, transforming into a terrifying killing machine. His black-gray skin turned bright red, emitting steam, an indication that his magical energy had reached its peak and was about to overflow. At the same time, red patterns appeared all over Ilia's body. She had activated her magical circuits at full power right from the start. What kind of grudge is this? Seeing the murderous look on the other side, Ryu pushed aside his initial thoughts. They're the enemy. Kill them, plain and simple. Such a straightforward and brutal logic. Castor. Ryu shouted, not waiting for her to respond. Yes, master. Ryu instantly felt a torrent of magical energy flow into his body through the bond that linked their souls, strengthening him to the utmost, nearly on par with a noble phantasm. If he were to open his status panel now, he would see that all his attributes had reached A+, with his strength and endurance even hitting A++. Roar! Hercules let out a ferocious roar toward the sky and then charged at Ryu, his massive legs thundering as he sprinted. Even before he reached Ryu, the ground was already shaking as if an earthquake had struck, and a terrifying gust of wind surged forward. It was as if a prehistoric beast was charging straight at him. Without needing any further instructions, Medea, though reluctant, obediently flew up into the sky, distancing herself from the battlefield. Ryu, on the other hand, remained expressionless as he faced Hercules head-on. In just 0.1 seconds, the two clashed. Almost simultaneously, they both threw out their right fists, aiming at each other. Boom! The disproportionate fists collided with a thunderous explosion, releasing a shockwave that rippled outward. Fallen leaves, pebbles, and trash cans were all swept away by the force of the impact. For a moment, the two were deadlocked, neither able to overpower the other. The concrete beneath their feet finally gave way under the pressure, cracking and splintering. Humph! I've gone through so much to kill you. My berserker is the strongest heroic spirit in all of Greece. There's no way you can win. Ilia, standing at a distance, proudly declared. And she had every reason to be proud. Hercules was one of the two most famous demigod heroes of ancient Greece. His reputation, achievements, and sheer power far surpassed that of Achilles. The contest of strength between the two quickly concluded, but the result was something Ilia couldn't accept. The two combatants were blasted back by the tremendous force. But to everyone's surprise, Hercules, the mighty Heracles, was forced to stagger back 4 or 5 steps, while Ryu, who barely reached Hercules' chest in height, only took a single step back before regaining his balance. In this pure contest of strength, Hercules, the legendary strongman, had lost. Berserker! What are you doing? Stop holding back. Tear him apart. Ilia screamed in rage. Roar! As if responding to her command, Hercules let out a furious bellow, raising his giant stone sword and swinging it down at Ryu. Ryu responded by punching upward with his right fist to meet the stone sword, while his left fist, like a bolt of lightning, shot straight for Hercules' heart. Clang! The punch and sword collided with the sound of two hard objects smashing together. Looking closely, one could see that Ryu's hands were covered by a pair of white gloves laced with golden threads. These gloves were none other than an alternate form of his noble phantasm, Apocalypse. As for the stone sword Hercules was wielding, it wasn't even a true noble phantasm. It was just a large, sturdy chunk of rock he had ripped from a temple's steps. But in Hercules' hands, it became a deadly weapon. The blade of the stone sword was stopped by Ryu's punch, but the shockwave it generated cut 2 gashes into his shoulders. Blood immediately spurted out. Meanwhile, Hercules, displaying agility that defied his massive size, lifted his right leg and used his shin as a shield to block Ryu's left fist. As the fight continued, Hercules, with his vast combat experience and terrifying flexibility, began to gain a slight upper hand. Ryu glanced at the wounds on his shoulders and couldn't even be bothered to take a healing potion. Though the wounds looked nasty, they were nothing more than superficial cuts. In a matter of moments, thanks to his A++ endurance and the effects of his noble phantasm, Reversal War God, the injuries had already healed. With his EX rank noble phantasm, reversal war god, Ryu was a perfect counter to someone like Hercules, who relied on brute force to deal damage. If this was all Hercules had to offer, then Ryu was already in an unassailable position. However, defeating him would be no easy task. Summoned under the Berserker class, Hercules had lost the rationality of a seasoned warrior and the original version of his noble phantasm, the 12 labors. But his overall stats had risen by 1 rank, and he had gained a twisted, nearly broken version of the 12 labors. This mutated version allowed him to revive a total of 12 times, and with each resurrection, he would gain immunity to the type of damage that had previously killed him. Moreover, with Ilya's abundant supply of magical energy, lost health bars could still be restored. In a way, the two of them were practically identical copies, both were like the type that just wouldn't die. There had to be a way to deal a lethal blow. Ryu's mind raced rapidly. Very soon, he came up with an idea. Berserker, charge. Turn him into minced meat. Seeing Heracles gaining the upper hand, Ilya immediately shouted out in delight. However, Medea, who was hovering in the sky, displayed a worried expression, her eyes fixed on Ryu without blinking. Her small hands gripped her staff tightly, ready to unleash her noble phantasm the moment he was in danger. Her noble phantasm, Painbreaker, could calculate the subject's previous state and restore any damage they had taken as if turning back time. As long as there was a breath left, it could save them. It was practically the ultimate life-saving technique. Paired with Ryu, they could drag out the fight so much that the enemy would start doubting reality. With Ilya's shout, Heracles fell into a full-on berserk state, his entire body turning a bright red as steam started rising from him. Roar! Heracles swung the massive stone sword in his hand wildly, transforming himself into a giant meat grinder. No one doubted that anyone caught in his path would be reduced to nothing but bones in an instant. Yet, without blinking, Ryu charged straight into the storm of death Heracles had created. In an instant, he activated the 3rd stage of his War God Reversal ability. Heracles' stone sword, slicing through the air, left gashes all over Ryu's body. In less than a second, he was covered in blood. But his expression remained calm, as though the cuts weren't even on his own body. He responded blow for blow, landing a heavy punch on Heracles' demigod physique. The tremendous force was too much for even a demigod to withstand, and Heracles' body was soon covered in fist marks, his wounds swelling and spurting blood. Though Ryu's body was continuously sliced open with wounds large and small, his terrifying regenerative power kept healing him over and over. Deep within his soul, a blood-red orb representing the power of revenge was gradually becoming brighter. Engaging in such a raw, bestial exchange of blows, where neither side was defending, stirred a long-lost sense of excitement in Ryu. His heart was pounding at several dozen times its normal rate, and his soul was rejoicing. This was the kind of fight he longed for. No wonder some people said only weaklings fought women, real men fought men. Ryu hadn't believed it before, but now, locked in this ferocious battle with Heracles, he understood. His previously calm expression was slowly breaking down, becoming frenzied and bloodthirsty. You big brute, is that all you've got? This strength feels like you're just tickling me. Ryu laughed loudly, delivering a vicious kick to Heracles' knee. Roar! Heracles, being a heroic spirit, was only unable to speak due to his class constraints. But he clearly understood the insults in Ryu's words. Already in a state of rage, Heracles pushed his strength to 200%, swinging his stone sword with mad fury, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds all over Ryu's body. The newly repaired road was taking the brunt of the damage as well, now unrecognizable, with pits and trenches everywhere. Street lamps and utility poles were sliced in half by the aftershocks of the battle. It was estimated that it would cost tens of millions of yen to restore it. In addition to the battle scars, the ground was smeared with blood, both Ryu's and Heracles'. Like tireless beasts, the two fighters completely disregarded their injuries, fiercely attacking each other until one of them would fall. Watching from the side, Ilya stomped her feet in frustration at the sight of Ryu still standing despite his severe injuries. Berserker! What are you doing? I permit you to use your noble phantasm. Turn him into mincemeat right now. Roar! With Ilia's command, crimson lines appeared all over their bodies, a resonance caused by the overloading of magical circuits. The atmosphere began to tremble in despair as storms of magical power raged around them. Visible flows of prana were sucked into Heracles' body, and the demigod's giant form began to glow with white magical light. Such overwhelming power, the next strike would surely shatter the earth. Master! Medea shouted in worry. But Rhea waved his hand, signaling her not to worry. Infected by Heracles' energy, his expression became terrifyingly feral, like a wolf about to deliver a fatal blow to its prey. Roar! With a deafening roar, Heracles charged at him like a wild lion. The massive stone sword, as large as a door, came crashing down on his head. Clang! Rhea raised his arms above his head, and sparks flew. But that was only the beginning. Heracles' stone sword, defying all logic, slashed at him with impossible speed, each strike heavier than the last, like relentless waves crashing down. In less than 0.1 seconds, Heracles had unleashed 9 strikes in total. Boom! Under Heracles' massive blows, the ground beneath them shook like waves on the ocean. Even several kilometers away in Shinto, a faint tremor could be felt, and the nearby earthquake monitoring station mistook it for a real earthquake, springing into action. Not far away, 3 figures noticed the commotion and quickly rushed towards the scene. Where Heracles' terrifying might had struck, a massive crater, 20 to 30 meters in diameter, appeared where Ryu had been standing. The storm of dust and debris concealed everything inside. Anyone who saw Heracles' previous display of power wouldn't think he could have survived. At most, there would be some remnants of flesh. That's certainly what Ilia thought. Dying like this is too easy for you. Berserker, let's go. With a smile of satisfaction on her cute little face, Ilia waved her hand to call Heracles over. As for Medea, floating in the sky, Ilia couldn't care less. After all, without a master, a servant would soon be forced to return to the throne of heroes. Most importantly, her Heracles couldn't fly. Just then, Ilia suddenly noticed that Heracles, who always listened to her, was still standing in place, adopting a defensive stance as if he were bracing for something terrible. Chapter 159, FGO, 159. 2,376 words. What's wrong, Berserker? Ilia couldn't help but show a trace of confusion on her face. Roar! Hercules responded with a roar, though it was filled with caution. Boom! The shrouding dust was torn apart by a massive storm, and a terrifying aura erupted. Everyone present suddenly felt the air become unbearably heavy. This was no illusion. The leaves and debris caught in the storm, as well as the dust floating in the air, all seemed to be crushed under this overwhelming presence and crashed to the ground with loud thuds. Distant trees and streetlights creaked under the pull of an invisible force. At the center of the crater stood a blood-red figure. His skin was in tatters, with countless small wounds spraying blood outward. His left shoulder was bare, with only a jagged, broken stump remaining. A long gash on his face had completely ruined what might have once been a handsome countenance. However, the most severe injury stretched from his left shoulder to his right waist, a massive fissure that nearly split him in two. One could even see his ribs and the frantically beating heart through the torn flesh. Despite being so close to death, the aura emanating from this figure was so terrifying that it made people want to kneel and worship as if he were the absolute ruler of the world, an existence that could not be defied. Master! Medea couldn't hold back anymore. She instinctively gripped the staff, ready to activate her noble phantasm. Just stay there and watch. Ryo's voice was hoarse and grating as if his throat was damaged, sounding like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Yet, with the commanding presence of an absolute ruler and the authority of a master, Medea unconsciously straightened her back and obeyed his command without hesitation. Ryo turned his gaze to Hercules and pulled a sinister smile that could scare children to tears. Too bad, I'm not dead yet, which means you're going to die soon. Roar! Hercules, the top-tier demigod hero who defied Hera, queen of the gods, was not intimidated. Not even the EX rank skill, world ruler, could evoke an ounce of reverence in him. With another roar, he raised the stone sword and swung it toward Ryo's head. Given his current injuries, if he took this blow, he would undoubtedly die on the spot, with no chance of survival. Faced with such a crisis, a smile appeared on his face. He could feel the deep power of revenge state within his soul, almost overflowing. Die. It wasn't a shout, but a command. A dense, crimson energy burst from Ryu's body, so thick that it transformed into a blood mist, enveloping him completely. Then, he did two things. Shave. In a flash, his figure blurred and appeared right in front of Hercules. Mana burst, B rank. Reversal War God, EX, Berserk Revenge. Ryu drew back his only remaining right fist to his side, then silently struck. As his fist flew out, it split into hundreds of shadows in front of Hercules. Bang! The fist shadows struck Hercules simultaneously, producing a single, dull sound. The deep power of revenge, far superior to mana, was injected into the giant's body. The fire of revenge instantly reduced Hercules' upper body to ashes. The overwhelming damage not only obliterated his vitality but also completely wiped out the 12 lives granted by the 12 labors. At that moment, the compressed air finally exploded with terrifying blasts. The greatest demigod hero of ancient Greece didn't even have time to leave a final word before Ryu eliminated him with a single strike. It was the inevitable outcome. Just as the description of the reversal war god, Noble Phantasm says, in its third state, Berserk Revenge, the greater the damage received, the more terrifying the accumulated power of revenge becomes. After taking Hercules' 9 lives, which had nearly brought him to the brink of death, Ryu's power of revenge had reached apocalyptic levels. If focused on a single enemy, the damage would skyrocket nearly 1,000-fold. Moreover, the reversal war god granted him additional anti-human critical damage, doubled his attack power, and further boosted it by 1.5 times with mana burst at B rank. Coupled with this mysterious noble phantasm, which had evolved from Tsubame Geishi. Even if Hercules had 120 lives, Ryu could still kill him in one blow. Reversal war god, either you die, or I die. Such a brilliant result was the outcome of him dancing on the edge of a blade, gambling with his life. Impossible. My Hercules is the strongest. Unable to accept this harsh reality, Ilya sat limply on the ground, her eyes lifeless. Why did it turn out like this? After finally encountering her enemy, after finally summoning the strongest servant, she should have been the one to enjoy the satisfaction of revenge. So why did it turn out like this? Why was she the one who lost? Ryu glanced at Ilya in the distance and began walking toward her. That's right, he was going to finish her off. Though he might have had a preference for Lolis, and though his dream was to build a large harem, there was one principle that he would absolutely follow: enemies must be killed. From the moment Ilya commanded Hercules to attack him, in his eyes, she was no longer an innocent lowly or the magical girl Ilya. She was just an enemy who needed to be killed, nothing more. He wasn't alone anymore. If there was even the slightest chance, even 1 in 10,000, that leaving her alive might endanger those close to him, he would never allow it. When you cut the weeds, you must pull out the roots. Only then can you minimize the risks. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Ryu's face changed. Ignoring his depleted mana, he forcefully drained his life force to convert it into mana, focusing it into his eyes. A deadly solar ray shot toward the silver-haired lowly sitting on the ground. But alas, it was just a bit too late. Sensei. With a shout, a red and blue figure crossed dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, appearing in front of Ilya. Sword in hand, they blocked the attack. The scorching solar ray struck the middle of the blade. Soon, the blade began to heat up and turn red, nearly melting under the intense heat. But Ryu, exhausted, was unable to continue pushing the attack. I thought after so long you might have improved. But to see you now, stooping so low as to strike a defenseless girl. The once heroic voice was now filled with cold fury. A pair of phoenix eyes locked onto him. Who else could it be but Musashi Miyamoto, the swordswoman he had tricked just a few days earlier? At that moment, Ryu wanted to look up at the sky and sigh. Who can escape the whims of fate? Yet, he had no idea that even more surprises were waiting for him. When Ryu first saw Musashi Miyamoto, he felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he had acted somewhat dishonorably before, a bit like a scumbag tricking an innocent girl. However, Musashi Miyamoto's immediate rebuke ignited his anger. So, just because that loli was cute, she could command her servant to attack me, but I'm not allowed to fight back? Being cute equals justice? Being cute means you can do whatever you want? Well, I'm not buying it. I didn't expect that after suffering such a big loss last time, you'd have improved a bit. But you're still just as dumb. Ryu retorted sharply, without holding back. You. Musashi Miyamoto raised her sword and pointed it directly at him. The experience of being tricked by him losing the duel, and getting overstuffed had become her dark history, her reverse scale. If your brain developed even half as much as your chest, that would be great. And you should at least use that underdeveloped brain of yours. If I weren't strong enough, I'd already be dead, cut down by her Hercules. Now you're playing the victim after losing? At this moment, a red-haired young man and a black, twin-tailed girl came running up behind Musashi Miyamoto. Ryu's eyes immediately narrowed. The red-haired youth was none other than the first protagonist of the Fate series, Shiro Amiya. As for the black, twin-tailed girl, she was a highly popular character in the Type Moon universe, the heir of the prestigious Tosaka family of Magi, Rin Tosaka, who was also the best candidate for being possessed by the goddess Ishtar. Upon hearing his words, Shiro Amiya immediately shouted in protest. But she's just a little girl. Can't you see? She can't even fight anymore. Seeing Shiro Amiya's righteous indignation and Musashi Miyamoto's icy killing intent, Ryu found the situation somewhat amusing. If this were following the original story, there was a high chance it would have been them clashing with Ilya, and Shiro Amiya might have been nearly hacked to death by Hercules. Who would have expected that the unreliable system would transport him here, where he immediately encountered Ilya, this mentally twisted loli, who inexplicably treated him as an enemy and sent Hercules to attack him without hesitation. After finally managing to win the fight, he was now being treated like a villain who bullies Lolis, with people stepping in to forcefully mediate. This kind of plot twist, like something out of a third-rate, bottom-tier novel, made Ryu want to know who the author was, just so he could promise not to beat them to death. Ryu was still silently complaining in his heart, unaware that the twists weren't over yet. When Rin Tosaka, who had followed Shiro Amiya, got a clear look at his face, her expression immediately darkened. Her face filled with hatred, and she gritted her teeth. Ngwin Ryu. For my father's revenge, die. Rin raised her arm, forming her hand into the shape of a gun, with her index finger pointed directly at him. Bang! With a soft sound, a black energy ball, about the size of a ping-pong ball, shot from Rin's fingertip, straight toward him. Faced with Rin's attack, Ryu remained completely indifferent. With his current stats and noble phantasm, no Magus in the Type Moon world, except for the absolute top-tier ones, could harm him anymore. Sure enough, with a soft pop, the energy ball shattered upon hitting Ryu, leaving him completely unharmed. Rin. Shiro Amiya and Musashi Miyamoto were both caught off guard by Rin Tosaka's sudden attack. Ryu, however, remained emotionless. So, in the end, we have to fight. Fine. You don't like me, and I don't like you. Let's settle this with strength. The victor is in the right. What could be simpler? No, wait, there might be some kind of misunderstanding here. Shiro Amiya quickly pulled Rin Tosaka back. At his core, Shiro was just a good-hearted person. Though he disliked Ryu's actions, the thought of taking the life of a stranger made him uncomfortable. Musashi-kun. Let go of me. He's the one who killed my father. Rin Tosaka struggled violently, her eyes locked onto Ryu, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, making her look like a wounded beast. Perhaps she had trained well, as the red-haired youth struggled to hold her back. Musashi Miyamoto sighed, lightly tapping the ground with her foot. In an instant, she appeared beside Rin Tosaka and gently pressed her fingers against Rin's neck. Rin's eyes rolled back, and she immediately passed out. Shiro quickly caught her in his arms. Ryu was puzzled as to why Rin had called Shiro Musashi, but then noticed that Musashi Miyamoto had already turned to leave. Shiro, take the girl over there, and let's go. What, we're not fighting? Ryu asked in surprise. He had just fought a fierce battle with Hercules, was seriously injured, and had depleted his mana. This was the best time to kill him. I'm not as despicable as someone else. Musashi Miyamoto didn't even turn her head, coldly throwing out the remark before walking away. Wait for me, sensei. Shiro called, carrying the unconscious Rin on his back. He took Ilya by the hand and stumbled after Musashi Miyamoto's retreating figure. From behind, the silhouette of the red-haired youth resembled that of a dad struggling to care for his family, which made Medea, who had just descended next to Ryu, cover her mouth and giggle. Even Ryu couldn't maintain his cold demeanor, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Once they had walked a fair distance away. A wise choice, Ryu muttered before nodding to Medea. Medea immediately raised her staff and softly chanted the incantation to unlock her noble phantasm. May it become a world where no one gets hurt or hurts others. Pain Breaker. In an instant, a dreamy, multicolored bubble enveloped Ryu. A miraculous scene unfolded. The wounds on his body, even his severed arm, rapidly healed within the endless stream of bubbles, visible to the naked eye. When the bubbles dissipated, Ryu stood there unscathed. If it weren't for his tattered clothes, it would have seemed as if time had rewound. He flexed his newly restored arm and nodded in satisfaction. Medea's noble phantasm didn't rewind time, but it had a similar effect. It could calculate the state of the injured person before they were hurt and restore them to that condition. As long as there was still a breath of life, the user could be fully revived. It was the perfect match for his reckless, brawler-style combat. Master, what should we do now? Ryu stroked his smooth chin, and a cold smile spread across his face. Since everyone seems to be my enemy, I might as well play the role of the final boss this time. Question marks immediately appeared over Medea's head. Medea, you know how to set up a magical workshop, right? Ryu casually asked. Master, I can directly set up a higher-level temple. Medea puffed out her chest with pride, and his gaze was instinctively drawn to it. That curve was already starting to take shape, no wonder she would later be called the epitome of a mature, married woman. Ryu quickly turned his head and cleared his throat. Ahem. Very good. Let's head out right away. Chapter 160, FGO 160. 2,310 words. Where are we going? Ryudo Temple. Ryu immediately mentioned a location. The natural bounded fields formed there against spiritual beings made it the best place to build a fortress. With so many enemies around, wandering wasn't ideal. Instead, building a stronghold and remaining in place while waiting for the enemy to act was a better strategy. Having decided on this plan, he immediately thought of the famous Ryudo Temple. Before leaving, he turned to look back. From the hill, he could faintly see the spire of the church. Given the commotion earlier, the fact that the church, just a few hundred meters away, remained completely silent was strange. It should be noted that during the Fifth Holy Grail War, the final boss in one of the routes had hidden inside that seemingly dilapidated church. This hidden force was quite powerful. Yet, despite all the noise from earlier, there had been no response from the church. Was that twisted priest planning to stay hidden like some shadowy figure? Moreover, this Holy Grail War seemed odd in many ways. Setting aside the issue with Musashi Miyamoto, who held a grudge against him, Ilya and Rin Tasaka's attitudes toward him were also bizarre. It was as if they already knew who he was, and the deep hatred in their eyes didn't seem fake. Even Shiro Amiya had changed his name to Musashi Shiro, and the servant he summoned wasn't Artoria but Musashi Miyamoto. In short, everything was messed up. There was no longer any point in adhering to the original plot. Ryu could only adapt to the situation as it unfolded. The most urgent matter was to reach Ryudo Temple as quickly as possible, establish a workshop, and respond to any changes from a position of strength. Both Ryu and Medea could fly, and since it was nighttime, they chose the fastest and most convenient method, flying directly to Ryudo Temple. Ryu's instincts were spot on. Fate had already taken a sharp turn before he even arrived, and things were spiraling out of control. Let's rewind time by 12 hours. Raging flames, collapsing ruins, the screams of people. It was like the depths of hell. The suffocating heat wrapped around him like two venomous snakes. Miyamoto Shiro suddenly sat up, his eyes taking in the ceiling of his family's dojo. Did you have a nightmare? A voice spoke from beside him. Sensei. I dreamed of that fire again. Wham! A wooden sword immediately came down on his head. Shiro instinctively tried to dodge, but no matter how he moved, he couldn't avoid it. In the end, the sword landed on his head with a soft thud. Sensei, why did you hit me? Shiro clutched his head and looked helplessly at the woman in the red and blue swordsman outfit standing beside him. You keep having nightmares because your heart and your convictions aren't strong enough. This just proves your training is insufficient. As a swordsman, you cannot be bound by the shadows of the past. Cut them down and move forward. Though she was a woman, she had a heroic spirit that even men couldn't match. For a moment, Shiro was completely mesmerized. The woman before him, as she had claimed, was the great swordsman of the Sengoku period, Musashi Miyamoto. Though Shiro didn't understand why the famous swordsman was a beautiful woman. However, there was one thing Shiro remembered clearly to this day. It was this woman, who called herself Musashi Miyamoto, who had saved him from that great fire 10 years ago, taken him as a disciple, and taught him the way of the sword. Lost in thought, Shiro found himself spacing out. Wham! Another hit on the head. Falling in love with your teacher? Too bad, you're not my type. Sensei. Shiro laughed bitterly, rubbing his head. You should hurry and prepare breakfast. I bet Taiga and the others will be here soon. At that moment, a lively voice came from the entrance. Shiro. We're here. Is breakfast ready? Coming. Shiro reflexively responded. When he returned to the living room, two figures were already seated at the table. One was a short-haired, energetic girl, Fujimura Taiga. It was said she was the daughter of the local head of Yakuza, and she was also Shiro's English teacher at Hamurahura Academy. The Fujimura family had once had a confrontation with his teacher, but the two families eventually became friends after some fighting. This large mansion had even been provided to them by the Fujimura family for residence. The other person at the table was a beautiful girl with long, dark blue, naturally wavy hair that resembled seaweed. Noticing Shiro's gaze, the girl immediately shot him a look of disdain. Musashi-kun, you're too slow. Sorry, Shinji-chan, the rice is already cooked. I'll start making the other dishes right away. Shiro quickly apologized, tied his apron, and headed into the kitchen. After everyone had eaten their fill, Musashi Miyamoto stayed behind to watch the house, while the other three headed to school. Along the way, they encountered several familiar classmates, and Shiro greeted them politely, though Shinji barely acknowledged them. Just as they reached the school entrance, they encountered a familiar figure dressed in red. Yo! Tosaka! Shiro waved enthusiastically. Shinji, on the other hand, turned her head away in irritation. Tosaka Rin, the epitome of a refined young lady, responded with a reserved smile. Oh my, isn't it Musashi and Matu? Yeah. Shinji, though reluctant, greeted her before quickly turning her head away, clearly not wanting to look at her. She muttered under her breath. Ugh, unlucky. Running into this fox first thing in the morning. But it seemed the person in question heard her loud and clear. Oh my Matu, do you have some complaint about me? Tosaka Rin's face remained as sweet as ever, but to Shinji, it looked like the devil's sneer. No, nothing at all. She backed down immediately. Tosaka Rin nodded in satisfaction. Well then, I'll see you both later. See you later. After exchanging farewells, Tosaka Rin elegantly turned and headed toward her classroom. Left behind were a fuming Shinji and a somewhat awkward Shiro. After much effort to calm Shinji down, the two headed to their classroom on the 3rd floor. By the way, Shinji-chan, are you coming to my place tonight again? Shiro asked casually. From his tone, it was clear that Shinji often came over to mooch meals. Of course. I don't even want to go back to that house. Just as much as Shinji was complaining, she suddenly froze. As they reached the stairs, a figure appeared at the landing. With the appearance of that figure, the temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees. It was a girl of about 15 or 16. Though she wore the standard school uniform, it looked more like a queen's evening gown on her. Her figure was so voluptuous, it was hard to believe she was a high school student. Her long, snow-white hair flowed behind her, adorned with a golden, Russian-style hairpiece. Her eyes, as red as rubies, were calm and still, and her face was so exquisitely beautiful that she resembled a doll. The girl stood there silently, watching Shiro and Shinji from above without saying a word. To be precise, the girl's gaze was more focused on Shinji. "Sakura, good morning." Shiro forced himself to suppress the chill in his heart and greeted her. "Good morning, Musashi-senpai." The girl gave a slight nod, so small it was almost imperceptible. On a certain world line, the bond between them was the deepest, but now they were like strangers. Sakura." Shinji stammered as she greeted her. The moment Sakura appeared, Shinji seemed afraid of something. She instinctively hid behind Shiro. "Dear sister, come home early tonight. Don't forget." An ethereal, icy voice rang out, and Sakura's eyes revealed an inexplicable emotion. The sun had not fully risen yet, and the shadow at the corner of the staircase perfectly enveloped her. To them, the person standing in that shadow was not their sister or classmate, but some kind of terrifying monster. Shinji seemed to recall an unpleasant memory. She instinctively hugged herself and began trembling, involuntarily leaning against Shiro. Sakura cast a deep glance at Shinji before turning and quietly leaving. Only long after she had left did the two seem released from the frozen state. Trying to ease the tension, Shiro quickly changed the subject. "Come to think of it, Sakura feels even colder now. No wonder the guys in our class call her the Ice Princess." Shinji replied absent-mindedly, "Ah." Her face was as pale as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Shiro couldn't help but tease her. "What's wrong, Shinji-chan? You look terrible. Don't tell me you're scared of your sister." "How could I be scared of that monster?" Shinji exploded, shouting hysterically. Halfway through her outburst, she seemed to realize something and abruptly stopped. "Shinji-chan." Shiro gave her an awkward look. Fortunately, someone came to the rescue. "Yo! Musashi. Metu." Issei Ryudu, wearing glasses, walked over from the other side of the hallway and greeted them. "Good morning, Issei." Shiro immediately waved in response, but Shinji pressed her lips tightly and remained silent. It was then that Issei noticed Shinji's pale face. "What's wrong with Metu? Is she sick?" Then Issei turned to Shiro with a serious expression. "Musashi, this won't do. How can you not take better care of your girlfriend?" "Who's his girlfriend?" "You bald monk." Shinji immediately jumped up, her face flushing bright red, and pointed at Issei's nose. "How rude. I haven't even taken my vows yet." "Just because you haven't doesn't mean you won't. Anyway, you're bound to go bald sooner or later, so I'm doing you a favor by helping you get used to it early." "No need to thank me." Perhaps Shinji had finally calmed down from the fear of her sister, as she started spewing venom at Issei. You. Issei was so furious he couldn't find the words. He quickly clasped his hands together and began muttering a Buddhist prayer. After finally calming himself down, Issei muttered under his breath. "As expected, women truly are the enemy. Well then, I'll head back to the student council." "You too, I'll take my leave." Issei quickly turned and fled the scene in an almost comical retreat. "Humph." Shinji puffed out her chest in pride, as if she had won a great victory. Shiro, who had been watching the entire exchange, could only smile awkwardly. Before long, the two of them entered the classroom, greeted their classmates, and joked around as if everything was perfectly normal. Time passed slowly during the tedious lessons. Before they knew it, the school day had ended. Shinji quickly packed her bag and turned toward Shiro. "Musashi-kun, I'm heading home." "Huh? You're not coming to my place tonight?" Shiro looked surprised. "Sakura's waiting for me at home. I won't be going over tonight." As Shinji said this, her expression became somewhat strained as if she was deeply reluctant. By this time, it was already dusk, and the dim light in the classroom made it hard for Shiro to notice Shinji's discomfort. I see. Well, be careful on your way home. Shiro smiled and nodded. As Shinji reached the door, she suddenly stopped, as though something had just come to mind. She turned halfway around. Musashi-kun. What is it? Don't stay at school too late tonight. Go home early. It seemed like Shinji wanted to say more, but in the end, she hesitated and remained silent. I understand. Though Shiro was puzzled, he still agreed. Well then, see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Shinji's footsteps gradually faded into the distance, leaving Shiro alone in the classroom. After packing up his things, Shiro made his way downstairs and happened to run into Ayako Mitsuzuri, the captain of the archery club. Yo! Musashi! Ayako greeted him with the same carefree energy as always. Mitsuzuri, aren't you supposed to have club activities today? Noticing that Ayako wasn't wearing her usual archery uniform, Shiro couldn't help but ask. Don't even mention it. For some unknown reason, our esteemed principal decided to suspend all club activities for a while. No one is allowed to stay late at school. Ayako's expression was one of frustration. Well, maybe it's for our safety. After all, there have been a few murders recently. Shiro tried to comfort her. I see. Ayako then walked over to Shiro's side and playfully put her arm around his shoulder like a guy. Since you're not hanging out with your girlfriend today, how about doing me a small favor? Mitsuzuri. Fine, I'll help you. Now let go of me. Embarrassed by Ayako's close contact, Shiro's face turned red as he smiled awkwardly. Great. The bows in the dojo need their strings adjusted. I'll leave that to you. Ayako's face lit up with a mischievous grin. Huh? You're the captain of the archery club, aren't you? Well, what can I say? The recruits are just too useless. Besides, I've already made plans to hang out in the new shopping district with Sagusa and Himuro today. So, please. I'm begging you. It's a once-in-a-lifetime request. Ayako clasped her hands together and pleaded. All right. Shiro sighed. I knew I could count on you, Shiro. I'll treat you next time. See you tomorrow then. Ayako dashed off in a hurry. Shiro could only shake his head helplessly and head toward the archery dojo. 2 hours later. Shiro stood in the now spotless dojo, his mouth twitching. I got so into it, I even ended up cleaning the whole place. Stretching his sore muscles, Shiro put on his jacket, ready to head home. Suddenly, the sound of clashing metal came from the distant field. P.S. Shinji-chan, love. Chapter 161, FGO, 161. 2,205 words. It can't be. Shiro's expression changed as he recalled the morning news about the serial murders. Without thinking, he began walking toward the schoolyard. A murderous wind howled toward him. Red and blue lights clashed at night, sparks flying amidst an overwhelming killing intent. The red figure was a prematurely aged man with white hair, wielding twin blades. His swordsmanship wasn't flashy, but refined to the extreme, techniques honed through countless life-or-death battles. The blue figure resembled a beast, holding a crimson magic spear. His thrusts fell like raindrops, like shooting stars, his movements exuding a fierce, predatory aggression. The intensity of the battle opened Shiro's eyes to a new world. So this is how thrilling and blood-pumping a fight between cold weapons can be. Entranced by the spectacle, Shiro accidentally stepped on a dry branch and snapped it. Who's there? The blue spearman immediately broke away from his opponent and glared menacingly in Shiro's direction. That piercing gaze made Shiro instinctively flee. The spearman, seemingly toying with him like a cat with a mouse, didn't immediately give chase. Though he could have caught Shiro in seconds, he maintained a deliberately slow pace. Soon, the academy's complex layout caused Shiro to slip from his view. But the spearman seemed in no hurry. To his beast-like senses, Shiro's presence was as clear as a beacon in the dark. Panicked, Shiro stumbled into the kendo dojo. Inside, he spotted two swords, one long and one short, resting on the central weapon rack. Like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, Shiro rushed over and grabbed them. Strangely, the moment his hands touched the hilts, the fear in his heart began to melt away like snow under the sun. 10 years? 10 years of continuous training under his sensei in the art of Nitten Ichiryu. I'm not the powerless person I was 10 years ago. Cast aside all distractions. Abandon your fear of death. Empty your mind and focus on one thing, defeating the enemy before you. Nothing else matters. His sensei advice echoed in Shiro's mind. There's nothing left to fear. Clang. 10 years of relentless training kicked in as Shiro instinctively drew the twin swords, spinning around in a swift slash. Clang. Sparks flew as the twin blades collided perfectly with the incoming magic spear. What should have been a certain hit had been deflected. The blue spearman, dressed in a tight-fitting bodysuit, showed a hint of surprise. Oh. So the saying is true, a cornered rabbit will bite. Interesting. You've piqued my interest. Let's see how long you can last, kid. Don't die too quickly now. The spearman grinned wickedly and lunged with his spear. Shiro remained calm, deflecting the spear with one sword while stepping forward with the other, aiming a slash at the spearman's shoulder. The strike was blocked by the spear's shaft, which the spearman smoothly raised to intercept. Given his strength and speed, the spearman could have ended the fight instantly. But he was toying with Shiro, dragging out the thrilling exchange of blows. Cold flashes of steel and the crimson gleam of the spear illuminated the empty dojo. The rhythmic clashing of metal echoed like a symphony. 10 years of practice, combined with Shiro's natural talent for swordsmanship and the guidance of a top-tier master, she made him nearly unrivaled in modern kendo. But his opponent was no ordinary warrior. The Blue Spearman was a legendary hero, who had survived countless battlefields. Even without using his superhuman strength, the spearman's sheer experience and technique were enough to suppress Shiro. The more they fought, the more Shiro felt the terrifying power within the spearman's muscular frame. Who is this guy? He might even surpass Sensei. There won't be another chance to win. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Shiro's resilience ignited. His mind entered a state of heightened clarity, and time seemed to slow. The crimson spear, once as fast as red lightning, now appeared clearly in Shiro's eyes. I can see it. In an instant, Shiro loosened his grip on the short sword in his left hand. The crimson lightning struck, clashing with the short sword's blade. Clang! The short sword flew from Shiro's hand. I've got your heart. The blue spearman's eyes gleamed viciously as he thrust his magic spear toward Shiro's heart without hesitation. At the brink of death, Shiro remained eerily calm. In his mind, the spear's speed, trajectory, and force were rapidly calculated. His body shifted ever so slightly to the side. That tiny movement caused the spear, aimed directly at his heart, to pass under his arm, where Shiro clamped it tightly with his left arm. Wha? Before the spearman could process his shock, Shiro stepped forward, thrusting the long sword in his right hand toward the spearman's throat. His sensei had always warned him not to take life lightly, but the opponent before him was not someone he could afford to show mercy to. Yet, even at the brink of death, the blue spearman hadn't let his guard down. How could an ordinary weapon harm a heroic spirit? But as Shiro's blade neared the spearman's throat, his instincts screamed at him, if he didn't dodge, his throat would be pierced. Even Shiro hadn't expected it, but in the heat of battle, the twin swords had been influenced by his origin, transforming from ordinary weapons into something more. For a heroic spirit, a pierced throat wasn't fatal. But it would be humiliating. In a split second, the spearman moved at superhuman speed. Shiro's sure-kill strike only grazed his throat, leaving a thin line of blood. The spearman leaped backward, creating distance, and touched the wound, inspecting the blood on his fingers. Seeing the blood, he threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha ha. Looks like I've gone soft after staying in the throne of heroes for too long. The spearman then locked his gaze on Shiro, whose eyes now reflected cold, murderous intent. I was just playing around, but now I'll have to get serious. Hey, kid, what's your name? Musashi Shiro. Good name. Remember it well, the one who kills you is me, Cuchulainn. The Son of Light of Ireland lowered his stance, gripping his spear with one hand near the middle and the other near the tip, like a hound ready to pounce. I'm claiming your heart. Crimson light flashed, the spear thrusting straight for Shiro's heart. This strike was in a different league from the previous ones. There was no way to dodge it. Just as the magic spear was about to pierce Shiro's heart, a figure in a striking red and blue swordsman's outfit dashed in from outside the door. Cuchulainn's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately sensed that if he completed his thrust, the person behind him would sever his head. He quickly withdrew his spear, blocking in front of himself while dodging to the side. Who are you? Cuchulainn shouted, his face dark with frustration. What a cursed day. Twice now, just as he was about to kill his target, someone had interfered. What he didn't know was that in the Holy Grail War, all attributes were secondary, only luck truly determined victory. And of all the participants, his chances of winning were the lowest. The figure did not pursue him but instead stood protectively in front of Shiro, holding two swords. Sensei. Why are you here? Shiro's face showed clear surprise. Miyamoto Musashi didn't look back, answering casually. I noticed you hadn't come home for a while, so I came to check on you. Turns out I arrived just in time. You did well just now, you didn't disgrace our Nitin Ichiryu. Embarrassed, Shiro scratched the back of his head. Who the hell are you? Cuchulainn barked impatiently from the other side. Since you've been taking care of my disciple, it's only right that I, the sensei, return the favor and learn from your great skills. I am Nitin Ichiryu's Miyamoto Musashi. Prepare yourself. After introducing herself, Miyamoto Musashi's aura changed dramatically. Shiro, standing behind her, couldn't help but be amazed. His usually carefree, smiling teacher now resembled an unsheathed legendary blade, sharp and overwhelming. Oh, I thought you were just some delicate flower, but it turns out you're more like a fierce lioness. So, you're that kid, sensei. Judging by your appearance, you must be Saber. Perfect. I wasn't fully satisfied earlier, let's keep going, Eastern Sword Master. A murderous aura surged from Cuchulainn. Even Shiro, standing behind Musashi, felt suffocated by its intensity. But Miyamoto Musashi remained unmoved, her feet shifting lightly as she searched for her opponent's weaknesses. Without warning, the two figures clashed. Blades flashed, and the sound of steel echoed throughout the spacious dojo. Shiro was forced to retreat, step after step, until his back hit the wall. The polished wooden floor, once smooth, was torn apart by the aftershocks of their blows, leaving massive cracks. Meanwhile, elsewhere, because Cuchulainn had abandoned the fight to chase after Shiro, a minor quarrel broke out between Rin Tasaka and the white-haired, red-clad man standing beside her. Of all times, someone just had to be at the school. Archer, go after them, quick. Rin Tasaka stomped her foot as she gave orders to her servant. But Archer remained still, unmoving. Rin, I have to remind you, this isn't a good idea. The Holy Grail War must remain hidden from the public. Lancer prioritizing the elimination of witnesses is? I know. But I'm the master, so you have to listen to me. Seeing that Archer wasn't budging, Rin resorted to stubbornness, hiding her true motives behind the bluster. Though she appeared cold and calculating, Rin Tasaka was far more compassionate than many other ruthless magus. Letting an innocent person die because of her? That was something she couldn't accept. Understood. Archer sighed, resigned. He had known for a long time that his master acted tough but had a soft heart. Someday, people would come up with a word specifically to describe people like her. What was it again? Sundara? Before Archer could move, a loud crash echoed as a figure was sent flying from the school building. It was none other than the blue-clad Cuchulainn. He landed face-first on the ground, his legs and magic spear dragging behind him, carving 3 long trenches into the dirt. You damn woman. Cuchulainn wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring furiously at the hole in the wall. Just moments earlier, he had been preparing to unleash his noble phantasm, a strike that would have pierced Miyamoto Musashi's heart. But in that critical moment, Musashi had seized the brief instant when he was gathering magical energy. She closed the gap in a flash, deflecting his hasty attack with her twin swords, then delivered a hard kick to his stomach, sending him flying through the wall. It was the first time Ku Chulain had encountered someone who could forcefully interrupt him as he prepared to unleash his noble phantasm. Miyamoto Musashi now stood in the hole, looking down at him. That was for how you treated my disciple earlier. Next time, I'll aim for your head. Look forward to it. Who in their right mind would look forward to that? Ku Chulain muttered under his breath. TCH, fighting Eastern heroic spirits is such a pain. Thinking of running away? Musashi immediately noticed Ku Chulain's waning battle spirit and furrowed her brows slightly. No choice. My noble phantasm was interrupted, and I can't win in a straight fight. While I do enjoy crossing blades with strong opponents like you, my Shirsho has given strict orders not to fall too early. So, I'll take my leave for now. If you decide to chase me, be prepared to die. Ku Chulain spun his spear, dragging it behind him as he swiftly retreated from the battlefield. Watching his retreating figure, Miyamoto Musashi frowned deeply. This has to be a joke. At that moment, a shocked voice rang out. Rin Tosaka stood there, staring at Musashi in disbelief. Out of curiosity, she had just used her master's authority to check Musashi's stats, and the screen filled with attributes above A rank left her stunned. The reason was simple. A servant's stats weren't just influenced by their master's magical energy, they were significantly boosted by their fame. As one of Japan's most renowned sword masters, Miyamoto Musashi was a household name. Fuyuki City, in particular, could be considered her home turf, giving her a massive boost. Combined with the bonuses from the saber class, her stats being off the charts wasn't surprising at all. Good thing one of them left. There's still one more. You're not thinking of running away too, are you, white-haired man? Musashi smiled kindly as she looked at Rin and Archer. Both Rin and Archer shivered involuntarily. Archer, in particular, looked especially frustrated. This world. Why is it so different from the one I experienced? Was there something wrong with the way I was summoned? If Ryu were here, he would have instantly recognized this prematurely aged, red-clad heroic spirit as none other than the future version of Amiya Shiro, adopted by Kiritsugu Amiya. In a way, he and Musashi Shiro were parallel versions of the same person. Chapter 162, FGO, 162. 2,328 words. Miyamoto Musashi paid no mind to Archer's thoughts. In an instant, she crossed nearly 100 meters and was upon him. Archer raised his dual blades with effort, but Musashi, a master of the dual sword style, easily broke his stance. Swish, swish. 2 slashes carved a cross-shaped wound on his chest. Retreat. Rin Tosaka quickly used a command spell to force Archer to withdraw, then hurriedly stepped back, pulling a few gemstones from her pocket. But before she could unleash the magic stored within them, Musashi's figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Bang! The hilt of Musashi's sword struck Rin squarely in the stomach. Rin collapsed to the ground, clutching her stomach as she began to retch. I don't mind either way, but do you still want to continue fighting, girl? Rin could hardly breathe, much less answer. Looks like the fight's over, Musashi said, sheathing her swords. Sensei. At that moment, Shiro finally arrived, late, from the school building. Huh? Tosaka? Shiro was instantly surprised to see a familiar figure slumped on the ground. Hearing his voice, Rin weakly lifted her head. Seeing Shiro's innocent face filled her with rage. You're too slow. Musashi-kun, you idiot. Indeed, if Musashi hadn't disliked one-sided massacres, Rin would have been sliced into 3 pieces by now. Shiro scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. Shiro, is she someone you know? Yes, sensei. She's a classmate from school, Tosaka Rin. Shiro hurriedly made introductions. This is my sensei. Shiro was about to reveal Musashi's true name when Rin interrupted him. Musashi-ku, you're way too trusting. This is the Holy Grail War. A servant's true name is a closely guarded secret. Once it's known, people can figure out their weaknesses based on the corresponding myth or history. So, you must never reveal a servant's true name so easily. Rin raised a finger and patiently explained. But what exactly is this Holy Grail War, and what are these servants you're talking about? Shiro asked, thoroughly confused. You don't even know the basics? Rin's eyes widened in disbelief. Shiro scratched his head and laughed awkwardly again. Ah. Suddenly, Rin grabbed her pigtails, looking utterly exasperated. Why is it that someone as clueless as you could summon such a powerful servant? Then she thought about her own servant, who didn't even remember his name. Rin immediately felt defeated and dropped to the ground in a typical oar's posture. Tosaka, hey. Miss Tosaka. Seeing Rin utterly dejected and motionless, Shiro cautiously tried to get her attention. Hearing his voice, Rin suddenly stood up and grabbed Shiro by the collar. Anyway, come with me to the church for registration. We'll talk about the rest on the way. Registration? Shiro's face turned bright red in an instant, and he stammered. Rin suddenly realized her wording mistake, and her cheeks flushed. Idiot. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not talking about registering for marriage or anything dumb like that. I'm talking about registering you as an official participant in the Holy Grail War. That particular word was something Rin simply couldn't bring herself to say, so she quickly changed the subject. Anyway, that foul-mouthed nun at the church will explain the basic rules to you. Thus, with Rin leading the way, the three of them headed toward the church. However, as they descended the slope near the church, they came upon Ryu, who was preparing to deal a fatal blow to a silver-haired lowly who had no power to resist. Seeing this, Musashi, who despised one-sided slaughters, instantly became enraged, especially because the person standing there was none other than the one she had longed to cut into 1,000 pieces. When Rin ran up to the scene, she too realized that the figure in front of them was the same person who had killed her father 10 years ago. The hatred on both sides was irreconcilable. Fate began to race down a different path. The timeline returned to normal. After Ryu and Medea arrived at Ryudo Temple, she used suggestion magecraft to make the monks and the Ryudo family temporarily leave the temple. Then, Ryu helped her begin setting up a temple. Once Ryudo Temple was transformed into a magical base temple, Medea's magical prowess would be significantly enhanced. According to her, while she couldn't summon a dragon using the golden fleece as she could when fully grown, she could still invoke the power of the goddess Hecate to turn the temple into a large-scale domain that included surveillance, summoning, reinforcement, healing, and suppression. In simple terms, if an enemy intruded, the temple would automatically trigger an alarm. As long as Medea remained within the area, she could summon dragon-tooth warriors without consuming any magical energy, strengthen her allies, heal their injuries, and even merge the natural anti-spirit bounded field around Ryudo Temple to suppress enemy servants' stats. In essence, turning your home into an impregnable fortress and staying inside to conduct magical research was the true path of a magus. All that flashy spellcasting, with a side of warrior skills? That was nonsense. At the same time, Ryu was surprised to find that helping Medea set up the temple had deepened his understanding of magecraft, and his proficiency with the primordial runes was increasing rapidly. After a night of hard work, the temple was taking shape, and Ryu could finally get a good night's rest. But before that, he opened his system panel. The system had thrown up a bunch of notifications after he killed Heracles. Ding! The host has slain the servant Heracles. You have earned one special gacha. The special gacha allows you to obtain a skill or noble phantasm from the defeated servant, with a very small chance of drawing the servant's summoning card. Would you like to proceed with the gacha? Ryu thought about it and decided to put the gacha on hold for now. He moved on to the next message. Ding! The noble phantasm Tsubame Geishi has been upgraded. Please name it. Ryu rubbed his chin. The sensation of unleashing hundreds of punches in an instant was still fresh in his memory. It just so happened that he recalled a martial art with a similar style of rapid, close-range strikes. I'll call it Machine Gun Blow. Yeah, that's a good name. Of course, Ryu would never admit that his bad sense of naming was acting up again. Ding! The noble phantasm, Machine Gun Blow, has been successfully named. Next up was the gotcha. Raya mentally called Medea over. Master, did you need something? Looking at the soft, adorable Medea Lily, Raya's mischievous side kicked in again. He pointed to his cheek. Kiss me. Huh? Huh? Medea was completely taken aback. When she finally understood what he meant, she screamed. Master, what are you thinking? You pervert. Hentai. Idiot. Medea stammered, utterly flustered. Raya placed his hands firmly on her shoulders. You misunderstood me, he said quickly, explaining the gotcha system. So, I want to borrow your luck. Really? Are you sure you're not tricking me, master? Medea, who didn't believe in superstitions, eyed him suspiciously. Do I look like that kind of person? You have to trust me. Only you can help me with this, Raya said, maintaining a serious expression. I understand. A blush crept over Medea's pale cheeks. After hesitating for a moment, she walked over, stood on her tiptoes, and gently kissed his cheek. Flustered, she quickly hid, turning her face away, unable to meet his eyes. Ryu immediately felt a mysterious force envelop him. Let's start the gotcha. A golden card appeared in the air, bearing the symbol of the Berserker class, with Heracles depicted on the front. The card shattered into countless golden fragments, swirling around a multicolored orb of light, like a miniature nebula. The fragments quickly fused with the orb, and a new card emerged. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've drawn the Noble Phantasm 12 Labors. Detected that the host possesses similar noble phantasms and skills. Would you like to fuse them? Fusible Noble Phantasm, Reversal War God. Fusible Skill, 12 Labors. Fusible Skill, True Divine Body. Upon fusion, the Noble Phantasm Reversal War God will be significantly enhanced. Jackpot! 12 Labors was the strongest possible Noble Phantasm Ryu could have drawn. The effects of Reversal War God made it clear that to defeat powerful enemies, he would have to risk his life and come back from the brink of death. But the problem was, he wasn't some invincible shonen protagonist who always survived by luck. If he couldn't withstand an attack, he'd be dead instantly. So, to truly make Reversal War God his battle core, he needed an insurance policy. 12 Labors was the perfect insurance, no competition. However, the system's suggestion to fuse the noble phantasms made him hesitate. The greatest advantage of 12 Labors wasn't anything else, it was the extra lives. If the fusion removed that attribute, wouldn't he lose out on a huge benefit? Wouldn't that waste the luck boost the goddess of fortune had just given him? Screw it. Raya felt that his luck was at its peak and that the fusion would yield the best outcome. But before starting, his gaze once again fell on Medea, who was standing beside him. The moment his eyes landed on her, Medea began trembling. Ryu's gaze was simply too terrifying, as if he were about to devour her whole. Medea-chan, give me another buff. Medea shook her head vigorously. Although she had no idea what her master meant, she suspected it was another ploy to take advantage of her. Humph. Master is such a bad person. I won't be fooled this time. Medea's voice carried a playful defiance. Of course, she would never admit that deep down, she was somewhat looking forward to it. At 14, Medea Lily was still quite innocent. Ray sighed. No choice. Since you're unwilling, I'll just have to take it myself. In a swift motion, he appeared in front of her and grabbed her shoulders. Master, what are you doing? Medea looked at him with a mix of wariness and panic. Nothing much. Since you're too shy, I'll take the initiative. Ryu smiled kindly. But Medea immediately had a bad feeling. Master, you. Before she could refuse, he pressed his lips against her soft, pink lips. Medea's heart raced as Ryu's lips met hers. She tried to pull away, but his grip on her shoulders remained firm. His kiss was soft at first, a gentle brush against her lips that sent shivers down her spine. But then he deepened the kiss, his tongue sliding past her parted lips to explore her mouth. Medea's mind went blank as she gave in to the sensations coursing through her body. She closed her eyes and let out a small moan, feeling the heat of Ryo's tongue dancing with hers. His hands moved down her back, tracing gentle circles that sent tingles up her spine. As their kiss intensified, Medea found herself pressing against him, her breasts flattened against his chest. His hands moved up to cup her buttocks, squeezing them gently before pulling her closer still. When Ryo finally felt he had absorbed enough of her luck, he gently let her go, a thin, silvery string of saliva connecting their lips. Because her first kiss had been so intense, Medea, overwhelmed by the experience, rolled her eyes back and fainted. Ryo gently laid her down on the tatami mat. Without wasting any time, he initiated the fusion of his noble phantasms and skills. At that moment, he felt like the luckiest person in the world. Fuse. Ding. Fusing noble phantasms, reversal war god and 12 labors, and skill true divine body. Time remaining, 4 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Now came the long wait. By the time Medea had woken up, she was staring at him with a face full of resentment. Master. I'll never get married now. Being stared at by her sorrowful eyes, Ryo felt chills down his spine. It was as though she might pull out a dagger and stab him at any moment. I'll marry you. I'll take full responsibility. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Ryo blurted out the words. Really? Medea asked in a soft, faint voice. Of course. I always keep my word. Ryo raised his right hand as if swearing an oath. But Medea didn't respond immediately, she sized him up with that same sorrowful gaze. After a long while, she finally whispered, Master, I'll trust you, for now. Ryo felt a huge weight lift off his chest, relieved that he had narrowly avoided disaster. What he didn't see was that after she left the room, the sad expression on her face vanished. She flashed a victory sign with her fingers, her face filled with smug satisfaction. Master is such a flirt. This time, I'll teach you a lesson, she hummed softly. However, when she remembered her first kiss being stolen, her hand subconsciously brushed over her soft lips. Her cheeks turned a faint shade of red, and she walked awkwardly toward her bedroom, a mix of shyness and lingering thoughts in her mind. Master, that big perv, she muttered, clenching her legs together as she hurried into her room. Back in the other room, Ryo, though he noticed that Medea was acting a bit differently, didn't think too much about it. All his focus was on the system panel. Watching the countdown slowly tick away, he couldn't help but feel nervous. These noble phantasms, and especially Reversal War God, were key to his unique fighting style. If the fusion didn't turn out as expected, his overall strength would take a severe hit. With his heart pounding, the countdown finally reached 0. The moment of truth had arrived. Ding. Fusion complete. You have obtained the noble phantasm Reversal War God, true. Ryo quickly opened the system panel to check the details. After reading through the system's explanation, he couldn't contain his excitement and burst out laughing. Chapter 163, FGO, 163. 2,198 words. After the fusion, Reversal War God became explosively powerful. State 1, Passive Mode. The conversion and enhancement efficiency of magical energy increased several-fold. Ryo typically used this state to boost his attributes. To use a gaming analogy, this state was like increasing experience gain. The efficiency multiplier? If Crying Warmonger was a 1 and Reversal War God was a 3, then Reversal War God, true, was a 10. State 2, Active Mode. Both the amount of mana and life force restored after taking damage and the damage reflected upon receiving the same type of attack were tripled compared to the pre-fusion state. State 3, Berserker Revenge Mode. The most significant change occurred in State 3, Berserker Revenge Mode. The efficiency of gathering revenge power, as well as the revenge power limit, was also tripled. To illustrate, if Ryo were to fight Heracles again, he wouldn't need to endure the effects of 9 lives. Taking just 1/3 of the damage he had previously suffered would yield the same result. If the revenge power reached its maximum, the damage output could reach up to 3,000 times the original. New ability, Desperate Counterattack. Before the fusion, The major weakness was that if Ryu were hit with a one-hit kill attack, everything would be over. However, after fusing with 12 labors, State 3 gained an auxiliary state called Desperate Counterattack. Desperate Counterattack: if an enemy's attack is fatal, this state completely nullifies the attack, instantly restoring all health and mana while doubling all attributes, except luck. Even after recovery, the accumulated revenge power would not be cleared. In other words, he would revive at full strength on the spot. Additionally, the buff enhancement made this ability a god-tier skill for duels. This meant that if any enemy managed to land a killing blow on him, he would immediately revive with full health, his attributes doubled, and he could still unleash State 3's effects for a devastating counterattack. Desperate Counterattack usage limit, 3 times. Recovery rate, 1 use per day. While this ability didn't give him 13 lives like Heracles, one thing was clear: if you couldn't defeat your opponent, even 120 lives wouldn't save you. Look no further than a certain route in the original story, where Gilgamesh toyed with Heracles. Sometimes, having more lives just gives your opponent more chances to play with you. While Ryu was busy drawing prizes and absorbing his newfound luck, strange noises echoed from the Meta Mansion, just a few streets away from the Tosaka residence in Fuyuki City. At first, the sounds resembled a woman moaning in pain, but upon closer listening, they sounded more like the suggestive noises of someone engaged in harmonious activities. In the basement of the Meta Mansion, once a den of revolting magical worms under the rule of the old head of the household, things had changed dramatically since Meta Sakura took over. All traces of the worms had been purged. Now, the renovated basement exuded a twisted, solemn darkness, as if it belonged in a Gothic novel. The space resembled the resting place of a vampire noble, with black and red tones creating a luxurious yet eerie atmosphere. Above, a medieval-style circular chandelier adorned with candles cast a faint light across the dim room. Everything exuded a sense of heaviness, but... A soft moan, almost a mix between a sob and a gasp of joy, added a pink-tinted suggestiveness to the atmosphere. In the center of the room, a blue-haired figure was suspended, naked, by chains. Most of her delicate face was covered by a black blindfold. Shadows shaped like tentacles slithered around the girl's youthful body, violating her in unspeakable ways. On the marble floor beneath her, a suspicious puddle of transparent liquid exuded the heavy scent of female pheromones. As the girl's body writhed, the air filled with the fragrance of her body, mingling with the sweet scent of someone reaching their peak. Opposite the bound girl was a stone throne. Reclining on it was a silver-haired girl in an elegant black gown with blood-red patterns. She rested her chin on one hand, watching the blue-haired girl's performance with great interest, her lips curling into a mysterious smile. Behind her stood a platinum-blonde girl in a black dress, her eyes glowing a golden hue, reminiscent of a dragon's. Her expression was cold and emotionless, and most notably, she had no ahogue. If Ryu were present, he would have instantly recognized this girl, radiating an aura of cold, ruthless tyranny, as Artoria Pendragon, Alter, the darkened version of the legendary King Arthur, also known as Salter. And the queenly figure she stood before? None other than Meta Sakura, one of the soft-spoken heroines from the original storyline. From Salter's position, it was clear she was Sakura's servant. Writer, after 10 long years, the Holy Grail War has finally begun again. Perhaps due to her excitement, Sakura, usually as cold and expressionless as an ice queen, had a noticeable trace of thrill in her voice. It was evident, the servant standing behind her, Artoria Pendragon, Alter, was in the rare rider class. It doesn't matter to me. I just need to kill that man. Artoria's voice was icy, and killing intent surged from her small frame without restraint. Her golden, dragon-like eyes fixated on a black sphere floating in midair, the size of a human head. Reflected within it was the scene of Ryu battling Heracles on a hill. Artoria's gaze was locked onto him, unblinking. I've waited 10 years. This time, I will avenge you, Irisveal. Artoria swore silently to herself. Of course. It's because our goals align so perfectly that we've become allies, isn't it? I, too, have a score to settle with that man, Sakura said coldly, her tone as frigid as ice. Ryu had been right all along. Almost everyone participating in this Holy Grail war had a grudge against him. Truly, it was a tragic tale. Sakura's voice suddenly shifted. However, you and I both know that man won't be easy to kill. Back then, So if we want to finish him off, we'll need a carefully crafted plan. So, this is your plan? Summon some terrifying being from the abyss and sacrifice every life in Fuyuki City to deliver a fatal blow? Artoria snorted coldly. What's wrong? Are you getting soft-hearted? I don't care about the process. I just need that man to be completely killed. The cold, ruthless words spilled from the mouth of the black tyrant. Very well, it seems we've reached an agreement. Matu Sakura chuckled softly. Her gaze then shifted to the girl suspended in the center of the room, being toyed with. A sadistic glint flashed in Sakura's eyes. She raised a finger, and immediately, a thin tentacle emerged from the shadows and lashed harshly across the girl's exposed buttocks. Slap. A crisp sound echoed, and a bright red mark quickly appeared on the girl's pale skin. The force was perfectly calculated, it was enough to cause the girl pain, or perhaps something else, but not enough to harm her body. The girl's reaction was proof of that. MMPH. Her mouth was filled with shadowy tentacles, muffling her voice. The only sounds that escaped were muffled, yet filled with a mix of anguish and strange pleasure. Her delicate body suddenly shook violently, trembling like a leaf in the wind before collapsing entirely, hanging limply from the chains. Sakura slowly approached the girl, hooking a finger under her smooth chin and whispering into her ear. Give me more pleasure, dear sister. The flickering candlelight stretched Sakura's shadow long across the wall. In the dim glow, her shadow loomed like a massive demon. Cold laughter, mingled with the girl's cries, whether from pain or excitement, continued to echo in the vast, empty basement. The next day, Ryu, in high spirits, decided to reward his goddess of luck properly. The wild animals on the mountain behind Ryudu Temple weren't so fortunate. He charged into the forest behind Ryudu and went on a hunting spree. His spoils included a wild boar, a pheasant, some wild mushrooms, bamboo shoots, and various wild vegetables. While he was busy gathering his bounty, Medea wasn't idle either. She meticulously completed all the nodes in the temple and, in the process, discovered a major secret about the Holy Grail. When Ryu returned to Ryudu Temple with his wild game, he ran into Medea, who was looking for him. What's up, Medea-chan? Seeing Medea hurrying toward him, his curiosity was piqued. Master. You'd better come take a look. Medea's expression was deadly serious. Ryu immediately set aside his carefree attitude, placing the wild game in the kitchen before following her to the entrance of the Great Grail's altar. Centuries ago, the three founding families, Ainsburn, Tosaka, and Mata Mikiri, had buried the Greater Grail deep within Mount Enzu. Once the Grail's magical energy was fully accumulated, it would manifest near Ryudu Temple. The exact location, Ryu remembered, was a small lake. He had passed by it earlier while hunting. But no matter how he looked at it, the lake seemed perfectly ordinary. Well, almost. Perhaps due to the Grail's magical contamination, there were few fish in the lake, and only sparse patches of aquatic plants grew near its edges. The water was crystal clear but devoid of any signs of life, almost like a gateway to a dead realm. The altar to the Greater Grail was hidden beneath the lake, with the entrance located midway up the mountain. To firmly establish his role as the final boss, Ryu had Medea implement a ruthless strategy. Medea altered some of the Greater Grail's functions, siphoning off the accumulated magical energy to fuel the temple at Ryudu Temple. In other words, even if all the servants were defeated, the Greater Grail would never reach full capacity. To undo Medea's setup, there were only two options, either a more powerful and skilled magus from the Age of Gods, someone on Solomon's level, would need to intervene, or the temple's core at Ryudu Temple would need to be destroyed. Attempting to tamper with it would only destroy the Greater Grail as well. As for finding a more skilled magus than Medea. Ever since Ryu entered this world, a command seal had appeared on the back of his hand, with Medea automatically becoming his servant, occupying the caster class. There were very few magus whose mastery of magecraft exceeded that of the infamous Witch Medea from legend. In other words, he had blocked off all possible avenues. Anyone who wanted to claim the Holy Grail would have to face him head-on at a location of his choosing. time, place, and people. Time was uncontrollable, but Ryu had secured the advantage of the place. Even though he had put himself at odds with all the other participants, losing the support of people, it was still the best strategy. Especially since most of the participants already had grudges against him. Rather than wandering around outside and getting attacked one by one, or even ganged up on, it was better to set up a battlefield in a location that favored him and crush his enemies head-on. Ryu had been a bit nervous about Ungermanu potentially emerging from the Greater Grail. But after some thought, he realized that Ungermanu was only a major threat when the Grail's magical energy was nearly full. Until then, it was nothing more than a half-starved weakling. Ryu's plan to cut off the magical energy supply had, by sheer luck, also prevented Ungermanu from being fed. It was a fortunate turn of events. Ryu had already warned Medea about Ungermanu. Unexpectedly, when she was modifying the permissions at the Grail's altar, she discovered something unusual. The Greater Grail wasn't contaminated. When Ryu first heard this, he refused to believe it. If even this fundamental aspect was different, what kind of world was he actually in? At that moment, memories of the strange incident when he first entered this world flashed through his mind. Perhaps, that wasn't an accident at all, but rather the work of someone behind the scenes. Ryu didn't think any further because he was still too weak. And for someone capable of interfering with the system's near-omnipotent transfer mechanism, the power behind them must be terrifying. At the very least, it was not something he could contend with at his current level. The only way forward was to take steady steps, grow continuously stronger, and become powerful enough that no one could control his fate. With these complicated thoughts swirling in his mind, Ryu and Medea entered the altar of the Greater Grail. However, the moment he stepped into the altar, the unidentified root gem that he had stored in his inventory suddenly flew out and began emitting a dazzling golden light. At the same time, in the center of the vast altar stood a massive hexagonal platform, upon which a giant crystal pillar towered. From the center of the crystal pillar, a silvery white light shone, faintly illuminating a gem embedded within, one that closely resembled the root gem in his hand. Crack! To Ryu and Medea's astonishment, the crystal pillar suddenly shattered. The gem, radiating a silver glow, flew directly toward him. Chapter 164, FGO, 164. 1761 words. Ryu instinctively stretched out his hand and grasped the gem. The energy of the gem seemed to have been exhausted, its light faded, revealing a silver-white stone in his palm. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the now empty Holy Grail altar. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. One heroic spirit had just been eliminated, and the core of the Holy Grail had fallen into his hands. No matter who sought the Grail, they would have to go through him in the end. To obtain the final prize right from the start, if that wasn't the mark of a final boss, what was? If he knew that nearly all the other participants were targeting his head rather than the Holy Grail, how would he feel? Perhaps he'd recite a poem? Regardless, he now held total control in his hands. And it was all thanks to his lucky goddess, Medea Lily. Rewards for merit, punishment for mistakes. With a smile on his face, Ryu walked over to Medea. Master, what are you doing? Medea quickly raised her staff in front of herself, eyeing him warily. You did great, so I want to reward you. No. Ah. Before she could refuse, Ryu lifted her and spun her around. After a while, he finally set her down. Poor Medea was left dizzy and dazed. By the way, I've gathered a big haul of wild game today, so look forward to it. Ryu said excitedly. Ever since he'd absorbed Medea's luck, good things just kept happening. He couldn't help but seriously consider continuing to absorb her luck from time to time. If Medea knew what he was thinking, she might have wanted to kill him right then and there. With the Holy Grail core gone, Medea's original plan was useless. But who was she? She was a genius magus trained by the ancient Greek goddess of magic, Hecate. The reason the three families had set up the Holy Grail in Fuyuki City was because of the city's spiritual veins, this being its largest and most active one. All she had to do was modify the temple functions, switching the source of magic from the Holy Grail to the spiritual vein. This setup had even more advantages. Unless someone destroyed the entirety of Mount Enzu, the participating heroic spirits in this Holy Grail war would have no choice but to flee into Medea's newly arranged temple and face Ryu in a severely one-sided battle. Leaving Medea to modify the battlefield, Ryu returned to Ryudo Temple and started preparing the mountain delicacies. 2 hours later, Raya used telepathy to summon Medea. Her face was still flushed from the intense culinary experience. When she saw her master looking at her with a long-suffering expression, Medea felt a bit guilty. "Master, what's the matter?" Raya said nothing, just stared at her intently, his gaze somewhat unsettling. Just as her heart started pounding, Ryu's expression suddenly turned serious. "The time for playing around is over. We need to prepare to receive our guests." Medea immediately set aside her frivolous thoughts. "Master, please give your orders." Ryu stroked his chin, a cunning smile appearing on his face. "Since we've already secured the invitation to the final stage, why not put on a show and pressure our enemies into coming to us?" "Master, are you suggesting we'll do it like this?" Ryu smirked. Medea's face immediately displayed a expression. "Master, you're too cunning." "Well, not as much as a certain someone who ate the entire meal alone." Ryu's face showed a kind smile. Medea involuntarily shuddered, her face turning serious. "Master, I'll get to work right away." "Excellent. Go ahead, and make sure to do it quickly." Ryu's smile didn't seem to change, but Medea felt like some of the overwhelming pressure had disappeared. She breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh. Pop. 10 minutes later, nearly the entire city of Fuyuki witnessed it. Under the beautiful night sky, countless fireworks shot up from the direction of Ryudo Temple, exploding with a loud bang and blooming into radiant colors. "Mom. Look at the fireworks." "Huh? Is there some kind of festival today?" "Such beautiful fireworks." Many ordinary citizens stopped in their tracks to watch, chattering among themselves. However, the real spectacle hadn't started yet. In the next moment, hundreds of fireworks shot into the sky, forming several massive English letters. "I win." The other citizens were puzzled, but the participants of the Holy Grail War. Musashi, who was eating, immediately snapped her chopsticks in half. The teacup in Rin Tasaka's hand slipped and fell onto the carpet, spilling fragrant tea everywhere. Sakura Mato angrily smashed her wine glass into pieces. At the church, Siyu Chulayan twirled his magic spear in his hands, his eyes emitting a dangerously fierce light. This was a blatant provocation. They might have retained some rationality, but the very next second, an overwhelming aura of power and battle intent erupted from Ryudo Temple, shooting straight into the sky. Ryu stood at the entrance of Ryudo Temple, brazenly releasing his aura. For the heroic spirits, the message was crystal clear. Not satisfied? Come fight. Considering the earlier fireworks display, the provocation meter was off the charts. Musashi immediately put down her bowl, ready to rush to Ryudo Temple, only to be stopped by Shiro after much persuasion. Rin Tasaka gritted her teeth in anger, but seeing Archer seriously injured by Musashi Miyamoto, she could only temporarily swallow her rage and focus on speeding up Archer's recovery. Meanwhile, in the Mato family dining room, in addition to the 3 girls from the previous day, a new figure stood behind Miss Shinji. She was a tall, beautiful woman with long purple hair, dressed in revealing black leather and an eye mask. However, the atmosphere in the dining room was as cold as ice. This wasn't an illusion, the windows had somehow accumulated a thick layer of frost. Shinji looked fearfully at her sister, feeling as though she were sitting inside an ice cave. The bright lights brought no warmth. Just as Shinji thought she might freeze to death. "Master, please calm down." A cold, emotionless voice broke the silence. Salter, with a cold expression, looked at her. Mato Sakura took a deep breath, and the chill in the room gradually dissipated. "Sorry, Ryder, I lost my composure." Artoria nodded slightly, offering no further comment. "Like me, my master is eager to kill that man, but this is a trap set by him." "You're right. We shouldn't play into his hands." A sharp glint suddenly flashed in Sakura's eyes. So, I just came up with a good idea. Sitting across from Sakura, Shinji secretly glanced at her sister, her eyes filled with a hint of envy. Unexpectedly, Sakura's gaze fell directly on Shinji. Shinji jumped in fright, thinking she'd been caught peeking. But Sakura gave her an unreadable smile. So, now it's time to ask for your help, dear sister. What do you need? Shinji's face showed a fearful expression, worried that her devilish sister had come up with some new way to torment and manipulate her. Please head over to Musashi-senpai's house and keep an eye on his every move. This should be something you'd want to do, right? Well, since you put it that way, I guess I'll go. Shinji's tone was reluctant, but the joy in her eyes was obvious to anyone. Sakura's eyes flashed with amusement before she turned her gaze to Medusa behind her. As for Assassin, I'll have you go to Tosaka's house and keep an eye on my foolish sister. Medusa glanced at the blue-haired girl, Shinji, and, seeing no objection, gave a slight nod. And you, Ryder, come with me to the church. I've heard the church has a new overseer. It's about time we visit them. A cruel glint flashed in Sakura's eyes. At the same time, at the church Sakura mentioned, Siyu Chulin was walking out with his hands in his pockets. And where do you think you're going? Wasn't getting injured last time enough? Are you planning to throw your life away this time? A cold voice suddenly rang out. A small figure with silver hair, dressed in a nun's habit, emerged from the shadows. Her voice was pleasant but incredibly sharp, to the point that even the great ancient hero Siyu Chulin couldn't stand it. You're so annoying, woman. Since the other side has issued a challenge, isn't it only natural for me to accept? First of all, let me correct you. I'm still a pure nun, so don't address me as a woman. Of course, if your eyesight is as bad as an amoeba's, feel free to ignore me. Also, with your love for fighting, is your origin that of a wild dog? Watching her small mouth continuously spout venom, Siyu Chulin felt as though his head was about to explode. He decided that the dumbest thing he had ever done in his life was responding to this girl's summon. I'll be right back. After throwing those words behind him, Siyu Chulin dashed off at lightning speed. The nun stood there quietly, watching the bustling city of Fuyuki in the distance, lost in thought. As if venting his frustration from the encounter with the nun, Siyu Chulin sprinted across the entire city of Fuyuki in just a few minutes, arriving at Ryudu Temple. Running up the long stone steps, he ascended like a bolt of blue lightning. Within seconds, the gates of Ryudu Temple came into view. The moment Siyu Chulin passed through the temple gates, a transparent membrane appeared in the air. Siyu Chulin, not paying it any mind, crashed right through it. Rip. There was a faint sound like paper being torn. Suddenly, Siyu Chulin felt an invisible shackle bind his body. He immediately felt heavier, and his reflexes slowed significantly. It felt like his magical energy supply had been cut off, leaving him weak. After passing through the temple gates, he saw a vast open courtyard leading to the main hall. At the center of the courtyard stood two figures, as if they had been waiting specifically for him. One was a young man dressed in black, and the other was a girl wearing an ancient Greek priestess robe. I didn't expect the first fool to charge it would be you. But that's fine, no, it's great. At this moment, the young man in black spoke, and what he said next left Siyu Chulin stunned. This should be our first time meeting, right, senpai? Chapter 165, FGO, 165. 2,200 words. Hey pal, don't go around making random connections. Who said I'm your senpai? Perhaps from spending too much time with that sharp-tongued nun, Siyu Chulin reflexively snapped back. Ryu smiled indifferently. Fine by me. Having a senpai like you is embarrassing anyway. How about you quit? There was an odd tension between them. Although it was their first time meeting, and they hadn't even exchanged a single word before this, they already seemed to dislike each other instinctively. Both Ryu and Siyu Chulin felt the same way. This guy is so annoying. I want to kill him. At that moment, both of them had the same thought. This must be what people call natural incompatibility. So, you're that woman's new disciple, huh? Siyu Chulin suddenly realized. Finally figured it out? I was starting to think your brain was just made of muscle. You're looking for trouble, aren't you? Ryu's eyes turned dangerous. He wasn't exactly known for his patience, and having just been roasted by the nun, now being insulted by Ryu was pushing him to his limit. You just noticed? People call you Siyu the wild dog. Is your intelligence really on the same level as a dog's? Ryu's taunts were relentless. Hey, you're only smug for now. Don't cry for your mommy when you're getting beaten up later. Siyu Chulin twirled his magic spear in his hand, releasing his killing intent without restraint. Ryu scoffed at Siyu Chulin's low-level taunt and gestured for him to come at him with a simple flick of his finger. Swish. Siyu Chulin's lips twisted into a ferocious grin. He stomped hard, and in an instant, his entire figure vanished from sight, leaving only the sound of the air being torn apart. As Siyu Chulin charged in, Ryu didn't even ask Medea for reinforcement magecraft. He relied on his attributes and met him head-on. A scarlet streak of light sliced through the air, aiming straight for Ryu's heart. However, under the suppression of Medea's temple, Siyu Chulin's original agility, which was at A rank, could only function at a B rank level at best. For Ryu, who already had B+ agility and various close combat skills enhanced. Too slow. Wearing his gauntlet form, Apocalypse, Ryu met the sharp spearhead head-on. Then, with his left hand, he slapped the side of the magic spear hard. Siyu Chulin's strength stat had been reduced to C rank, and he was no match for his A-ranked strength. Siyu Chulin immediately felt a tremendous force strike from the side, knocking his spear out of control and pushing it off course. Not good. Siyu Chulin's beast-like instincts screamed danger at him, and before his brain could process it, his body reacted instinctively. His left arm was raised, his left leg lifted, forming a temporary shield in front of him. In the next moment, Ryu's fist crashed into the connection between Siyu Chulin's left arm and leg. Though Siyu Chulin's reaction was fast, it was futile when his attributes, skills, and noble phantasms were all at a disadvantage. Boom. It was as if he'd been struck by a battering ram. Siyu Chulin spun through the air and crashed heavily into the temple wall. Pfft. Siyu Chulin spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly pulled himself out of the human-shaped crater in the wall. Not bad. Siyu Chulin's eyes gleamed with a savage, wolf-like wildness. His injury only seemed to awaken his ferocity. Let's see how you handle my next move. Siyu Chulin crouched low, gripping the middle of his spear with one hand and pressing the tip with the other, angling the magic spear toward the ground. The mana in the atmosphere visibly gathered around Siyu Chulin's spear. There was no doubt, he was about to unleash his noble phantasm, Gibalg. Once this spear was released, there was practically no way to dodge it, unless you had exceptionally high luck, like Medea. With Ryu's luck stat, there was no way he could avoid the cause and effect strike. Yet, a smile appeared on his face. He even crossed his arms over his chest, assuming a pose that screamed, I'm ready to take your ace in the hole head-on. If I dodge, I lose. His expression seemed to say, go ahead, start your performance. Siyu Chulin was so furious he could barely breathe. He had never hated someone this much in his entire life. Your heart is mine. Gibalg. Siyu Chulin leaped high into the air, descending toward Ryu like a falling star. The scarlet spearhead radiated an aura far more powerful than usual, and Ryu could even feel a faint pain between his brows. Even so, he remained still, allowing Siyu Chulin to get into position. The crimson magic spear turned into red lightning, zigzagging through the air, its ultimate target aimed squarely at Ryu's heart. As the spear closed in, Siyu Chulin's face twisted into a smile. Your only mistake was pissing me off. I feel a little bad for that woman, but you're just too damn annoying. Go to hell. But in the next instant, Siyu Chulin's expression froze. Ding. A crisp sound of collision rang out. At some point, a layer of translucent golden armor appeared on Ryu's body, radiating a brilliant light. The magic spear, which had slain countless Celtic heroes, had met an insurmountable obstacle. The spearhead struck the golden armor and didn't even cause a ripple, let alone pierce through. Is that all? Now it's my turn. Feeling the surge of power within him, Ryu calmly clenched his fist. Dark red energy, the power of revenge, surged from within him, coating the golden armor with a blood-red hue. Ryu leisurely drew his fist back to his side. Siyu Chulin's beast-like instincts screamed at him once again, warning of an immense, unstoppable danger. The source of that danger was none other than the young man he had once looked down upon. These instincts had saved Siyu Chulin from countless near-death situations. Without hesitation, he began retreating. With the aid of his battle continuation skill, he withdrew even faster than he had charged in. But it was already too late. Ryu's fist shot forward, overtaking Siyu Chulin's retreating figure in an instant. Machine gun blow. A barrage of fists enveloped him, covering the sky. What awful luck, running into a monster like this. Where the hell did that woman find him? That was Siyu Chulin's last thought before his consciousness faded. Each of Ryu's punches carried the power to shatter stars. Over 100 punches landed on Siyu Chulin, and before his body could even hit the ground, it completely dispersed into the air. Ding! Siyu Chulin, Lancer, defeated. You have earned one special gacha. Would you like to draw? Draw. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the skill Rune Magic B rank. Ding! It has been detected that Rune Magic B rank resonates with the host's existing skill Primordial Rune D rank. A hidden effect has been activated, allowing the two skills to merge. Would you like to merge them? Ryu initially had low expectations for the gacha from the wild dog. After all, this dog was essentially a magnet for bad luck, the type that couldn't even smuggle in a shred of good fortune. But to his surprise, he ended up drawing a reward that was incredibly beneficial for him. Logically speaking, the most valuable things Siyu Chulin possessed were his two noble phantasms, both anti-personnel and anti-army. However, since Ryu already owned more powerful noble phantasms of those types, drawing them would have been more for bragging rights. On the other hand, the skill, Primordial Rune, inherited from Scathach, was far more valuable to him. He never expected to draw it. It seemed the luck he'd borrowed from the goddess of luck, combined with his own, had completely overridden his usual misfortune. Skill merging in progress. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Primordial Rune B rank. Ryu grinned. Before, his Primordial Rune was too low level. Aside from buffing himself, it was mainly useful for wiping out minor enemies. When facing servants with magic resistance, or bosses with high magical defenses, his Primordial Rune was practically useless. But now, things were different. At B rank, the power of Primordial Rune had increased significantly, enough to threaten servants and potentially kill those with lower levels of magic resistance. Looks like this dog isn't so bad after all, giving me such a generous gift on our first meeting. Ryu thought to himself with satisfaction. If Siyu Chulin, now back in the Throne of Heroes, knew about this, he would probably be so furious he'd jump right back out. Meanwhile, at the exact moment Siyu Chulin vanished from the world, in a church on the other side of Fuyuki City, far from Ryudo Temple. A nun, who had been silently praying before a crucifix, suddenly raised her head in shock. She glanced at her wrist in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had felt the magical connection between herself and Siyu Chulin abruptly sever. Knowing his character, betrayal wasn't a possibility, which left only one reason. He had been defeated and killed, returning to the Throne of Heroes. A fitting end for a stray dog. The nun reflexively let out one of her usual sharp-tongued remarks, but there was an indescribable sadness in her eyes. Her mother had died by suicide, and because of the church's doctrine against suicides, she had been considered unblessed since childhood. 10 years ago, her father and grandfather had both perished in the previous Holy Grail War. To soothe the public, the church had reluctantly baptized her, only to send her to Fuyuki City to oversee the next Holy Grail War. This was no honor. It was a death sentence, given that her father and grandfather had both died in the same conflict. The fact that she was sent to manage the Fuyuki Church alone made the church's intentions clear. They had no plans for her to survive. Without the relic loaned to her by a family friend, which allowed her to summon the great hero Siyu Chulin as her servant, she wouldn't have even been able to protect herself. Though Siyu Chulayan had a rebellious streak, he at least patiently listened to her vent. But now, that protection was gone. Without a servant, she was left to rely on the church's reputation and whatever semblance of ethics the Magi might possess, though those were often worse than that of politicians. Perhaps dying here would be a form of release for someone like me, who has never been blessed. Lost in thought, the nun suddenly heard a cold, cruel voice from behind her. It seems I've arrived at just the right time. Karen Hortensia, yes, that was her name, spun around, startled. Two figures stood at the entrance of the church, exuding a palpable malice. Sakura Matu, what are you doing here? Karen quickly composed herself. Oh, nothing much, Sakura replied with a graceful smile, twirling a strand of her silver hair. I just came to invite you, Miss Karen Hortensia, to the Matu household as a guest. Behind her, Salter stood silently, her presence cold and menacing. You brainless cow. I'm the overseer of this Holy Grail war. If you attack me, it's the same as declaring war on the church. Karen shouted, trying to intimidate her. Miss Karen, there's no need for such bravado, Sakura replied with a smile. I've done my research. How pitiful, your father and grandfather sacrificed themselves for the church, and yet they treat you like a discarded pawn. Karen's lips tightened, knowing full well how corrupt the church could be. Sakura had come prepared. Her gaze shifted to the black-clad servant behind Sakura. With her servant gone, she stood no chance against them. Seeing Karen fall silent, Sakura's smile became more seductive. Don't worry, Miss Karen. As long as you don't resist, I won't harm you, at least, not right now. Now, please, come with us. Karen sighed and approached Sakura, knowing full well she couldn't fight back. How could someone like her, ostracized all her life, possibly have learned combat skills? But just as she reached Sakura's side, something unexpected happened. Sakura's eyes glowed crimson. She grabbed Karen's waist, pulling her close, then leaned in and sniffed Karen's neck. Shocked by the intimacy, Karen, who was still a pure maiden, could hardly believe what was happening. You pervert. How dare you lay hands on a nun? You, MMPH. Before Karen could finish her barrage of insults, Sakura silenced her with a kiss, sliding her tongue into Karen's mouth. Completely overwhelmed, Karen's inexperience showed as she succumbed to the kiss. After a long moment, their lips parted, leaving a thin trail of saliva between them. From a distance, the scene resembled an intimate, forbidden painting of sisterly affection. But the only one witnessing this moment, Salter, was silently munching on a hamburger she had pulled from somewhere. Ever since I entered the room, I noticed a certain intoxicating scent on you, Miss Karen. Now I'm even more certain. I'd love to keep you by my side forever, but for now, let me savor this moment. And thus, the once holy and solemn church was filled with the sound of forbidden intimacy. Chapter 166, FGO 166. 2,329 words. Day 3 of the Holy Grail War. Even Ryu himself couldn't have anticipated that after defeating Siyu Chulayan, who had shown up at his doorstep, Sakura Matu would storm the Fuyuki Church and forcibly abduct the church's overseer for the Holy Grail War. At this moment, he was practicing how to use his newly upgraded, primordial rune, at B- rank under Medea's guidance. There was an old saying, after Odin hung himself upside down from a tree and blood rushed to his brain, he was struck by inspiration and created the primordial runes. Over time, people added their interpretations, forming the rune magic system that spread across Europe. Eventually, this evolved into the modern alphabet used by many European countries today. Why are the alphabets of English, German, French, and other European languages so similar? Perhaps because they share a common origin in rune magic. If you compare these alphabets to rune symbols, you'll find many similarities. In other words, the primordial rune is the origin of European writing systems. According to the rules of the Naciverse, the older something is, the greater its level of mystery. The immense power of the primordial rune is proof of this rule. However, the more mysterious something is, the harder it is to understand. Being able to use the primordial rune and mastering its use are two entirely different concepts. The deeper one studies it, the more they uncover the terrifying potential and limitless possibilities hidden within the primordial rune. Even Ku Chulayan could pull off impressive magic tricks using only an incomplete mastery of the primordial rune, despite being a lancer, which shows just how powerful it could be. Although Medea's main field of study was ancient Greek magecraft, as taught by the goddess Hecate, the principles were similar. Moreover, her insights as a magus from the Age of Gods were invaluable to him. So, the key to using the primordial rune lies in thoroughly understanding the specific meanings of each symbol. Then, combine them based on your interpretation. With your current level, you should be able to form a complete magical word. Medea, who had somehow pulled out a pair of plain glasses from nowhere, was explaining this to him while holding a pointer. I see. The foundation is understanding, and then you use your imagination to combine them. Got it. Rayan nodded thoughtfully. It's just like writing web novels. The pattern is the foundation, and then you use creativity to reorganize it, resulting in either a bestseller or a flop. Well, if you want to think of it like that, I guess that's not wrong. Medea couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Anyway, let's give it a try. A large combination instantly popped into his mind. He immediately raised his hand and began drawing in the air, infusing his mana into each stroke. As his finger moved, traces of blue mana were left hanging in the air. When he finished the last stroke, a strange runic word had formed. As mana poured into the word, it began to glow brighter and brighter. Then, with a soft poof, a small puff of black smoke emerged from the runic word, and nothing else happened. Ryu stiffly turned his neck to look at Medea, who had an awkward expression on her face. Ahem, could you tell me what runic word you just drew? Medea asked. Ryu nodded stiffly. After carefully examining it, Medea quickly found the problem. Master, the rune for fire and the rune for ice clashed, so the magic was cancelled out. I see. But, Master, why did you try to combine fire and ice? Medea asked casually. Of course, it was for the ultimate fire and ice combo. Rhea replied quickly. He learned it from Soul Land 4 best girl, Gu Yuna. Pure-hearted Medea didn't grasp the hidden meaning behind the words of this experienced veteran. She nodded slightly and then earnestly explained. If you want to combine fire and ice, you need to form a sentence with the runes that describes their relationship, balancing the conflict between the two concepts. If you wanted to create a complementary effect, like using ice as fuel for fire, you'd have to alter the fundamental rules. You'd need to form a full sentence to describe the cause and effect relationship between them. Once completed, the result would be comparable to high-level magic. So, what you're saying is, with my current skill level, I'm still far from being able to pull it off, right? Seeing Medea's serious expression as she earnestly explained, Ryu's playful attitude faded away. Yes. Based on my estimates, to achieve the former, you'd need to raise your primordial rune to a rank. For the latter, you'd need to reach EX rank. That's a long road ahead, huh? Ryu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Skathaka's level was probably around that range as well. Although the primordial rune could ultimately allow one to rewrite fundamental rules, a godlike ability so tempting, his main focus was still close-quarters combat. Improving just one aspect of his abilities already consumed a lot of time and resources. If he also tried to focus on the primordial rune, his attention would be scattered. Ryu made up his mind on the spot. His priority would remain improving his close combat skills. As for the primordial rune, he'd leave it to fate. Who knows, maybe another generous benefactor like the wild dog would come along and offer a helping hand. Anything is possible. After all, if something as bizarre as time travel could happen, what couldn't? Alright, let's continue. Ryu pushed aside his stray thoughts and resumed his studies under Medea's guidance. After a full day of effort, he had mastered a few practical runic words. First up, of course, was fire magic, the most powerful. Thanks to Medea's systematic teaching and Ryu's diligence, he quickly grasped the method. By using one rune as the base and reinforcing it with others, he could form potent combinations. With a clear concept in mind, things became easier. For example, with fire, he could bind, compress, and enhance its power, then add wind as fuel. And voila, a compressed, enhanced fireball spell was born. He used a similar approach for ice bullets and wind blades, following the same principle of combining runes. This wasn't just a simple fireball spell anymore. It should probably be called something like the ultimate enhanced fireball. In addition, Ryu created several powerful support runes to enhance basic attributes or provide various resistances. No wonder some people described ancient scripts like the primordial rune as the foundation of an entire magical system. First, you master the basic individual runes. Then, you combine multiple runes into runic words, sentences, and eventually paragraphs. The more runes used, the more complex the magic becomes, and its power increases exponentially, just like writing a novel. However, as Ryu secluded himself in Ryudo Temple to study the primordial rune, dramatic changes were unfolding in the Holy Grail War outside Tosaka residence, underground workshop. Just like the Matu family's workshop, which exuded an insect pit aesthetic, the Tosaka family's workshop had its unique characteristics. The ground was strewn with numerous unpolished, cheap crystals. Various tools for polishing gems lay scattered around the corners of the workshop, and the lone wooden workbench was piled high with both polished and unpolished gems. The entire basement resembled a small gemstone processing workshop. At this moment, the head of the Tosaka family, Tosaka Rin, was holding a magic tome, continuously chanting an incantation. In front of her, a magic circle glowed with blue light, and within it, Archer knelt on one knee, his expression peaceful. As Rin chanted, large amounts of magic from the Tosaka family's ancestral ley line were drawn into the circle. An overwhelming life force began to emanate from it, with most of it being absorbed by Archer, while a small portion dispersed into the air. After a long while, the glow from the magic circle gradually dimmed. Rin let out a sigh of relief. Performing such a large-scale magical ritual was exhausting, even for someone as talented as her. With the ritual complete, Rin felt her energy drain away, and an unprecedented weakness washed over her. Her legs wobbled, and she instinctively began to fall to the side. Right beside her was a pile of unpolished crystals. If she fell onto them, she could either disfigure herself or suffer serious injury. Crap. Rin instinctively closed her eyes. But at that moment, she felt herself being caught in a warm embrace. You're always pushing yourself too hard. A voice, half reproachful and half concerned, sounded in her ears. Rin instinctively looked up, and the face of the person she found somewhat annoying, a tanned face, came into view. But now, that face no longer bore the slightly sarcastic, mocking smile she disliked. Instead, he gazed at her with incredible gentleness, as if he were staring at a lover. What are you doing? Rin's face instantly flushed bright red, and she reflexively pushed against his chest, trying to distance herself. Archer sighed helplessly and helped her into the chair by the workbench. To cover her embarrassment, Rin cleared her throat. Ahem. Archer, how's your recovery? Archer checked his body. I've recovered about 80 to 90%. I shouldn't have any problems fighting now. A confident smile immediately appeared on Rin's face. Great. In that case. Before she could finish her sentence, her expression suddenly changed. The slightly relaxed look on Archer's face also shifted to one of cold seriousness. Master, it seems we have visitors. Humph. How bold of them, daring to storm into Tosaka territory. Has no one ever told them that a Magus workshop is sacred ground, not to be trespassed upon? Rin raised an eyebrow, her face clearly showing anger. This was a blatant act of disrespect. A Magus workshop was not only filled with various traps but for an ancient Magus family like the Tosakas, the house's bounded fields had been refined over generations, greatly increasing their power. They could even enhance the Magi's abilities while weakening the enemy, much like a temple. To directly storm a Magus workshop was reckless behavior. This was beyond mere arrogance, it was outright contempt for the Tosaka family. Archer. Let's go. I want to see who dares to be so bold. However, when Rin saw who had come, her entire body began to tremble. Sakura. Rin almost moaned as she uttered the name that carried so much meaning for her. Behind her, Archer's face was also filled with complex emotions as he looked at the silver-haired girl before them. Whether in life or as a heroic spirit, the fates of these two sisters had been deeply intertwined, bound by countless ties of karma. Even though Rin knew her younger sister hadn't come with good intentions, she still held a sliver of hope in her heart. Sakura, it's late. What brings you here? Why don't you come inside and sit for a while? But her hope was quickly shattered by Sakura's own words. Good evening, Tosaka-senpai. Sakura, dressed in a black evening gown and standing as elegantly as a night-blooming lotus, gracefully lifted the hem of her dress and performed a lady's curtsy. There's no need to sit. I've come to ask you to withdraw from the war. With those words, the atmosphere in the room instantly grew colder. Rin seemed to want to resist, to say something comforting. What are you talking about, Sakura? We're not. Before Rin could finish, Sakura cut her off with cold, unyielding force. You know, senpai, the Matu family's magecraft isn't just water magecraft. The Matu family's specialty is insect magecraft. Wha? How is that possible? But father said. Rin's eyes widened in shock. In her mind, the Matu family's magecraft had always been purely water-based, much like the Tosaka family's focus on fire and jewel magecraft. But she had never heard that the Matu family specialized in such disgusting insect magecraft. Are you talking about that foolish man? He's completely lost in his delusions. He believed his daughter could inherit both the Tosaka and Matu family legacies, making the Tosaka family one of the three founding families, greatly increasing the chances of obtaining the Holy Grail. In his mind, the Tosaka family would then reach the root and achieve unprecedented glory. So, how could he have known he'd been played by Zoken Matu, that old worm, from the very beginning? When speaking of her father, Sakura's eyes revealed an undisguised disgust. Sakura, you. Rin had always admired her father and aspired to become a magus as elegant as he was. Hearing her younger sister speak so derisively made her furious, but her feelings of guilt and regret toward Sakura left her speechless. Seeing her older sister at a loss for words, Sakura's eyes gleamed with malice. Senpai, have you ever experienced being thrown into a sea of insects, with disgusting bugs crawling all over your body, to the point where you almost lost your purity? Have you ever felt the despair of screaming for help, only to be ignored by your father, your mother, and the sister you once loved so dearly? You haven't, and you never will. So, of course, you'll never understand the pain I've endured. Isn't that right, senpai? Sakura's use of the word senpai was dripping with endless sarcasm. And as she recounted her experiences, her tone remained emotionless, as if she were talking about someone else entirely. Archer, standing to the side, looked at Sakura with pity in his eyes. He had only learned of these tragic events later. As for Rin, her face was already streaked with tears. How could this have happened? Father said, he said that Sakura was adopted by the Matu family to inherit their legacy. Why would the Matu family do such a thing? But, in a way, I do have to thank my foolish father. If it weren't for him, I never would have met that person. Chapter 167, FGO, 167. 2,345 words. Just when I was at my most desperate moment, that person appeared like a ray of light, illuminating my world. Sakura's expression shifted slightly, a look filled with reverence and longing, almost like a girl in love, yet tinged with a hint of fanaticism. Rin Tosaka's heart was shaken. Once, before Sakura had been adopted by the Matu family, she would occasionally show her that same expression. However, in the past 10 years, every time they met, Sakura had never again revealed that kind of expression to her. Who is this person you're talking about? Rin asked, her voice unconsciously tinged with jealousy, a feeling she hadn't yet realized. That person is, of course, that person. Senpai doesn't need to know. Matu Sakura firmly replied. Before Rin could respond, Sakura's expression turned cold and indifferent once again. There's something I've kept in my heart for 10 years. Today is the perfect opportunity, senpai, I hate you the most. Rin Tosaka, hearing her biological sister express such hatred without restraint, felt her heart sink into chaos. Sakura, I know I was wrong before. Can you give me a chance to make up for it, please? The usually strong and forceful Rin, for the first time, spoke softly and humbly, even pleading. But Sakura's eyes were filled with cold indifference. Everything is far too late, senpai. 10 years had been more than enough to completely change a person. Sakura's words pierced Rin's heart like an arrow, making her once bright eyes dim. Rider, kill senpai's servant. As you wish, master. Salter immediately channeled magical energy into every fiber of her being and shot toward Archer like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Sakura, as if playing, waved her hand, and the shadow beneath her feet turned into a pitch-black whip, striking toward Rin Tasaka. The past was no longer worth recalling. Rin could only wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes as she braced herself to face her sister's attack. 10 minutes later. Archer was kneeling on one knee, with a huge sword wound on his chest that almost split him in two. His spiritual core had been pierced, and his body was slowly dissipating into countless particles. Rin Tasaka had lost consciousness, lying on the ground. The command seals on the back of her hand had faded to the point of almost disappearing. Even though Archer had revealed his hidden trump card, the reality marble, unlimited blade works, and Rin had used all of her command seals, they were still no match for the combination of Sakura and Salter. The reason lay in the radiant sphere floating in front of Salter. Avalon, the ever-distant utopia. When Avalon is released by its true name, it disassembles into tiny parts and unfolds in the air, protecting its wielder from all interference. It was an absolute defense that even the 5 great magics couldn't penetrate. No one could harm King Arthur, who rested peacefully within Avalon's domain. This noble phantasm represented the highest level of defense in the Nesuverse. If there was one weakness to Avalon, which wasn't truly a weakness, it would probably be its high magical energy consumption. But at the same time, Archer's unlimited blade works consumed even more magical energy. Even with Rin constantly replenishing him with command seals, they still couldn't outlast the combination of Salter and Sakura. And so, Archer, this hidden powerhouse, was defeated. At this moment, Archer, who had been silent all along, suddenly looked at Sakura with a gaze so complex that no one could decipher it. Sakura, Rin is your only family left in this world. Leaving these words behind, Archer disappeared into the air, his face showing a trace of regret and helplessness. Hearing his words, Sakura's body trembled violently, but she remained silent. What a powerful warrior, but why is it that history has never recorded his name or deeds? The cold and aloof Salter marveled as she gazed in the direction where Archer had disappeared. If it weren't for the Avalon in her hand, this almost cheat-like artifact, she might have genuinely lost to Archer. Sakura, however, did not respond to Salter. She silently walked over to the unconscious Rin Tasaka lying on the ground. In her hand appeared a long sword made of ice crystals. Sakura raised the icy sword slowly, aiming it at the unaware Rin. The sharp tip of the sword glinted coldly under the moonlight. With this one thrust, Sakura would sever all ties to her past. By killing her biological sister with her own hands, she would also be killing her former self. Salter's gaze grew more intrigued. She was truly curious as to what her master would choose. Swish! Sakura's sword plunged fiercely. Then, without looking back, she turned and walked away. A rare smile appeared on Salter's face. The razor-sharp ice sword was now embedded in the ground, less than a hair's breadth away from Rin Tasaka's delicate neck. In the end, Sakura couldn't bring herself to strike the killing blow. Under the moonlight, 2 beautiful figures walked down the empty street. Rider, do you despise me? Sakura suddenly spoke. No. Even the most wicked person harbors a small softness in their heart. If we abandon that softness, then we can no longer be called human. Sakura looked at her, surprised. Rider, you. Surprised? After all, I'm someone who chose to fall into the abyss for the power of revenge. Even now, I put revenge first. But in my heart, my homeland still holds an irreplaceable place. That's why I not only want to kill that man, but I also want to take the Holy Grail and fulfill my wish. How greedy. Sakura's lips curled into a slight smile, and she chuckled softly. Being a little greedy isn't a bad thing. Desire gives us motivation, doesn't it? You make a good point. Maybe I'll be a little greedy too. After we kill that man, Artoria, will you stay with me? Sakura's eyes stared unblinkingly into Salter's, focused and serious. After 10 years of living together day and night, it was impossible for there to be no feelings between them. What's more, they occasionally engaged in unspeakable acts under the pretense of magical energy replenishment. It should be noted that Salter had gained a physical body when she obtained the power of the Abyss 10 years ago. And, since she had the heart of a red dragon, she didn't need magical circuits. As long as her blood circulated and she took a breath, she could generate magical energy. Replenishing magical energy was, of course, just an excuse. The two had long been inseparable. If Sakura felt reverence and admiration for that person, then her feelings for Artoria were dependency. Looking at Sakura, who was suddenly acting like a bashful young girl, Salter placed a hand on her chest. It would be my honor. The two exchanged smiles, all words left unspoken. On the other side, Ryudo Temple welcomed an unexpected guest. Sensing the sharp, blade-like aura in front of the mountain gate, Ryu's eyes flickered with an unreadable expression. Midia-chan, let's go. It's time to greet our guest. Arriving at the square in front of the main hall, sure enough, a vibrant and striking figure was already waiting there. Hey, you bastard, I'm here to settle the score with you. Seeing him emerge, Musashi Miyamoto's face immediately showed flashes of anger. If she had been killed outright in a proper duel, with her bold and chivalrous nature, Musashi wouldn't have minded. She might have even respected him for it. But Ryu had used underhanded methods, especially since he wasn't weak himself. To Musashi, that duel had been a complete insult to the way of the sword, and only his blood could wash away that disgrace. What infuriated Musashi even more was the warm smile on Ryu's face, as if nothing had happened. Isn't this Miss Musashi Miyamoto? Ryu greeted her with a full smile. Humph. Musashi responded with an angry snort. But Ryu, pretending not to notice, continued eagerly. Isn't it a joy to have friends come from afar? We were just having a meal. I wonder if Miss Musashi has eaten yet. If Ryu had stopped there, it might have been fine. However, as soon as he finished speaking, several veins immediately throbbed on Musashi's forehead. Enough nonsense. I'm here today to settle the score with you, once and for all. Draw your sword. With those words, a sharp aura erupted from Musashi's small frame. As she slowly drew her long and short katana from her waist, her aura reached its peak. Even standing 10 meters away, Ryu felt a stinging pain on his face from her pressure. His expression turned serious. It seemed that he had angered her with what happened last time. This bold, big-hearted swordswoman was now dead set on going all out. It looks like a fight between us is unavoidable, Ryu said solemnly. Cut the chatter. Instead of immediately taking a stance, he pulled out a crystal-clear bottle from his storage space, filled with a multicolored liquid. This was fruit wine brewed by the god of wine, something he had exchanged for 1,000,000 energy points in the system. Uncorking the bottle, Ryu took a big gulp, then sealed it and tossed it 10 meters over to Musashi Miyamoto. At least we've crossed paths. Consider it fate. Please, have some. Ryu made a gesture of offering. Musashi sheathed her swords and caught the bottle, but hesitation flashed across her face. The last time she was tricked was still fresh in her memory. Logically, with her carefree and slightly airhead personality, she should have forgotten about that incident after 10 years. Yet, for some reason, that memory seemed to have been branded into the depths of her soul. It was truly a shameful piece of black history. So, when he threw her the bottle today, Musashi instinctively felt wary. Seeing this, Ryu's face immediately showed a challenging expression. If you don't drink it, just give it back. Humph. Drink it I will. What's there to fear? Triggered by the fact that he had just drunk from it, and further provoked by his taunt, Musashi's eyebrows shot up. She uncorked the bottle and took a bold swig of the wine. Huh? This wine. Musashi was known for her love of alcohol, second only to her dedication to swordsmanship. But she had never tasted wine like this. Upon entering her mouth, it was like a sip of pristine, ice-cold spring water from the peak of a glacier, pure, refreshing, and cold. Then, as the chill melted away, the fragrance of various fruits followed in waves, rich but not overwhelming, like a grand fruit festival. As the festival reached its climax, the deep, aged aroma of the wine exploded with a burst, lifting her spirits as if she were soaring through the clouds, lost in the bliss of floating on soft, fluffy clouds, with no sense of time or place. For a wine connoisseur like Musashi, alcohol was her greatest weakness. After the first sip, Miss Musashi had no intention of returning the bottle. Without hesitation, she took one gulp after another, all while muttering phrases like good wine and delicious under her breath. Completely immersed in the wine, Musashi failed to notice Ryu watching her with great amusement. Meanwhile, Medea, standing behind him, looked at Musashi with a gaze filled with pity. When Musashi finally finished the last sip, the crystal bottle slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground, rolling far away. At that moment, Musashi felt the entire world start to sway. Forget about picking up her swords, she could barely stand. You poisoned me? Musashi pointed at Ryu, her face full of disbelief. No, Ryu flatly denied. Despicable. Musashi plopped down onto the ground. She no longer had the strength to stand, and her eyelids began to droop uncontrollably. Ryu sighed softly. I told you before, with how careless you are, it's only a matter of time before someone picks up your corpse. Looks like I wasn't wrong. Musashi shot him one final indignant glare before her consciousness faded into darkness, and then she began snoring. Ryu hadn't poisoned her. It's just that the two of them had drunk the finest divine wine. Even real gods would get drunk after 3 sips, and Musashi had downed an entire bottle. Moreover, Ryu hadn't forced her. He had simply lured her into the trap, and she had fallen right in. It was truly a tragic story. After sending Musashi back to the throne of heroes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a special gacha. Since there hadn't been a real battle, he didn't expect to get anything too valuable. Besides, with the root gem in hand, he was already the biggest winner of this Holy Grail war. Casually, he opened the gacha. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a specially designated summoning card, Musashi Miyamoto, Alter. So, you're just going to stick with me, aren't you? This situation was akin to pulling a rare, limited, 5-star servant. It was undeniably a VIP-level reward. The problem was that this particular servant had a deep grudge against him. Moreover, a 5-star saber-class Musashi was already incredibly strong, and following the 5 times stronger when darkened rule, an Avenger-class Musashi would be even stronger, absurdly so. On top of that, he was currently short on manpower to help purify the anomalies in various dimensional worlds. Musashi would undoubtedly be a huge asset. But Ryu could already be 100% sure that the first thing Musashi would do upon being summoned was to chop him down with her sword. It was too frustrating. All he could do was stash the summoning card away for now. He would figure out how to summon her only after returning to Chaldea, where there would be other contracted servants to protect him. It seemed that his fate with Musashi was a tangled one that would be difficult to unravel. Chapter 168, FGO 168. 2,325 words. At the same time, at the Musashi residence. Musashi Miyamoto had gone to Ryudo Temple to seek revenge. Shiro originally wanted to accompany her, but Musashi firmly stopped him, leaving him no choice but to stay home. Sitting at the dining table, Shinji held a cup of barley tea, slowly savoring it. She glanced at the anxious Shiro, her eyes revealing a trace of sadness. As someone involved in the Holy Grail War, she was well aware of what Shiro was worrying about. Because of this, a sense of hesitation and sorrow filled her heart. Her fate was completely controlled by her overwhelmingly powerful sister, forcing her down a path where she was destined to become an enemy of the person she cared about most. It was beyond her control. Shinji felt like she was a leaf floating on the surface of the water, at the mercy of others. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a series of urgent knocks at the door. That must be Sensei returning. Shiro instinctively jumped up from the tatami, rushing to the entrance in just a few quick strides. However, when he opened the door, an unexpected person stood before him. Tosaka. There stood Rin Tosaka, leaning against the pillar of his front porch. Normally, no matter where she went, Tosaka Rin exuded the elegance of a noble young lady. But now, she appeared before Shiro in a completely disheveled state. Her clothes were tattered and covered in dirt, and the black stockings on her long, shapely legs were full of holes as if she had been violently dragged across the ground. She had been, though not in any unspeakable way. She was gasping for breath, her hand clutching her side, and through the gaps between her fingers, traces of blood could be seen. Musashi-kun. When Rin saw Shiro open the door, her pale face finally relaxed, and she collapsed to the ground. Hey! Tosaka, what happened to you? Shiro's shout startled Shinji, who was in the living room. The two of them quickly carried the severely injured and unconscious Rin into the living room. An ambulance. We need to call an ambulance. Shiro picked up the phone, but Shinji immediately pressed down on his hand. Idiot. If she came all the way here instead of calling an ambulance herself, there's a reason she doesn't want anyone else to know. With that one sentence, Shinji reminded Shiro that they were still in the middle of the Holy Grail War. Affairs between magi should be kept hidden from ordinary people as much as possible. After all, Rin's injuries were caused by a sharp weapon. If the hospital staff reported it to the police, things would get complicated. We'll have to find another way to treat her. Shiro's expression turned grave. Shiro, what are you doing? It's so noisy. At that moment, a silver-haired, lowly-sized girl appeared at the living room door, dressed in cute bear pajamas. She rubbed her eyes as she complained. Sorry, Ilya, did we wake you? Shiro immediately showed a hint of guilt on his face. Ever since Berserker had been defeated by Ryu, Ilyasville had been taken in by Shiro and Musashi. She hadn't even returned to her castle and had been staying at Shiro's place ever since. At that moment, Ilya noticed the unconscious and heavily wounded Rin. Her face immediately lit up with a mischievous grin. Oh my, isn't this Rin? She looks so pitiful. Shiro then remembered that the silver-haired lowly in front of him was also an exceptionally skilled magus. He cautiously asked her. Ilya, could you help us? Shiro wants me to heal her? Ilya's delicate face showed a playful smile. Yes, please, Ilya. Shiro's face was filled with urgency. I can, but I have one condition. From now on, Shiro must belong exclusively to me. Ilya's face wore a sly grin that didn't match her youthful appearance. You little brat, what are you trying to pull? Shinji immediately yelled in frustration, and the air suddenly filled with a sour, jealous tension. Miss Shinji, shut your mouth. Ilya's crimson eyes glared at her, and Shinji, as if stared down by a venomous snake, instinctively shuddered and hid behind Shiro. It seemed that, unbeknownst to Shiro, the two of them had had a previous confrontation, and it was clear that ordinary human Shinji had been completely outmatched. Shiro, oblivious to the silent battles within his harem, hesitated only briefly before agreeing to Ilya's demand. I understand. I agree. Ilya's eyes gleamed with a strange light. Shiro, are you sure you won't regret this? Shiro didn't hesitate as he replied. No, I just want to save her right now. Ilya's eyes sparkled as she nodded slightly. All right, let's get started. Shiro, take off Rin's top. Okay. Wait, what? Shiro let out a startled cry. Ilya, however, looked impatient. If you don't remove her clothes, how am I supposed to examine her wounds? But, wouldn't it be better if Shinji-chan did it? Shiro's voice trailed off as Ilya interrupted him forcefully. Hurry up. If Rin dies from blood loss because of your delay, don't blame me. Ilya's face remained mischievous, while Shinji, on the other hand, was left fuming but too afraid to speak up. I got it. With that, Shiro extended his guilty hands toward the unconscious and vulnerable girl. Meanwhile, the silver-haired lowly stood nearby, her face showing an evil grin. Let's leave the steamy situation at the Musashi residence aside for now. The Fifth Holy Grail War, now in complete disarray, was approaching its final showdown. The remaining participants were Ngwin Ryu and Medea Lily, caster. Matu Sakura and Salter, rider. Matu Shinji and Medusa, assassin. 3 pairs of masters and servants, 2 major factions. Although Ryu didn't know the exact situation, the detection magecraft Medea had set up at the Greater Grail clearly showed that 4 servants had already been eliminated. Only 3 servants remained. Even though he didn't know who the masters were, as long as he controlled Ryudu Temple and the Greater Grail, the remaining 2 were bound to be his enemies. To prepare for this final battle and strengthen himself as much as possible, Ryu was studying the root gem he had taken from the core of the Greater Grail. However, unlike the golden root gem, which released vast amounts of energy with just a little activation, the silver root gem was like a pool of stagnant water. Aside from its initial resonance with the golden root gem, no matter how much mana he poured into it, even with Medea's help, it remained completely unresponsive. Could it be that it needs energy from another root gem? A bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. His gaze instinctively shifted to the golden root gem. Ryu quickly summoned Medea to assist him. Medea set up various defensive spells herself, and in case anything went wrong, she could also use the abilities of the temple to suppress the situation. As expected, when the 2 root gems were brought close to each other, they reacted. The previously stable silver gem suddenly came to life, and silver light began to flow across its surface. Gritting his teeth, Ryu actively channeled his mana to stimulate the golden gem. Sure enough, if the silver gem was like an indifferent old man, unmoved by anything, then the golden gem was like an easily angered youth. As soon as he released a small amount of mana into the golden gem, it immediately exploded with activity. A huge amount of unknown energy surged from the gem, rushing into his body. Fortunately, having experienced this once before, Ryu remained calm this time. Enduring the nearly unbearable pain that threatened to tear his body apart, he used himself as a conduit, guiding the unknown golden energy into the silver gem. The moment the silver gem was stimulated by the golden energy, it radiated a brilliant glow. A silver light ring spread out from the gem, forming a bowl-shaped dome that quickly expanded to cover the entire room. Ryu was shocked. The defensive spells that Medea had set up showed no reaction at all. Luckily, the light ring didn't seem to have any harmful effects. It was more like a marker outlining the area. Next, a phantom clock face made of silver light appeared, with 3 hands of light, the hour, minute, and second hands, emerging from the center of the silver gem. Ryu felt as though time itself was now under his control. Stop. On impulse, he issued the command with his mind. To his surprise, the second hand stopped moving, and the world within the silver light ring instantly became monochrome, devoid of all color. Aside from him and the 2 root gems in his hands, which still emitted their golden and silver glows, everything else had turned black and white. Even the magical formation Medea had set up, along with Medea herself, lost all color and stood frozen in place. Time had stopped. Since time could be stopped, could it also be reversed? For a brief moment, the image of a certain purple-skinned big villain flashed through his mind. Reverse. The phantom clock of light began to turn again, but this time, it moved backward. Under his control, the second hand rapidly reversed. Soon, the minute hand followed, slowly moving backward. In short order, the magical formation Medea had set up vanished. Everything had returned to its original state. Time had indeed reversed. Time-stopping and time-reversing abilities were now confirmed. Ryu didn't test time acceleration, though. He felt that if he continued experimenting, the golden energy might cause his body to explode. It seemed that the only real limitation was the strength of his physical body, his endurance stat, to be precise. Despite his endurance being as high as a dash, Ryu still couldn't handle using the golden gem for more than 5 minutes. Even though he could only use it for 5 minutes, he was more than satisfied. No matter what world you were in, time and space manipulation were always considered top-tier, overpowered abilities. It seemed that the root gems lived up to their name, possessing truly terrifying power. However, since he didn't have a way to properly identify them, Ryu could only explore their usage through trial and error for now. It was obvious that using such a powerful artifact without fully understanding it was extremely dangerous. Ryu had no idea what taboos or restrictions might be associated with using the root gems. One wrong move, and even the EX-ranked Noble Phantasm, Reversa God of War, which granted immunity to damage, might not be able to save him. Identifying the root gems was necessary. Mastering their full potential became his top priority. After all, the image of a certain purple-skinned big villain snapping his fingers and wiping out half the universe was deeply ingrained in everyone's mind, and greatly admired. Maybe I should create an infinity gauntlet of my own. No, since these are root gems, it should be called a root gauntlet, right? I wonder if I could ask Miss Ryugishiki to knit me one. Ryu pushed aside his many concerns and began reducing the flow of energy. As he cut off the energy supply, the golden and silver light rings slowly retracted, and time returned to normal. Master, shall we begin? Medea seemed completely unaware of what had just happened. Her consciousness had been reversed to 5 minutes earlier, the moment she was about to set up her magical formation. Ryu quickly stopped her and explained the abilities of the root gems. Medea's eyes widened in surprise. Master, if you're able to control time, doesn't that mean you've already mastered magic? In the world of Type Moon, magic was different from other worlds. What was called magic elsewhere was mostly referred to as magecraft here. True magic was something that couldn't be achieved no matter how much time or effort was put in, such as parallel world travel or the materialization of the soul. In the current Type Moon world, despite being filled with powerful entities and countless magi, only 5 true magics existed. Their rarity was unimaginable. Just then, Medea's face suddenly turned a shade of red. Master, you didn't use the time stop to do anything weird, did you? At first, Ryu was confused, but when he saw her shy, blushing face, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her robe, he was taken aback. Then, as a seasoned veteran, he immediately understood. Seeing her in such a state, Ryu couldn't help but feel a sudden urge to tease her. His expression changed, and he put on a mischievous smirk. How could I miss out on such a perfect opportunity? Medea's body trembled. Master, what did you do? Oh, nothing much. I just helped a certain lovely lady, who couldn't move, by loosening her clothes and checking her body, that's all. As Ryu spoke, he put on an incredibly wicked expression and even pretended to sniff his hand, looking as if he were savoring something. Boom. Medea's face turned completely red, and steam began to rise from her head. Ryu couldn't help but chuckle. Girl, aren't you a bit too innocent? You're so easy to tease. Do I seem like the kind of person who would drug a girl and then take advantage of her? However, he quickly realized he might have gone too far. The steam from Medea's head disappeared, and black mist began to rise from her body instead. In silence, she rapidly cast a series of support and enhancement spells on herself, and then... Master, prepare to die. Medea raised her staff and brought it down toward his head. Even before the staff hit him, the wind pressure alone made his face sting. Judging by the sheer force, Medea's strength must have already broken through to A rank. Medea, calm down. Calm down, please. Your excuses are useless. Die, Master. P.S. Ryu, I am inevitable. Chapter 169, FGO, 169. 2,233 words. The 5th day of the Holy Grail War. At the stroke of midnight, 3 figures appeared at the gates of Ryudo Temple. One was Matsu Sakura, dressed in a dark evening gown, resembling the Queen of the Night. Another was Salter, clad in pitch-black armor etched with blood-red patterns, resembling the Queen's nightly guard. The third figure, however, was crawling on the ground. The contrast between her black leather outfit and her pale skin was striking. Silver-white hair adorned with a black cat ear headband flowed down her back. Her delicate face was partially obscured by a black eye mask that covered nearly half of it. Around her tender neck was a black collar attached to a slender iron chain, which was currently held in Matsu Sakura's hand. Behind her trailed a lifelike black cat tail, the base of which made it clear that it was inserted somewhere intimate. This figure, a perfect embodiment of BDSM aesthetics, caught between the appearance of a young maiden and a loli, was none other than Karen Hortensia, who had been defeated and captured by Matu Sakura. As this strange trio ascended the long staircase, Ryu and Medea were already waiting in the plaza. Sakura and Salter did not attempt to conceal their presence. Long before they had entered the vicinity of Mount Enzu, Salter had unleashed a terrifying killing intent, openly declaring their arrival at Ryudo Temple without any hint of subterfuge. Sensing this murderous intent, Ryu knew that the time for the final battle had come. However, when he saw the approaching figures, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. A blackened Artoria and a silver-haired Sakura, weren't these their iconic forms from the Heavens Feel route of the Fate series? Even though I've already taken the core of the Great Holy Grail, leaving it an empty shell, they still managed to become corrupted. Could this be the fabled convergence of world lines? And who's that silver-haired girl on the ground, looking more like a professional BDSM enthusiast? A flood of terms that any seasoned veteran would recognize: exposure, outdoor play, uniforms, BDSM, flashed through his mind. He glanced at the chain in Sakura's hand. Raya couldn't help but sigh. It seems we have a connoisseur here. She knows how to play. Although his mind was filled with questions, after testing the Silver Root Gem's abilities, he had come up with a rather bold idea. At that moment, Sakura spoke. Her voice was soft and gentle, but it was filled with bloody killing intent and undisguised malice, completely different from the sweet and tender image of the soft-spoken girl that Ha had in mind. Mr. Ryu, we meet again. I've been thinking about you constantly, thinking about how to take your life. With that, Matu Sakura performed a graceful curtsy. At the same time, the blackened Artoria spoke, her voice so cold it could freeze the air. Nguen Ryu, 10 years ago, you used the most despicable means to assassinate Irisveal. From that moment, I swore upon my name as the King of Knights that, even if I were to fall into the depths of hell, I would kill you. Are you ready? Great, 2 more people who have a grudge against me. But by now, Ryu's heart was as calm as still water. Why? Simple. The first enemy shocked him. The second left him baffled. The third filled him with questions. But now, these were the 4th and 5th people to appear with a vendetta against him. Ryu had completely gotten used to it. He even found himself wondering just how many people in this messed-up 5th Holy Grail war bore a grudge against him. When Sakura and Salter called out his name, the silver-haired cat girl, who was the embodiment of BDSM, suddenly raised her head, as if trying to get a clearer look at him. Yep, this one's probably holding a grudge against me too. So much pointless talk. You want to fight, right? Bring it on. Ryu casually beckoned with his hand, looking completely unfazed. Sakura's smile remained unchanged, but the killing intent in her eyes grew even stronger. Salter took a few steps forward, positioning herself between Ryu and Sakura. Boom. With almost no warning, both Ryu and Salter simultaneously pushed off the ground, creating deep craters in the supposedly EX-ranked, noble phantasm-resistant stone tiles of Ryudo Temple. 2 black silhouettes shot toward each other like arrows loosed from a bowstring. As soon as Ryu made his move, Medea leaped backward, taking to the sky. She began casting a series of support and enhancement spells, which rained down on him, instantly boosting his speed by a significant margin. Bang! A powerful fist clashed with Salter's pitch-black magical sword in midair, producing a booming sound like the tolling of a cathedral bell. Sparks flew as the shockwave compressed the air, forming a ripple of force that swept outward. The stone lanterns lining the distant road, each weighing hundreds of kilograms, were caught in the blast and toppled over. The umbrella-like tops shattered into pieces as they hit the ground. Sakura didn't even flinch. Without any visible effort, a black ice wall rose, shielding her from the shockwave. The powerful gust that had knocked over the stone lanterns couldn't even budge the ice wall. Sakura's hair didn't stir, and her face remained calm and composed. After their initial exchange, the 2 combatants separated. This time, Ryu had been pushed back, retreating 5 or 6 steps, while Salter stood her ground without moving an inch. You've grown weaker, Salter remarked, a brief flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Though it disappeared quickly, Ryu noticed it, and it confirmed his earlier suspicions. Sensing something off about him, Salter intensified her assault, as if determined to exploit his weakness and finish him off. Her magical sword slashed at him in the simplest, most efficient manner possible, a killing technique honed by the King of Knights through countless battles. It wasn't the most powerful swordsmanship, but it was the one that suited her best. In her hands, it was flawless. Moreover, her already A-ranked strength was amplified by her A-ranked mana burst, giving her attacks the power to cleave mountains and shatter cliffs. Each time Ryu blocked one of her strikes, he could feel his bones creaking, as if they might snap at any moment. It wasn't just his imagination. He could feel the power of revenge rapidly accumulating inside him. It was obvious that under Salter's relentless assault, his body was suffering internal damage. Fortunately, the recovery effects of Reversal God of War had been significantly enhanced. Combined with his mystic code and Medea's continuous healing spells from the rear, his recovery speed barely kept up with the damage Salter was dealing. As soon as the power of revenge reached its peak, it would be time for him to strike back. Planning to counterattack with Noble Phantasm? As Salter continued her attack, she smirked inwardly. Having fought him before, how could she not know his tricks? Though she wasn't entirely sure of the exact effects of his Noble Phantasm, as a seasoned knight of countless battlefields, she could make an educated guess. It's probably something like Spartacus' skill, gathering energy from taking damage and then releasing it all in one go. There's no way I'm letting you have your way. Ryu immediately sensed something was wrong. The blackened Artoria's aura spiked dramatically. Before he could react, she poured even more mana into her attacks. Tremendous amounts of energy were drawn from her heart and her master, surging into her limbs. She raised her sword high and brought it down in a vertical slash aimed at his head. Ryu barely managed to block the attack, but Salter used the recoil to spin her wrist, turning the vertical slash into a horizontal one aimed directly at his waist. If this strike connected, Ryu would be cut in half. In that critical moment, he had no choice but to unleash his mana to its maximum, using the flexibility of his arms to intercept the slash just before it could sever him. The wind generated by the sword's swing carved thin, long wounds into his body, but he couldn't afford to worry about these minor injuries. This time, Salter didn't withdraw her sword. Instead, she pressed down with all her strength, forcing him into a disadvantageous struggle for power. Sparks flew constantly where his fists met her sword. With her calculated moves and overwhelming power, Salter completely suppressed him. The edge of the sword slowly but steadily advanced toward his side. Unable to hold on any longer, Ryu was eventually sent flying by Salter's blow. However, her assault wasn't over yet. A pitch-black light erupted from her sword as the star-forged weapon bared its fangs like never before. Sink into the mountain of corpses. Collapse, Excalibur Morgan. With a furious shout, Salter raised her sword high and swung it down with all her might. A torrent of black-purple light rushed toward Ryu, who was still airborne. He barely managed to raise his arms in front of him, but in the next second, he was engulfed by the flood of darkness. The beam of dark light didn't stop after swallowing him, it continued forward, slicing through the temple behind him. In an instant, the hall was split in two and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Even then, the black torrent didn't cease, it kept advancing, cutting through all of Ryudo Temple, before finally shooting into the sky from the peak of Mount Enzu. From a distance, it looked like a massive black laser beam piercing the heavens from the mountain summit. Thankfully, it was nighttime, and the beam was black, so ordinary people wouldn't notice it. From a bird's-eye view, the entire Ryudo Temple looked as if a giant had cleaved it in two with a single sword strike. Master! Medea cried out in alarm. Instinctively, she raised her staff, ready to use her Noble Phantasm to heal him. Oh no, no! I can't let you do that, dear Medea, Sakura said, her smile sweet yet sinister. Assassin, do it. At Sakura's command, a purple-haired figure riding a white Pegasus shot down from the sky, aiming straight for Medea. Bang! Caught off guard, Medea was slammed into the rubble. Sakura, hands clasped behind her back, made no move to intervene. However, the shadows behind her seemed to come to life, writhing and twisting as they snaked into the ground through a tiny crack. Boom! Suddenly, Ryu, his body glowing with golden light, burst forth from the ruins. But in that brief moment, he noticed something odd. Salter's expression hadn't changed at all, as if she had known all along that her black light cannon wouldn't kill him. Just as I suspected. Salter's reaction only further confirmed his theory. Instead of feeling relieved, it made him even more frustrated. In the past, he had always used his foreknowledge to exploit his enemy's weaknesses. Now, the tables were completely turned, and this fight was becoming more and more suffocating. It felt like he had outwitted himself. Ryu quickly pushed these distracting thoughts aside. The enhanced effects of Reversal War God had a time limit, and his opponent wasn't some weakling that would go down easily. With a powerful kick, Ryu shot forward, parallel to the ground, like a bolt of lightning toward Salter. With his stats doubled, he quickly gained the upper hand. His fists rained down on her like a storm. Thanks to her high-ranked instinct, Salter wielded her two-handed sword with such precision that it formed an impenetrable defense. The occasional punch that slipped through landed on her black armor, producing only dull thuds without causing any real damage. Suddenly, Ryu threw a right hook aimed at Salter's temple. With a flick of her wrist, her sword traced a graceful arc, ready to intercept his punch. If he continued, his elbow joint would be impaled by her sword before his fist even got close. But it seemed as though Ryuk had anticipated this outcome. Without hesitation, he slammed his left hand down hard on the flat of her blade. With his overwhelming strength, coupled with foresight, Salter's sword was immediately knocked aside. His right hook met no resistance as it smashed into her cheek. She was sent flying, her delicate face swelling instantly, a thin trickle of blood escaping her lips. Though he had sent Salter flying, Ryu wasn't done yet. With another powerful leap, he caught up to her mid-air. His fist pulled back to his waist, his stance setting up for a finishing blow. Machine gun blow. Gentlemanly conduct? Showing mercy? Sorry, those words don't exist in his dictionary when it comes to dealing with enemies. It didn't matter how much he had liked Salter before being transported to this world, nor how popular she was. As long as she stood in front of him as an enemy, nothing else mattered. Now positioned behind Salter, Ryu's fist was aimed squarely at the vital spot on her back, poised to strike like a venomous serpent. However, he didn't notice the smile creeping across her face, even as she faced away from him. In her left hand, she clutched a glowing, rainbow-colored orb. Blood-red energy surged out of Ryu's body, enveloping him like armor. Most of that energy flowed into his right fist, which he was about to unleash. Machine gun blow. Chapter 170, FGO 170. 2056 words. The speed of this punch surpassed the speed of sound, yet it was utterly silent. As the punch neared Salter's back, it split into hundreds of fist shadows, converging on her small frame. Avalon. With a cold shout, Salter shattered the colorful sphere in her hand into countless fragments. These fragments wrapped around her like a rainbow-colored silk wedding dress. Clang. A loud crash echoed as Ryu's fist struck the seemingly delicate wedding dress, but it felt as if he had hit an impenetrable wall. He couldn't advance at all. It's Avalon. Feeling the immense recoil from his fist, Ryu's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Salter to still have such a powerful trump card up her sleeve. Avalon, the distant utopia, was an absolute defense even the 5 great magics couldn't bypass. Ryu knew he was in deep trouble. On the sidelines, Sakura smiled with the confidence of certain victory. With Avalon in her possession, Salter was practically invincible. Normally, the high mana cost of Avalon would be a vulnerability, but that had been erased ever since she and Salter had received the Abyss's gift, becoming Abyss Lords. With their combined mana, they could sustain Avalon for an entire week without interruption. And this was only the first trump card Sakura had revealed. Today, right here, Ngwen Ryu must die. Salter landed lightly on the ground, and the swelling on her face healed almost instantly under Avalon's powerful restorative abilities. At first glance, she appeared completely unscathed. In contrast, Ryu's face turned ashen. He carefully adjusted his stance, trying to find a weakness in Salter. Ryu had resolved to drag the fight out, confident in his endurance. If you plan on dragging this out, I advise you to abandon that thought, Salter said coldly. Initially, Ryu remained unfazed, but soon his expression grew serious as he sensed a terrifying power surging from her. Unlike typical mana, this was a higher, more terrifying, and darker force. Ryu's alarms went off, but before he could react. Boom! Black energy erupted from Salter, sending shockwaves that blew everything around her away. Even Ryu, standing over 10 meters away, struggled to keep his footing. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed from the void as if an ancient dragon from a foreign realm had been awakened from its slumber. Salter's body began to undergo astonishing changes. A pair of massive black dragon horns sprouted from her head. Her golden eyes transformed into reptilian vertical slits, and fine black dragon scales began to appear on her cheeks and parts of her exposed skin. Her full-body metallic armor now bore intricate scales, as if it had turned into dragon hide. The once rigid plate armor transformed into a wild, sexy, and flexible leather armor, with large areas of her pale skin exposed. Most striking of all was her figure. Both her height and bust size increased dramatically. Staring at the drastically transformed Salter, Ray's expression became extremely odd. Isn't this Lancer Alter? Except for the fact that she was wielding a demonic sword instead of the sacred spear Rhongomyniad, Salter's current appearance was almost identical to her parallel universe counterpart, known for her Southern Hemisphere assets and the title Lancer Alter. Salter, with her keen senses, immediately noticed his gaze. As expected, a despicable and lecherous scoundrel. Salter was aware that in this transformed state, her attire was more revealing, and her figure had become exceedingly voluptuous, making her far more alluring. Precisely because of this, she despised him even more. For a warrior to concern himself with such trivial matters in the heat of a life-and-death battle, he wasn't a true fighter. To think I once lost to such a devious villain. It's humiliating. Though her facial expression didn't change much, the aura Salter emitted grew terrifyingly cold, showing she was genuinely enraged. If Ryu knew what she was thinking, he would probably cry out in grievance. Even if she had once been his favorite servant, Lancer Alter, he wouldn't hold back now that they were enemies. Die, you vile scum. Salter's words sent a cold sweat down Ray's back. Big sister, you're the one dressed like a lingerie model, and yet you accuse me. How unreasonable. Their fists collided with a force akin to a natural disaster. The stone tiles of Ryudu Temple, reputed to be the strongest defensive noble phantasm, shattered and exploded around them, forming a massive crater beneath their feet. In this transformed state, Salter's attributes had increased even further. This time, Ryu didn't last long before he was sent flying by her immense strength. Still airborne, Ryu saw a black figure rush toward him. It was Salter. With a demonic sword in hand, she swung it fiercely at his head. Gritting his teeth, Ryu raised his aching arms to shield himself. Boom! With a deafening crash, he was slammed into the ground. A human-shaped crater formed in the stone floor, and dust shot into the sky, carried by the shockwave. Arg! Ryu spat out a mouthful of blood, the dark red liquid mixed with fragments of his internal organs. One strike. Just one strike had left him with broken arms, dislocated ribs, and damaged internal organs. Get up. Isn't this level of injury just a minor inconvenience to you? Salter's voice rang out beside him. And besides, how does this compare to the pain Irisveal endured back then? Salter roared, raising her cursed sword without hesitation and unleashing an Excalibur Morgan into the dust cloud. Ryu had only just regained enough mobility to move when the black beam engulfed him. Golden light enveloped his body, and the deadly black beam, powerful enough to decimate an entire army, was stopped dead by a thin layer of golden light. If the black beam was like crashing waves, then the golden shield was like an unbreakable reef, standing firm despite the onslaught. Though protected by the golden light, Ray's expression was grim. At that moment, his retinal display showed partial attribute information for the transformed Dragon Queen Salter. Since the strength difference between both parties exceeds threefold, only partial attributes can be displayed. Name, Artoria Pendragon, Alter. Race, Dragon Queen of Magic/Abyss Demon. Class, Rider. Alignment, Chaotic Evil. Rank, Grand. Basic attributes. Strength, EX. Agility, EX. Endurance, EX. Mana, EX. For reference, the average attribute value for normal humans, excluding mana, is 10. Below 10 is F-, between 15 and 20 is E-, and so on. Luck, D. Class skills. Magic resistance, EX. Writing, A. Personal skills. Instinct, A+. Mana burst, EX. Charisma, E. Dragon core, A. Abyssal blessing, EX. Noble phantasms. Excalibur, A++. Avalon, EX. Dragon Queen's Wrath, EX. Just look at this over-the-top stat panel. This cheat ability is even more ridiculous than me, the system host. And you're a rider, right? Where's your mount? Could it be that by transforming into the Dragon Queen, you count as riding yourself? What is this, a self-guided tour? Are you also jumping 2 whole ranks from Epic Servant to Grand? Is there no basic rule of law anymore? Such blatant cheating makes the game so unbalanced that no one would want to play. Ryu admitted that, upon seeing Salter's stats, his mindset nearly shattered. With such exaggerated attributes, combined with the absolute defense of Avalon, how could he win? Given his current combat power, there wasn't even a sliver of hope to defeat her. Unless. His gaze fell upon the 2 root gems, quietly stored in his inventory. Unless he was willing to bet his life on it. Ryu knew very well that using unidentified treasures carried immense risk, but faced with this invincible Salter, he had no other choice. Die, Ryu. Salter, filled with hatred, attacked even before the smoke cleared. There was no time left for Ryu to weigh the pros and cons. Using the root gems might kill him. But not using them would also lead to death. So, he bet it all. A trace of madness flashed in his eyes as he leaped from the pit and charged toward Salter. As they collided, it was like 2 massive beasts crashing into each other. The shockwave alone lifted the tiles from the roof of Ryudo Temple, and the ground shook as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Boom. The sound was so loud it could be heard even in the new city, kilometers away. Thanks to the reversal war god effect, Ryu barely managed to hold his own in the clash with Salter. Both took a step back. At that moment, Ryu summoned the root gems into his palms, activating, absorbing, and transforming them in one smooth motion. Soon, a gold-and-silver cycle formed between his hands, though it was unstable. A phantom silver clock emerged from the root gems, and a light ring expanded, enveloping both him and Salter. Sensing danger, Salter activated Avalon's defense, a protective barrier of multicolored light shards surrounding her. But Ryu extended his finger to turn the second hand backward. Bite the dust. Everything within the light ring, under the power of time, began to rewind as if someone had hit the rewind button on a movie, rapidly reverting to the state from 1 minute ago. Even Avalon returned to its unactivated state. The gamble had paid off. As expected, the root gems, bearing the name of Root, possessed a level of mystery and power that surpassed even the absolute defense of Avalon, which even the 5 great magics couldn't interfere with. Ryu hesitated no longer. Mana surged through his limbs, and the power of revenge coursed through him as he pulled back his right fist and struck fiercely at the frozen-in-time Artoria. Machine gun blow. Hundreds of fist shadows rained down on Salter, especially her heart, protected by the high mound of flesh on her left chest. The gold and silver lights dissipated, and time resumed its normal flow. In the next instant, Salter hadn't yet realized what had happened when the high mound of flesh on her chest jiggled violently, swaying in an irresistibly seductive motion. But her heart now had a bowl-sized hole, shattered into pieces. The terrifying power of revenge poured into her broken heart, ruthlessly destroying her life force. Spurt. A mouthful of blood sprayed from her lips. The blood was black and mixed with fragments of her internal organs. Salter's aura quickly weakened. In no time, she lost the strength to even stand and collapsed onto him. I'll be waiting for you in hell. With her last strength, Salter grabbed Ryu's collar and whispered this curse into his ear. This final act expended her remaining life force. Salter's body fragmented into countless black specks of light and disappeared into the air. In her place, a crystal flower resembling black obsidian remained, with an abyssal crystal floating above it. The light radiating from the abyssal crystal was more brilliant than any Ryu had ever seen. He took it in hand. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained an EX-level abyssal crystal, purified. You have slain Artoria. You have earned one special gotcha draw. Since the opponent was an abyssal creature, some skills and noble phantasms cannot be drawn. The battle wasn't over, so Ryu didn't examine it closely. He swiftly stored the abyssal crystal in his storage. This item was equally attractive to other abyssal creatures, and he suspected they could also absorb its power to strengthen themselves. Not far away, the intense gaze from Matsukura confirmed his guess. Boom! On the other side, the battle between Medea Lily and Medusa had also ended. To everyone's surprise, the victor was Medea-chan? Medea Lily stood with her staff in hand, her entire body glowing with various support spells, looking like a goddess of war. Meanwhile, Medusa lay miserably in a human-shaped crater against the wall, blood trickling from her lips, one arm twisted at an unnatural angle, her once proud chest now sunken. Her body was slowly disintegrating into purple specks of light. Looking at the smug smile on Medea's face and the bloodstains on her staff, Ryu had the urge to cover his face. Buffing oneself with all sorts of enhancements and charging in for melee combat, that was the true way of a true mage, right? Ding! You have slain Medusa, assassin. Due to your low contribution, rewards have been reduced. You have obtained one agility crystal. Chapter 171, FGO, 171. 2,148 words. What surprised Ryu was that even though all her trump cards had been neutralized, Matsukura didn't seem worried at all. It was as if she had a hidden ace that could easily turn the tables. Ryu's heart sank. His premonition quickly came true. What a dramatic performance, but unfortunately, from the moment you failed to stop me, you were already defeated. Matsukura smiled confidently as she tightened the chain in her hand. The beautiful woman beside her struggled for breath, her tongue lolling out as she was forced, half-willingly, to stand. With a playful smile, Sakura pulled her closer, one hand tugging the chain while the other gently stroked her chin. The woman seemed completely broken by Sakura, unnaturally sensitive. Wherever Sakura's hand touched, a faint blush appeared. She clasped her legs together, her body trembling slightly. You're my favorite toy so far. It's such a pity. In the next second, Sakura's face turned cold, and with a flick of her wrist, a strange-looking dagger appeared in her hand. The dagger was twisted and covered in unspeakable inscriptions, words so profane that even a glance at them made one's soul tremble. Sakura slowly raised the dagger high, muttering incomprehensible blasphemies as she pointed the tip toward the silver-haired girl's heart. A blood sacrifice. Ryu's sense of foreboding peaked. Stop her! He shouted to Medea as he charged toward Sakura. At this critical moment, Medea displayed unprecedented calm, quickly casting a series of defensive spells on the silver-haired girl. Yet, unaware of her impending doom, the silver-haired girl blushed under her blindfold, her lips slightly parted, a thin string of drool slipping down onto her delicate collarbone. She looked utterly seductive, a temptation to commit sin. But Ryu's eyes remained fixed on the dagger in Sakura's hand. Crash! Without any visible movement from Sakura, a towering black ice wall suddenly rose from the ground, blocking his path like a dam. Ryu clenched his fist and punched the wall, but to his surprise, the hardness of the black ice far exceeded his expectations. His punch left large cracks in the ice, but it showed no signs of shattering. Quickly retracting his fist, he struck again. This time, the ice wall shattered with a loud crash, sending shards flying like bullets. Ryu leaped over the debris, now only a short distance from Matsukura. But those brief seconds of delay had been enough. Sakura's ritual was already in its final stage. The sharp dagger descended, piercing directly into the silver-haired girl's heart. At that moment, Ryu was only an arm's length away from Sakura. Yet, that short distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. As the dagger neared the girl's body, the defensive spells Medea had cast flared up, radiating a multicolored light. However, the dagger in Sakura's hand seemed to be made of something otherworldly. There was a chilling sound, like glass shattering. The defensive spells surrounding the silver-haired girl crumbled like paper, offering almost no resistance. The dagger plunged deep into the girl's chest. With a heart-wrenching scream, blood gushed from her heart like a fountain under immense pressure. A strange sight unfolded. Instead of falling to the ground, the blood formed a crimson mist in midair. Ryu's expression turned cold. Without hesitation, he punched Sakura's head. Yet, just before his fist could connect with her face, a thin, black, semi-transparent membrane enveloped Sakura, blocking the attack. Ryu's expression remained calm as he repeatedly withdrew and struck again, but the membrane was incredibly sturdy. Even his punches, capable of piercing steel, couldn't leave a mark on it. Sakura's expression of amusement as if to laugh at his futile efforts. Seeing that his fists were ineffective, Ryu quickly switched tactics. He unleashed scorching solar rays and primal rune-based elemental attacks, but none could penetrate the seemingly delicate barrier. Meanwhile, the silver-haired girl's body had been completely drained of blood. Her skin turned deathly pale, clinging tightly to her bones. Above, the blood mist began to shift and change, forming a mysterious and complex magic circle inscribed with blasphemous symbols that drove one to madness. It resembled a six-pointed star. The crimson magic circle descended to the ground, expanding rapidly until it covered almost the entire plaza. In response, a black magic circle, like a shadow, emerged from beneath the ground, the hidden trap Sakura had set earlier. The red and black magic circles fused, forming a new, even more sinister array. Realizing that he couldn't break through Sakura's defenses and seeing the eerie developments unfolding, Ryu quickly abandoned his attack and retreated. Noticing his actions, Sakura smirked. Her eyes conveyed, "It's useless. No matter where you run, you're dead." Suddenly, a column of black light, darker than the night sky, shot up from the magic circle, shattering the air like glass. Beyond the cracks lay an abyssal darkness, so deep and pure that it seemed to swallow all light. From the shattered space, countless blood-red lights began to glow. Upon closer inspection, they were grotesque, terrifying eyes. Just a glance made Ryu feel as if his brain had been thrown into a washing machine, violently shaken and stirred. Quickly, he averted his gaze, only to realize his back was drenched in cold sweat. What the hell was that? Master, don't look at it. Your soul will be corrupted. Medea called out to him, her face filled with tension. What is that? Ryu asked with difficulty. Medea shook her head, her expression grim. I don't know. Judging by its aura, it seems similar to the old ones from the Cthulhu mythos, but there's something different about it. Even Medea, a master of ancient magecraft, didn't know the origin of the creature in the sky, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Just then, the system sent a message. Grinding his teeth, Ryu took the risk and opened the information panel on the battlefield. Ding. Temporary mission, repel the demon god Infinite Eyes. Success reward, unknown. Failure penalty, none. Just as Ryu thought the information had ended, several large crimson characters suddenly flashed across the panel. Looking at the ominous glow, he gritted his teeth and clicked it open. Warning, the opponent has sealed the spatial area. If the host wishes to use spatial teleportation to retreat, you will need to wait 10 minutes. Upon seeing this notification, Ryu felt a surge of frustration, almost wanting to flip a table in anger. 10 minutes. With the power of this demon god, 10 minutes would be more than enough time to crush everyone 100 times over. Do I have to use the root gems again? But just sensing the demon god's overwhelming power, Ryu wasn't even sure if the root gems would work. What's more, to cover such a large area, he'd need to unleash all the energy stored within them. Ryu seriously doubted whether he'd explode from the sheer power of the golden stone before he could even make a move. Glancing at Medea, who stood beside him with worry written all over her face, Ryu steeled his resolve. He'd gamble one more time. Whether he won or lost, it was all up to fate. Once again, he retrieved 2 root gems from his storage space, gripping the golden one in his left hand and the silver one in his right. Seeing Ryo's actions, Mato-Sakura immediately threw the silver-haired girl's corpse to the ground and launched an attack. Sakura wouldn't be satisfied until she saw this man lying dead before her. So, no matter what Ryo was planning, stopping him was the right move. Countless black ice shards condensed into cone-shaped spikes before Mato-Sakura. Nen Ryu. I will end your life here. With a wave of her hand, the sky filled with ice shards, all raining down on him. Without needing a reminder, Medea immediately raised her staff, chanting spells continuously. One by one, glowing white magic circles formed in front of them, their radiant lines tracing beautiful and mysterious patterns. Using the high-speed divine words technique, a god-tier magus ability, Medea's spells were cast almost instantaneously. Before the ice shards could even approach, she had layered over 10 defensive spells. Though Mato-Sakura's power was formidable and her magical attacks strong, they couldn't break through Medea's endless waves of defensive spells. The razor-sharp black ice shards pierced through several layers of magic but ultimately shattered into dust. Protected by Medea, Ryo began to pour his magic power furiously into the golden gem in his hand. The gem's energy surged through his left arm like molten lava rushing through his bones, muscles, and cells. Even though Ryo had received the world source enhancement, his body was still mortal. How could it handle such top-tier energy infusion? His left arm instantly burst open with countless small wounds, blood flowing freely as if it cost nothing. Despite the horrifying state of his arm, Ryo ignored the pain. He compressed the revenge power, accumulated from his injuries, forcing it into the golden gem. As the golden gem absorbed this energy, higher in level than magic, it reacted, bursting with an intense light that was almost blinding. Ryo's left hand now resembled a miniature sun. At that moment, the demon god on the other side of the portal seemed to sense the threat. It roared in fury, desperately trying to squeeze through the portal. Countless tentacles, covered in scales and black as ancient swamp sludge, stretched out from the portal, grabbing the edges and pulling outward. By now, Ryo's body had grown somewhat transparent, as though he could disappear at any moment. In contrast, the silver root gem in his right hand, infused with golden energy, began radiating an unprecedented silver glow. Under the night sky, it shone like a silver moon, reflecting off the miniature sun in his left hand. Silver rings of light emerged from the time root gem, expanding instantly to envelop the entire Ryudo temple, even reaching the shattered portal in the sky. Seeing this strange phenomenon, Mato-Sakura's attacks became even more frantic. Ice shards and blizzards howled as they bombarded him and Medea. At the same time, countless dark shadows materialized beneath Mato-Sakura's feet, transforming into eerie shadow creatures that charged toward them. The demon god in the portal also grew anxious, its roars tinged with nervousness and urgency. Medea, on the other hand, looked at Ryo with a face full of worry. At this moment, Ryo's body flickered like a shadow, as if he could disappear at any second. Master. Hearing Medea's shout, Ryo quickly responded through their telepathic link to reassure her. I'm fine. Just wait a moment, it'll be over soon. Medea wanted to say more, but Mato-Sakura's relentless attacks forced her to refocus. Still, her tightly pressed lips and the way her small hands gripped her staff betrayed her deep concern. As the rings of light formed, a faint clock appeared in Ryo's right palm. At this critical moment, the demon god in the portal seemed to realize the gravity of the situation. A pitch-black sphere of light shot out from the portal, embedding itself in Mato-Sakura's body. In an instant, Mato-Sakura's power surged. Her silver hair turned completely black, not the pure black of night, but a corrupt black that seemed to stain one's soul. Her eyes lost their whites, leaving only blood-red hues in her sockets. She quickly raised her hand, and from the tip of her index finger, a drop of black liquid emerged, falling to the ground. As the liquid touched the shadow on the ground, it fused with it, causing the shadow to writhe as if it had gained a life of its own. In the next second, a sharp spike, formed entirely of shadow, shot out from the writhing mass, piercing toward Ryo in the blink of an eye. Medea's defensive spells were useless, easily penetrated by the shadow spike. The spike continued forward without losing momentum, piercing straight through his heart. Ryu coughed up blood, but with his vitality and numerous buffs, this wound was no more than a serious injury. However, he quickly realized something was wrong. The shadow spike had brought with it a strange energy, and suddenly, it was as if someone was whispering in his ear. It was a language he had never heard before, ancient and mysterious. Just hearing it made his brain feel like it was being shaken, his thoughts torn apart. The spike is a mental attack. Outside, Ryu's eyes grew unfocused, his movements involuntarily halting. Medea screamed his name frantically, while Matosakura looked on with a victorious smile. Ryu's thoughts became more chaotic. He knew that if he lost his ability to think and his soul became corrupted, it was over. The enemy wouldn't spare either him or Medea Lily. Certain death either way, time to go all in. At this critical moment, Ryu's stubborn tenacity kicked in. Chapter 172, FGO, 172. 2,364 words. Without a second thought, Ryu fiercely channeled the golden energy into his heart. Desperate counterattack, activated instantly, fully healing all his injuries and granting him a double attribute boost. A golden radiance enveloped him like armor made of sunlight, blocking all of Matosakura's subsequent attacks. In that brief moment, the clock formed by the power of time finally fully materialized. Ryu shouted. "Bite the dust." He pressed his finger hard against the clock's surface and gave it a forceful twist. In an instant, time began to flow in reverse. The destroyed ground from the previous battle restored itself as the soil and stones filled the craters, and the broken trees returned to their original state. Even the silver-haired girl who had been killed, her blood absorbed by the demon god's summoning circle, had her life restored. Blood flowed back into her body, her skin regained its color, her wounds healed, and her heart began to beat again. Shockingly, the demon god in the passageway could still move. It roared and bellowed, its countless scarlet eyes emitting terrifying light, while its octopus-like tentacles pounded furiously at the edges of the passage. However, even the demon god couldn't resist the power of the root gem. Despite its immense fury and resistance, the demon god was forced back by the overwhelming might of the root gem. Amid its reluctant and enraged roars, the passageway closed. It was as if everything had been rewound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for repelling the demon god. The host has earned 1 Tengacha reward. A Tengacha for repelling it? If I had killed it, would I have gotten a Super Tengacha reward? Ryu couldn't help but think of the vast array of EX rank items and even divine artifacts in the Super Tengacha. At that moment, the strange dagger in Matosakura's hand suddenly became covered in rust and, with a loud crack, shattered into dust. With that final threat gone, Ryu finally felt a sense of relief. However, just as he was about to relax, the time gem, now depleted of energy, suddenly flared with unprecedented brilliance. A swirling silver vortex formed in front of him, spinning rapidly as a terrifying suction force emerged from within. Despite his current strength, Ryu couldn't resist the pull and was easily sucked in. At that moment, a figure leaped into the vortex on its own and grabbed his wrist. Without a moment's hesitation, Medea had followed him into the vortex. After pulling the two of them in, the vortex spun faster and faster, shrinking continuously until it finally disappeared completely. All that was left behind was Matosakura, her face dark with anger, and the resurrected silver-haired girl. Ngwin Ryu. Just you wait. No matter where you go, even to the ends of the earth, I will find you and kill you. Her scream, filled with murderous intent, echoed through the sky. But clearly, Ryu could no longer hear her. Ryu felt as though he had been tossed into a washing machine, spun around endlessly in every direction. He soon lost all sense of orientation. Aside from the soft, warm sensation in his palm, he completely lost his sense of touch. His head felt dizzy and heavy. He had no idea how much time had passed, but suddenly, there was a flash of light, and they were spat out of the vortex. Thud. With a soft sound, Ryu landed on his back, while Medea fell on top of him. Ouch! Medea rubbed her head as she sat up, clearly disoriented, shaking her groggy head. Her small body squirmed slightly on top of him, and he could distinctly feel her warmth and smooth skin. At that moment, Medea realized the awkward position they were in. Ah! She let out a cute, girlish squeal and quickly jumped off him. Her face flushed red as she turned away, clutching the hem of her clothes, too embarrassed to look at him. But Ryu wasn't the type of dense anime protagonist who passively waits for moments like these. He was an experienced driver, skilled enough to handle the situation with confidence. Opportunities like this were meant to be seized. Casually dusting off the dirt from his clothes, Ryu stood up and, with a dominant force, turned Medea back around to face him. Medea, overwhelmed by the sudden intimacy, had her head clouded with confusion. Her large eyes lost focus, turning into spirals, and her pale face flushed a deep red. With a soft chuckle, Ryu gently kissed her on the forehead. "Thank you." He had seen Medea's unwavering decision to jump into the vortex after him without hesitation. In times of adversity, true feelings are revealed. For this reason, though he showed little on the surface, he was deeply moved. It was because of these adorable contract servants that he felt the need to reach the highest peak, to protect them from any future storms. This was a man's responsibility. As Medea stood there, dazed and dizzy, he began to survey their surroundings. The landscape seemed somewhat familiar, and Ryu's eyes narrowed as he scanned the area. His gaze landed on a pine tree, over 10 meters tall. With his B+ level agility, he easily leaped up the vertical trunk, lightly tapping it a few times with his toes before landing effortlessly at the top. After a glance around, he immediately noticed a traditional temple to the southwest, exuding a distinctly Japanese aesthetic. Ryu's pupils narrowed slightly. The mountain gate on the stone steps, the green-black glazed tiles, the architecture. This was unmistakably Ryudo Temple before it had been destroyed in the Great Battle. A parallel world? No, he and Medea had been swept here by the out-of-control time gem. The possibility of this being a parallel world was almost zero. It was more likely that they had been transported to either the past or future Fuyuki City. Considering the extreme hostility from Ilya, Rin Tasaka, and Sakura, this was very likely. The Fuyuki City of 10 years ago. Ryu muttered to himself. For now, it was just a guess. He still needed to explore further to confirm it. Just then, the system's notification sound rang out. Ryu checked his surroundings to ensure they were safe before hurriedly opening the information panel. With clues from the system, he could more quickly grasp his situation. Ding. Current world, Fourth Holy Grail War, world corruption value greater than 50%. Due to the influence of an unknown root gem, the world the host is in is a convergence zone of multiple parallel spaces. Please proceed with caution. Mission objective released. Seize the location root gem from within the Greater Grail. Only by disqualifying the other 6 servants participating in the Holy Grail War and obtaining the key can the shell of the Greater Grail be opened, allowing access to the root gem at the core. Master dies. Servant dies. Servant voluntarily leaves this world. Any of the above conditions will result in the loss of qualification to participate in the Holy Grail War. Key, Lesser Grail. As soon as Ryu accepted the mission, a sharp pain suddenly flared on the back of his hand. A crimson command seal, resembling a scale, appeared on his skin. There was no doubt, by accepting the mission, he had automatically become a participant in this Holy Grail War. At the same time, the system's message hinted at something significant. He and Medea had returned to 10 years ago. The Fourth Holy Grail War, with a corruption value greater than 50%, a completely altered version of the Fourth Holy Grail War. Ryu finally understood why Salter had looked at him with such deep resentment. To complete the mission and obtain the root gem, at the core of the Greater Grail, he had to acquire the Lesser Grail. And what was the Lesser Grail? It was Mrs. Iris Veil's heart. Before Ryu's journey through time, people on the internet had already speculated that Artoria and Iris Veil had a Yuri relationship, with plenty of evidence to support it. Artoria's poor relationship with Kiritsugu, Iris Veil's indifference to Kiritsugu's infidelity because her heart belonged to someone else, Artoria's heightened reactions when Iris Veil was injured or kidnapped, and so on. Artoria had been a Yuri character even before becoming a servant. And Iris Veil, still in her youth, had to choose between a bearded old man and a princely, cross-dressing knight on a white horse. Who would she choose? The answer was obvious. So, of course, you can't just rip out someone's wife's heart and not expect them to go dark and come after you with a sword. As for Rin, Sakura, and Ilyasville's hatred toward him, that was even more self-explanatory. To make the Greater Grail manifest and complete the mission, Raya had to deal with the other 6 master-servant pairs. And the system had already provided a method. The easiest option, of course, was to go after the master. Judging by what happened 10 years in the future, he had indeed succeeded. However, as a consequence, he had taken Kiritsugu's place as the winner, bearing all the associated burdens. All of it for the sake of victory. This burden I carry is not in vain. Now that everything pointed him in the right direction, Ray just needed to follow through. He glanced at the still, peaceful Ryudo temple, then leaped down from the tree. "Let's go, Midia-chan." He called out and, without hesitation, began walking down the mountain. "Ah, yes." Medea snapped out of her daze and hurried to catch up with him. Since Medea's attire was rather odd for this period, Reo had her turn invisible and follow him closely. He casually picked up a newspaper, and the bold headline confirmed it. The date was indeed during the Fourth Holy Grail War in 1994. With everything now clear in his mind, he started wandering the streets of Fuyuki City. Since it wasn't possible to obtain the core of the Greater Grail immediately, there was no point in occupying Ryudo Temple as before. Besides, the last time he had stayed at Ryudo Temple, he hadn't had the chance to explore Fuyuki City, a place beloved by anime fans. Raya felt a bit of regret over that, so this time, he decided to take the opportunity to survey the area while enjoying a bit of sightseeing. But just 10 minutes after he left the street, a luxury car with a Mercedes-Benz emblem approached from the other direction. Inside the car sat an elderly bald man whose skin was wrinkled like a mummy's. A filthy, cold aura emanated from his body, accompanied by a faint stench. The man resembled a maggot that had hidden in the sewers for years. For some reason, the old man wore a smile, as if something good had happened. It was clear he was in an excellent mood, though his appearance and demeanor were so unsettling that his smile could easily scare a child to tears. Seated next to him was a small girl with black hair and an adorable face. Her delicate features hinted at the stunning beauty she would grow into, a true beauty in the making. She wore a nervous expression, huddled on the far side of the seat, too scared to even glance at the old man beside her, like a frightened little rabbit. Eek! The Mercedes came to a smooth stop in front of a Western-style mansion. It was a 3-story building in the typical European style, with red brick walls, protruding columns, towering chimneys, and a sharply pointed roof. The driver hurriedly got out and opened the door for the elderly man, and at the same time, 2 maids in revealing outfits opened the mansion's large doors. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that neither the driver nor the maids had any focus in their eyes. They looked like soulless dolls. From their necklines, vein-like protrusions occasionally squirmed under their skin. "Sakura, we've arrived." The old man got out of the car and gave the anxious girl a kindly smile. But given his appearance and presence, the smile only made him look even creepier. "Yes." The young Sakura didn't dare resist. She obediently got out of the car and followed the old man into the mansion. Whether it was due to the decor or some other factor, even though the sun was shining brightly, the luxurious mansion felt eerily dark. From afar, it looked as though Sakura was being swallowed by a monster's lair. Time passed, and the sun soon dipped below the horizon. Shrouded in the darkness of night, the mansion appeared even more sinister, like a slumbering beast stirring awake. After dinner, the young Sakura, now renamed Meta Sakura, carefully stepped out of the dining room. The terrifying grandfather from earlier seemed to have completely forgotten about her. He hadn't bothered with her all day, as though she didn't exist. Sakura was relieved to lock herself in her room. Suddenly being given away by her father had been a shock to her. But thanks to her good manners and gentle personality, she had quietly accepted her father's decision without throwing a tantrum. However, that didn't mean she wasn't harboring the emotions typical of a child her age. She resented her parents and even felt a tinge of jealousy and bitterness toward her older sister. Why was I abandoned? Why not my sister? This small seed of resentment, mixed with the unease of being in a new environment, began to take root and grow in Sakura's young heart. As Sakura quietly tiptoed past the bend in the staircase, just a few steps away from her room, the old man's voice came from the shadows. "Sakura, so there you are. I've been looking for you." "Grandfather." Sakura's body trembled. "All right, come with me now." The old man, hidden in the shadows, had completely shed the kind facade he wore during the day. His smile now appeared eerie and sinister, and the aura around him had lost all traces of life, resembling a corpse that had been rotting in a tomb for centuries. "Yes, grandfather." Sakura did not dare resist. She obediently followed the old man, Matuzokan. And then, she saw hell. Chapter 173, FGO, 173. 2,301 words. A damp, gloomy basement, with various types of worms crawling over the floor, walls, and even the ceiling. Just one glance would make anyone collapse to the ground in terror. Sakura's pupils dilated to their extreme as her body instinctively recoiled, desperately trying to escape this horrifying place. However, her escape route was blocked by a person. Matuzokan's voice, like two pieces of sandpaper grating harshly against each other, echoed once again. "Since Tosaka has given this gift, I'll gladly accept it without hesitation. You want to inherit the magecraft of the Matu family? Your current attributes aren't sufficient. You'll need to undergo some serious modifications. Why don't you get acquainted with my little darlings?" K-E-H. With a sinister laugh, Matuzokan pushed Sakura forcefully from behind, and she instantly fell into the insect pit. "No. Don't come near me." Sakura screamed in terror. The worms, as if sensing a delicious treat, swarmed toward her. "Help! Father! Mother! Sister! Someone, please save me." Tears streamed down Sakura's face, and a wet stain appeared on her small skirt, which continued to spread. Frightened and helpless, Sakura lost control of her bladder. Smelling the pure scent of a young girl, the worms seemed to grow even more excited. Those at the front, the crest worms specially cultivated by Matuzokan, rushed toward the terrified Sakura as if they had just discovered a rare delicacy. "Someone, please save me." That desperate plea seemed to pierce through the barriers of dimensions, reaching an unknown, dark space. Suddenly, a bright, scarlet glow appeared on the back of Sakura's hand. "Oh! What is this?" The situation had completely exceeded Matuzokan's expectations, and a shadow of gloom appeared in his eyes. Soon, a pitch-black summoning circle manifested in the center of the worm pit. As a figure emerged from the summoning circle, snow fell in the pit. The insects let out sharp, terrified screeches and frantically tried to burrow into the cracks. But their efforts were in vain. In the blink of an eye, the entire insect pit was completely frozen, transformed into a world of frost. All the filth was covered by pure white frost, leaving only Sakura and Matuzokan, who stood on a high platform. The ground, walls, and ceiling were all coated with a thick layer of frost, and the light refracted and reflected off the surface, creating colors as beautiful as gemstones. The previous hellish, nauseating scene had disappeared, replaced by something akin to a fairy tale. Faced with such a dreamlike scene, Sakura couldn't help but stare in awe. On the high platform, however, Matuzokan wore a furious expression, his withered hand gripping his cane tightly. Through some mysterious connection with the magical worms, he quickly realized a disastrous truth. 95% of the precious magical worms he had spent centuries cultivating had been wiped out instantly. It was like playing League of Legends, finally completing all the rune pages, only to have someone melt them all overnight, or playing Fate/Grand Order, painstakingly reaching a 100% collection rate, only to have all the gold cards fed as fodder to other characters. Such a deep grudge, how could anyone bear it? But Matuzokan did bear it. After all, he was known as the biggest coward in the Type Moon universe. He had no choice, it was either endure or perish. Had it been someone like Shakespeare or Anderson, Matuzokan would have taught them a lesson in basic manners. But just from the aura of the servant that had appeared, Zokan, who had survived for 500 years, knew he was no match. Still, he had to say something to save face. "You've destroyed my precious collection the moment you arrived." Don't you think that's a bit much? The figure that emerged from the summoning circle was dressed in an imperial gown from the Romanov era, with a black cloak draped over her shoulders as dark as the night sky. Her silver hair cascaded down like a river of stars, her long bangs covering her right eye, giving her an air of elegance mixed with a hint of playfulness. If Ryu were here, he would surely recognize that the figure emerging from the summoning circle was none other than Anastasia, the last princess of Russia, with whom he had deep ties in the world of cabannery of the Iron Fortress. Compared to their last meeting, Anastasia's appearance had not changed much, but her temperament had undergone a dramatic transformation. She was pure, aloof, and cold, perfectly embodying the phrase the unattainable flower. In contrast to her previous innocence and naivety, Anastasia now stood as a fully matured princess, not just a pretty face. With just a glance, her eyes pierced through and saw the essence of Metsuzokan's soul. Anastasia's delicate brows furrowed in disgust. To think that such filth as you exists in this world. Your soul is nothing but decay, yet you still cling to the mortal realm. The stench of your kin clings to your soul, those must be your relatives. You offered your kin as sacrifices. There's no saving you. As Anastasia spoke, her deep blue eyes lit up with a brilliant azure glow, and the temperature in the worm pit plummeted. Just as Metsuzokan sensed something was wrong and before he could react, his decayed body, made up of countless worms, was instantly frozen and shattered into pieces. From that moment, there wasn't a single worm left in the Metsu household. Deep in the sewers beneath the Metsu residence, a strange-looking worm was crawling deeper into the darkness. The worm's eyes glinted with cold, hateful, and very human expressions. Suddenly, a blue light, cutting through layers of barriers, traced the karmic link on its soul and shot toward the worm. In the worm's terrified gaze, the light hit it directly. Crack! With a soft sound, the worm-turned ice sculpture shattered into a pile of ice shards. A faint, anguished wail echoed through the void as if it were Metsuzokan's voice. It was no surprise that Metsuzokan, known as the Bug Lord, met such a miserable end. His actions had touched upon Anastasia's deepest rage. Her father, Nicholas II, may not have been a good emperor, but he was undoubtedly a good father. Having grown up doted upon by her parents, Anastasia held familial ties in the highest regard. Metsuzokan's actions had thoroughly desecrated the sanctity of the family in Anastasia's heart. Thus, Metsuzokan had to die. And not just die, his soul had to be erased. After completely obliterating Metsuzokan's soul, Anastasia turned her gaze toward Sakura. Seeing the trembling figure, Anastasia seemed to see a reflection of herself, trembling under the Soviet machine guns. Without any concern for the filth or the smell of Sakura, Anastasia gently lifted her and wrapped her in her cloak. Anastasia, summoned in response. It seems you are my master now. Well then, pleased to make your acquaintance, little master. At the same time, Ryu and Medea had spent almost the entire day exploring Fuyuki City, avoiding a few sensitive places such as the Fuyuki Hotel, the Fuyuki Church, and the bases of the three great families. Since the Holy Grail War had not fully begun yet, and because he couldn't hide at Ryudo Temple like last time, he was being extremely cautious, careful not to alert any potential enemies. At this moment, he and Medea found themselves in the shopping district of the new district, just in time for dinner. Although Japan's dining industry in 1994 wasn't as developed as it would be 20 years later, this bustling shopping street was already taking shape. Various traditional Japanese snacks were releasing rich aromas, tempting both Ryu and Medea. Takoyaki, freshly grilled and drizzled with sauce, sprinkled with bonito flakes or seaweed, emitted a mouth-watering fragrance as the smell of oil and dried seafood combined. Oden, simmering for hours in a secret broth, featured various ingredients skewered on wooden sticks, bobbing up and down in the hot soup. Skewers of grilled chicken brushed with a special sauce sizzled over the fire, releasing an enticing scent of oil and soy sauce. Meanwhile, Medea's attention was drawn to Japanese sweets like crepes and taiyaki. Master, I want that one. Medea leaned on him, shaking his arm and pouting. Ryu sighed inwardly. As expected, girls had zero resistance to sweets, especially when they had the body of a servant who didn't gain weight. Their resistance must be in the negatives. Just then, an unexpected figure appeared in front of them. It was a girl with short silver-gray hair, golden eyes like a dragon's, and delicate facial features. However, the corners of the girl's mouth were curved into what seemed like a smile, and her gaze was sharp, giving off an air of cynicism. She wore a black dress, its short hem exposing part of her pale thighs, with a deep blue fur-lined coat draped over her shoulders and long high-heeled boots on her feet. In her hand, she held a half-eaten grilled sausage, casually biting into it while scanning her surroundings. "Ah. It's Jean." Medea cried out in surprise. Ryu's eyes narrowed. He immediately recognized that this wasn't the same person and quickly identified her true identity. If Jean was the type to be gentle and a little ditzy most of the time, but serious, composed, and reliable in crucial moments, then this girl standing before them was the exact opposite, someone constantly brooding, with a serious case of edgy teen syndrome. Without a doubt, the girl who resembled Jean was none other than Jean Alter, summoned according to the wishes of Gillis de Rice after Jean's execution by fire in a certain mobile game's first arc. She held the Avenger class and was known as the Dragon Witch. At that moment, the Dragon Witch also noticed him and Medea. The moment she saw Ryu, her pupils widened in shock and disbelief, which quickly turned into burning rage. Faced with the Dragon Witch's undisguised hostility, Ryu instantly became alert. If it were another servant, they might hesitate to start a fight in such a crowded public space. But this one? Not likely. Ryu figured the most likely scenario was her screaming, "I'm so pissed," as she charged in to fight without a second thought. While he guessed the outcome, he didn't predict the process. The Dragon Witch took a large bite out of her grilled sausage as if she were biting into his head. After wolfing down the sausage in a few bites, she snapped the wooden skewer in half with a crack. Then, she shot him a cold glance and turned to leave. Ryu, however, understood the meaning in her eyes. "Follow me, or I'll kill you." He shrugged and followed her. He wasn't a saint, but he also wasn't a villain who disregarded human life. If his alignment had to be categorized, it would probably be neutral evil leaning toward order. If the Dragon Witch chose to start a fight in the middle of a crowded shopping street, he wouldn't hesitate to fight back, regardless of the bystanders. But if the conditions allowed, he preferred to fight in a place where civilians wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. Following the Dragon Witch's lead, they wound through several alleys until they arrived in a secluded area where almost no pedestrians could be seen. The Dragon Witch stopped, turned around, and coldly stared at him. Ryu couldn't quite figure out what she wanted, so he greeted her. "Hello, my name is..." Unexpectedly, the Dragon Witch waved her hand dismissively, her face full of impatience. "I know your name isn't Gwyn, are you?" Ryu's heart skipped a beat. He tentatively asked, "Have we met before?" This question seemed to ignite the fury in the Dragon Witch's heart. "You bastard. After what you did to me, now you pretend not to know me? I'm going to burn you to ashes. Die." Enraged, the Dragon Witch summoned her black dragon sword and swung it fiercely at him. A crimson flame with a purple tinge appeared out of thin air around the Dragon Witch and surged toward him. Unlike ordinary magical flames, the fire released by the Dragon Witch was filled with endless resentment.